And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Strategic Planning Council meeting, Committee of the Whole, for September 15th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal and written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access Information and Protection of Privacy Acts. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I would like to add what should be a 10-minute topic or less to the agenda. I've been receiving calls from residents of the North subdivision in Nordegg, and I got a letter on Friday that a strategy I think would be worthwhile to discuss.
Okay. Knowing that administration it may be just a shorter topic and might be better served as a notice of motion, but if so pleases the council, or the committee of the whole, I will look for a motion to then amend the agenda.
I will make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe makes the motion to amend the agenda.
That would be 6.2.
All those in favor? Carried. Now motion to add the item.
I would also make the motion to accept the amended agenda.
So for clarification, Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. 6.2, what are you putting as the heading?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. Or pavement.
Okay, thank you.
Nordegg North subdivision.
I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amended agenda? Carried. Right, we have the minutes from the last Strategic Council meeting of a whole from June 16th. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? If not, looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Lai.
Circulated, please.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Moving on now to section 4, which is planning emergency services. Item 4.1, which is the economic development strategy review. And good morning, Director Haggart.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm probably going to turn this over fairly quickly to Jerry Pratt, who's our Economic Development Officer, who's joining us just for today to go over this topic with Council. Just wanted to say that in the last 5+ years since the plan was adopted, there's been some big steps that Council has taken in terms of budgetary planning to see that vision of economic development to fruition, and in some cases maybe more work to be done. So I know this is something that Council had asked the CAO Emmons to bring as a topic for review of the existing plan, and Jerry will get into some of the details of the agenda item, and then you guys can provide us with direction for future, whether it's workshop studies, otherwise, to get this plan updated for future Council. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jerry.
Good morning, Mr. Pratt. Welcome back.
Thank you. So in 2019, the economic development strategy was accepted by Council, and there were 4 main pillars in that strategy, and there have been activities that have been accomplished and others that are currently being worked on under each of those pillars, and I just want to go through those very quickly, and then sort of take a look at what are some of the next steps that we would like to go to. So the 4 main pillars, or 4 strategic areas of focus. Foster a culture of growth. Now, under there, we've participated in a large variety of local committees and community organizations to talk about culture of growth. I'm not going to list them all there, but it's regional, both working with the town and other organizations, plus CAPE out of Central Alberta and so on, in trying to talk about why we need growth and how we can achieve that. Under preparing for business growth, the original strategy, the input from business owners and real estate agents in particular, they constantly mention the need for zoned and serviced land. And that is something that is being worked on. In Nordegg, we have opportunities in Caroline, Leslieville as well. Broadband development has been an ongoing project, but it's actually coming to fruition and there are things happening there. Tourism development has been very active, and through the David Thompson Country brand, we're becoming more well-known across the province and actually across the country. Economic development website, that's through Clearwater County, David Thompson Country. We also have a joint site with the town that we have a lot of our information on. Skilled labor force, this is often done through the community profiles, which we update every 2 or 3 years, trying to be able to have the information to let businesses know what kind of labor we have here, because that is one of the first things. That and land are the first two things that businesses look for and why they would come here. We've also attended conferences to look at investor support, promoting Clearwater County as a place to come. And on the tourism side, regularly holding tourism forums to discuss and get input from our tourism businesses and operators, and try to help them as well in their networking and work together to grow tourism. Under preparing for people growth, the land use bylaw and the MDP can help us identify how we're going to have people growth. One of the first things that people need is housing. I regularly hear from real estate agents that this is the lowest inventory that they've had since 2006. And 2006 was back during a major oil boom. So their inventories are at that level today. Not a lot for them to sell. Community surveys, looking at service levels and engagement in public activities, which is ongoing among all departments. Zoned land, as previously noted, community profiles has already been noted. And then the promoting opportunities, these are things that, especially the development that's been going on in Nordegg. These are things that we've been actively doing as we've been making land available, as we've been making development available. So these are all activities that have actually either been accomplished or are actively being worked on since the adoption of the strategy back in 2019. Honestly, I think Clearwater County we've made some really good strides over the past 5 years in working towards accomplishing things set out in the economic development strategy. So it is time for an update, both from, it's been 6 years now, but also from the level of activity. Be able to update that on what we have available, what might be some of the new things we need to work on. We also have attached to the strategy is also the newest community profile. That came through work with CAPE and McSweeney, which we've used before. And it shows modest population growth. The reality is over the last 15 years, we're sort of flat, slight population growth, and a little bit of an aging population at the same time, as much of rural Alberta is facing. But we have the great advantage of the community profile is to any investors, we can give them this and they can automatically see what services are available where, what land zoning might be available where, and the biggest thing is really the labor force. I attended a conference multiple years ago where the investor attraction group said, I'm no longer in the business attraction, I'm in the labor force attraction. Because that's what businesses are looking for most. You can buy land, but if you don't have any labor available, that creates another problem. But the community profile, it does an excellent job of going through listing what type of labor we have available, also the businesses and so on. So in going through this, what administration is seeking now is sort of the next steps. So we have 2 recommendations. One is accepting all this information, the economic development strategy as it is, and the community profile as information, or recommending some amendments or direction in what direction we should go. Are we looking at in the future doing just an economic development strategy update, which I can update all the information on and bring it back, or are we wanting to do a full community engagement to get input and review and go through that process, which is pretty lengthy. But the strategy is 6 years old, and I did go through that process in creating that original strategy with open houses and surveys, both the public and with our business owners as well.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Pratt this morning? I have a bit of a correction. In reading through it on page 71 and 72, you've mentioned Berman University twice.
Yeah, this is not. Sorry, I apologize. I should have waited for my cue.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is, like, it was a draft fresh off
Right.
the presses, so there's still not, it hasn't been printed or anything, so
Okay.
there's still opportunity to correct it. So
Yeah.
thank you for catching that for us.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned housing, and that's one of the things, well, I sit on the health retention team, and that's one of the struggles that we have with a lot of our healthcare team trying to come in here. Physicians, nurses, et cetera, they cannot find a place to rent or purchase. What are some of the strategies that you're hoping to implement in order to help solve some of that problem? Are we meeting with housing developers? Are we working with the town on some of their strategies? And further to that, what are your thoughts on implementing some of the incentive bylaws that the town have put into place for bringing in development in some of our hamlets, particularly in the Hamlet of Caroline, where we have some industrial lots ready to go?
Housing is the key issue for trying to, in much of rural Alberta, in trying to get people available. The truth is, since 2008, across rural communities, there has been very little construction. Developers changed what their risk was, and in rural areas versus urban areas, they looked and they could develop in urban areas and get their money back in 2 to 3 years, but rural, it's 7 to 10 years. So there's developers just haven't been interested in rural Alberta, the truth is, for quite a while. So I would say we have to cooperate with the town of Rocky on some of that, because the reality is multiple housing isn't going to happen very easily in a rural setting. The town and Caroline now, with their services available, it's far easier to do that in places that already have services than it is to do an acreage style. And we've seen already going through land use bylaw, you know, how concerned people are about getting new neighbors and how close. So that would be something in the new in an updated economic development strategy. We would have to work with the new land use bylaw and the new MDP to look at what would work best for the county. I currently don't. I would be seeking counsel and actually, input from the land use bylaw development on the best way to work on that. I would also want to honestly reach out to other rural communities and how they're working with that. And so at this time, I don't have a solution, but it would be something working towards.
Follow up?
Yes, please. We know that housing is a problem, like we know that. So rather than, and I'm not trying to come off crass or anything, rather than studying it, why don't we find a way to just action that problem? Because we know it's an issue. And we now have the Hamlet of Caroline, as you said, it's got the servicing that can help support something like that. Is there an opportunity for us to start directly reaching out to some developers to see if they are willing to come and build some type of a housing development and find some of these incentive bylaws to help bring them in to do it, and maybe then the return on investment may be more beneficial to them if we are giving some type of incentive to have them do it.
That would definitely be a direction you could take, reaching out to developers. I would stress that, again, developers are still hesitant to go into rural communities, but might be able to find some companies that specialize in small towns, small areas. But most Most of the work for developers have been in larger urban centers. Now, Sylvan is not that far from us and certainly has had lots of development over the last decade and a half. And maybe we can talk with somebody that is willing to drive half an hour to get some work done that way. It would be a direction I would put into the strategy and be reaching out.
If I could add to what Jerry stated as well, in terms of specifically to Caroline, I think once Public Works, Infrastructure and Operations have had a chance to assess serviceability, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves in terms of marketing something until we know that we have the capital planning, which we're talking about later in the meeting, to go over you know, what's doable within the services that they have existing or what upgrades are required to get to that next level of development. So it is kind of a chicken and the egg a little bit, both to our industrial subdivision and the lands that county owns there. We're set up to do it once we're ready for it, but we'll have to do some thinking in the strategic planning and prioritizing projects if that's the direction the committee wishes to recommend for council. The other one is Nordegg, and I know we're developing that area, but some of those housing needs that Councillor Melhoff, our committee member Melhoff mentioned aren't addressed with development of Nordegg because people aren't willing to travel from Nordegg to Rocky where they may be housed for work. And I mean, Clearwater County even attracting staff in skilled positions, specifically coming likely from another community. It is hard for housings, even for our own staff coming here because there isn't a rental market and a very small one when there is rentals available. So that's something I think that is an overall community issue, and we know that working with the town, coming up with future plans that councils have looked at their intermunicipal collaboration framework and said that regional economic development may be a strategy for future. I believe that was earmarked for 2027 discussion. Let the new councils get their feet under them and then work towards that as we go. The other one related to incentive bylaws, that would maybe be slightly outside of the wheelhouse of economic development, but working with corporate services in turn, because those are usually tax-related incentive bylaws. But as a collective county, that would be something we would have to explore what others have done, how successful it's been to bring those dollars to the community. But I would caution that those capital planning prioritizing projects are gonna kind of lead the way for that economic development discussion, because we need to know that we can service the land and make sure that, but we do have land that the county owns in a few of the hamlets that are suitable for that once we confirm the serviceability of those. So that's all I wanted to add, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson.
I just wanted to update it. I read it through, and village has been turned to a hamlet. So everywhere that Caroline's mentioned, I can give you the page numbers if you like. That's 36, 51, 67, 68, 72. It should be hamlet instead of village, although I like village, but we're not anymore.
Too bad. Thank you. And what was the last page number? I apologize.
72.
72. Got it. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. It's great to have you back, Mr. Pratt. The 2019 strategic plan had some, reasonably specific action plans to go with it. What would you say are the tangible results of that work?
Well, in the agenda item, we've got multiple things listed there that actually have, that the county and many departments in the county, is not specifically me, have worked on, ranging from zoning and servicing certain areas, broadband development, acting in tourism. I'll say on the tourism side, this strategy was done just after the tourism strategy was done that we worked with on the town, and getting the brand name out there, which happened just before the strategy was done. But working with the province in promoting the area, which Travel Alberta certainly has done, and it's also was able to spark, and working with the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance, really enabled the province to do the trail development. So the Rocky to Nordic Rail Trail came through both the economic development strategy and working with CADA, or just a couple of things. Website, skilled labor force profiles, these are things that we didn't have available before the economic development strategy was done, that we do have available now to be able to give to investors when we speak with them. The strategy also helped influence the development of the land use bylaw. The land use bylaw took into account that we do want people growth, that we do want business growth, and what that may need to look like. So those are activities that administration and council has approved, and we've accomplished that way. As for saying that we've actually attracted certain numbers of businesses to be able to say to this, this is more preparing the groundwork for those businesses to come. The truth is, if a business wants to come, they don't want to develop the land themselves. They don't want to put in the services. They want to buy and build. And if that is not available, they look for places where they can buy and build. And we haven't had many of those available in the past. But the activities over the last few years, we have more of that available, which makes it easier for me in talking with the business where they're asking, where can I go? What can I buy and build on? That's an easier thing now than it was when 2019 was.
Okay. One
Follow-up?
more? Yes, thank you. The question that is being put to council is, where do we go from here with this strategy? And it's where we're winning that I guess we should put more effort. And that was kind of my question, is where are we winning with economic development?
Well, on the tourism side, we're doing quite well. Again, there still needs to be the housing issue comes up on the tourism side, not just in Nordegg, but all over. Again, laying down the foundations, the new land use bylaw enables us to do certain things. Caroline, again, will do a capital review on what we can do there. A large part of economic development strategy is collecting information and being able to present that to businesses. What I heard in collecting information in 2019 from businesses was, we need land zoned and serviced. We need places for employees to go, and that's still something that is being struggled with. None of these are solved in just 1 or 2 years. Tourism is the easiest one to point out. Broadband development is another one. That's one that came up regularly during my sessions in 2019 when I was asking businesses, what do you need? Broadband? Well, that is something that is rolling out now, and I look forward to being able to promote and sell that as one of the services that we have available.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Locke?
Thank you, and I looked through the profile with great interest. It's kind of a report card about the efforts we've been making, the ideas we've been putting forward, the efforts we've been doing over the last number of years, and look at some tangible results from that. And what I read from here is I see a modest reversal of the trend of our population disappearing. If we look at most of rural Alberta, it is in crisis. Rural Alberta is shrinking. In the midst of the province growing, rural Alberta is shrinking. So the demographic trends, we've been able, through the strategies we have, the strategies of supporting regional economic development, supporting local economic development in partnership with our other regional municipalities here, I think is showing results. That investment in recreation and community, the investment in technologies of the future, I think is showing results. We know that industry is doing very well. They're looking to Clearwater County as a place, and that follows then that they need that skilled workforce. They need that stable environment in order to invest in the future. And I think we're taking the right steps. We've got the right pillars there, and there are some numbers to support that. Although we don't see a massive increase in population, we're not seeing a decrease. And that is very positive for me in rural Alberta. Also, if we look at the number of housing starts, that means that people, and as we look around our community, they're replacing the old farmhouse, they're replacing the mobile home of 20 years ago with a new long-term commitment to life and the quality of life in Clearwater County. So I think this is a very good report card in that sense. Doesn't mean we can't redouble our efforts in certain areas that we think we need additional focus on. But I'm very encouraged by what I see in this report. Very difficult for a municipality to fight a trend. And I think we've taken some of those necessary steps to create a positive outlook for our community. I think it's also very clear that just having a positive image and a positive viewpoint of and a direction of where you're going isn't always enough to fight away the concept of negativity, that we can't do it here, we haven't been able to do it here. That concept drags us down. And I don't want to sound like I'm on a soapbox, but it does drag us down much more than positive efforts. A few negative comments, well, we can't do it here, or it's too big of a job, or it's too hard to do. Those things tend to play on us more, and that doesn't create the proper vision for modest growth within our community. And really growth is what is absolutely necessary to fill our schools, fill our churches, keep our businesses thriving and growing. Those are the kind of concepts that we as a council, we as an organization can put additional energies into creating the necessary change to meet a positive future. We're always going to be stuck with change, but if we want to meet it in a more positive way, I think we've taken many of those steps, and I think we can do even better. So I appreciate the report card, and I see a lot of positives in it.
Okay. Anyone else for comments or questions? I know for myself, as mentioned in the document, that it's been supported through CAPE. I think that is a critical relationship for all of Central Alberta and the municipalities that are memberships of. And as Councillor Northcott has sat on that for the last year, I'm sure he's seen the drive through Invest Alberta a couple weeks ago, through Invest SiteLink. It's a way to promote our county outside the normal radius, I would say. So I totally appreciate the fact that we have a strong relationship with them and that organization. And as this council has already done too, we've all attended the EDA conference in Kananaskis, and understanding there that those critical relationships also help with this report card and help promote our county and what the opportunities that we have here. So going back to your comment, Mr. Pratt, in regards to developers are hesitant to go into rural communities. CAPE did a tour of Eagle Builders, and that was the Eagle Builders. They gave us a tour of a wonderful concept of, basically from, birth to, they do the whole gamut, like all of it. And they said they struggle to go into rural communities because they don't see a return. And so they are willing to do in an Innisfil, or they're willing to go to, a larger center that has something that's a little bit more thriving, more amenities to help, ensure that their projects, their homes, their apartment buildings, condos, whatever they do decide to build are full. Like, they don't want empty units, and that's understandable. And I know I tried. I said we can keep them filled. We have an active oil and gas, and we have people that are wanting to move to the area, but we haven't quite presented that business case enough but maybe one day that'll be good. So any other comments or questions on the report before I call for a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Eve. On page 40, you talk about 39 and 40, you talk about the power and gas providers that are in the area, and the rates a snapshot of what the rates looked like when you contacted them. But I think what we should be putting in there is the value that Clearwater County doesn't have a municipal franchise fee. Like, in big bold letters, we do not have that. Like, we are not putting 20% on top of your bill for your electric bill. We're not putting 35% on top for your natural gas bill. And boast that's money that is left in people's pockets in Clearwater County because we don't have those things. So I think it would be great to have that added in there. Because 20% is a lot on an electrical bill, 35% is a lot on a natural gas bill. And Clearwater County is not doing that, even though they have the option within the MGA to do so.
Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor. Go ahead, Director Hager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. Just a reminder for the committee that the Hamlet of Caroline does charge franchise fees. And as well, I believe that administration has been asked to explore the implementation of franchise fees in other areas of the county. So that for consideration.
Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. The Hamlet of Caroline, it wasn't in our control at the time to make the decision on whether or not to do franchise fees. How long is that contract, and can Clearwater remove the franchise fees from that hamlet? They are punitive, and we don't own that infrastructure to require the franchise fees to pay for the upgrades of that infrastructure. So it doesn't really make sense to have them. So how long is that contract, and can we remove those franchise fees from the Hamlet of Caroline?
Go ahead, Ms. Soren.
It's an annual contract with the providers, so it can be revisited each year.
When in the year?
I believe it's January 1st is
Okay.
the renewal date.
Perfect. Can we put that, sorry, Reeve, if I may?
Yes.
Can we add that to the action items? That way it doesn't get missed. The CEO report has an action item sometimes attached to it. If we can add make sure that we review those and review their value and review their need, so that the new council knows to check into that in January.
Okay, are there any other comments, questions, or looking for a motion as to what we would like to do with the economic development strategy review? I think as outlined here, it's, oh, sorry, Director Hager?
Yeah, I apologize, and I would have probably been okay if I didn't get a few more words in, but truly, I think the economic development strategy is foundational, but council's work when they look at capital budget planning is part of that economic development strategy. So some of those successes, some of those projects we've been part of, like natural gas to Nordegg, those aren't things that were identified specifically within the economic development strategy, but those decisions were based on future economic development of that hamlet. So it's kind of tying in all the successes council's had over the past years and money spent on development in hamlets, in Nordegg, in servicing upgrades. All of those things contribute to the economic development strategy and how we market the developability of Clearwater County comes out of those decision making. So just wanted to add that to the discussion for the tangibles that Councillor Ratcliffe was looking for. We kind of itemize year over year in our annual report, so I could resend that to you if you like, and some of the tactics that we do as part of the economic development strategy. But I truly think some of those bigger picture capital projects are where council's broadband, natural gas, all of those things are contributing factors significantly to the future potential of economic development in Clearwater County. So that was all I wanted to add.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lawye?
And thank you for that reminder. I think it drives home the importance of long-range visioning and a strategic plan and set of goals and a strategy to reach those things. Highly important, and it yields results. It doesn't yield results in the immediacy. It is truly a long-range plan, and Clearwater County has been very successful because it has placed an importance on long-range planning, building for the future, putting infrastructure in place that supports those goals. It's very easy in decision-making to be very reactive and only look at the creature in front of you at the moment, the loudest voice in front of you, the repetitive message from something. The idea is that you also look at long-range goals as well. We've seen other municipalities where they're totally reactive, they deal with only the problem of the day, and they're in constant crisis. That's why Clearwater County is not in crisis at this time. I think it is a factor, it is a result of long-range planning and a sound plan to reach those goals over time. So I think, again, this report card gives us a measure of success that we have been achieving at least portions of all those strategies and goals that have been set out as a priority, not only by this council, but the previous council and the council before that and the councils we've had all the way through. And hopefully the councils we have in the future still recognize the importance of planning for the future. Nothing occurs by accident. It is through plans, and we want to make sure that we have the good discussions ahead of time and also have a report card to measure how we have done over the last timeframes. And I think this one has an awful lot of positives, so I appreciate the information.
Mr. Pratt?
I would just like to mention that the 2019 Economic Development Strategy was created knowing that the MDP and the land use bylaws were going to be updated sometime soon. So now that those actually exist in their newest form, the strategy can work within that, which is very positive. I want to mention, Councillor Lahi was talking about goals. Really, the Economic Development Strategy is meant to support the goals of what council would like the county to look like 20 or 30 years down the road. And the strategy is sort of what do we want to do over the next 5 to 7 years to help go work toward those, what we would like things to look like in 20 or 30 years.
Thank you. I was at a conference and they're saying actually a strategic plan should be, yeah, you plan out, as you mentioned, 5 to 7 years, but really 2 to 3 is really where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, and can be a little bit more of a direct and guiding light.
Well, because there are very few activities that I can undertake this year that actually show a result in 2 or 3 years, right? Like many of the things, it's capital plans, create the plans, create the zoning, create the development and infrastructure. That's multiple years to get that done. What part of the economic development strategy does, getting community and business input, plus working with some of our colleagues in other communities, is identifying what we sort of need to do today to get what we want years down the road.
Right. That's where a regional collaboration really can oomph the outcome.
Yeah, I really appreciate like the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance and CAPE and some of these other groups, hearing what's working in those communities and what's not working, or some of the obstacles they run into, has been of great benefit to me in trying to, okay, we don't want to do that part, or that may usually things that don't work someplace else don't work locally as well. But hearing what does work is always a great way. That networking, sharing of information is vital. Not every community is the same. I mean, we have a rural community of 12 to 13,000 people. That's quite different from a lot of other rural Alberta counties. But hearing that, they're struggling with housing, we're struggling with housing, what works with them, and what businesses they can attract. I mean, the truth is, compared to some rural communities, we are blessed with so many pipelines. We are blessed with so much infrastructure from oil and gas that actually enable the activities that a lot of other communities are just not able to do. And looking at those that are successful in what they do, the regional collaboration, for me, most of it is information sharing, and a very big benefit that way.
For sure. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Just one more suggested amendment, and then I can make the motion to adopt as amended if that's what we're ready for. Page 62, under protective or like services that are available, protective services, fire is on the top line there, and then it says service provider, Rocky Mountain House Fire Department. We probably should change that to Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services, and then list station, 20 Condor, 10 Leslieville, 30 Caroline, et cetera, just so that it provides clarity to people reading this for the regional system in which our fire services operate. And then they are also aware that we have stations throughout the municipality as a whole. And then I will make the motion to adopt as amended.
Councillor Lai.
Thank you, and I will, of course, be supporting that motion, but just, with the comments around, I just wanted to say that we identify as an agricultural community, and as terrific stewards of the land, we know the importance of planning. So it's not just a question of what's for lunch. We know that we have to till the soil, we have to seed the crop, we have to cultivate that crop to make it healthy. We have to look towards the harvest before we can put that meal on the plate. And I think those are the steps that our community recognizes that are important. I hope they recognize that that's what this report card is showing, the success of that process. It's not the easiest, quickest way to a solution to a problem, but it's a way to really provide for the future of our community. And I'm appreciative of the information presented in it, and the opportunity to see where we need additional efforts and where we're doing pretty good. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just a quick one that yes, this area truly is blessed with opportunity. Prosperity is within our reach.
Right. Any other comments or questions on this? Is there a way that there could be a one-page, two-sided of this profile that I think would assist new council coming in? Because like I say, we all go to these different conferences, and it's a way to maybe help educate if we happen to talk to a business owner or whatever else. It's no different than we have a one-pager for our strat plan. Just to have something like that about our economic profile. Go ahead, Director Hager.
Absolutely, Chair Swanson, we can make that happen. We'll use some of the similar graphics and information and try and consolidate it to like an elevator pitch type two-pager that you can take with. So for sure, that can be achieved.
That's great. I commend the report. I think it's eye-catching. I think it's very thorough in what it's what's trying to convey and relay, and hopefully we can generate more interest in the future. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Cermak.
I do have to speak up. I thought that the report was very well done. Well, after I was all done reading and everything, I see that we still have the same problem today that we did in 2019. We do not have any serviced land available for a business to come in and buy. That's what they want. They don't want to have to service it. They don't want to have to do anything. They want to buy the land and put their business to work. That's why we're losing businesses in this county. And the other thing is that we don't have any housing or rentals available. And that's exactly the same as it was in 2019. We haven't moved ahead in 6 years. I've had people come and ask me about putting in a car wash in Caroline. I said, we don't have the facilities to handle it, so we can't put it in. People are sitting and waiting for 6 years to do this. I think it's a great report, but we really haven't moved ahead. Sorry to be the downer, but I'm seeing it from my perspective. I think we've done a lot of great things. I think broadband's a great thing. We certainly don't have many people hooked up on the broadband yet. Hopefully it's gonna happen in the next couple of years, but that's still 2 years away to get big business in here and have it set up for them. We don't have an arbiter in this county. We don't have a farm dealership in this county. We don't have a fertilizer dealer. I can go through 2 handfuls of essential businesses that we need in this area that we don't have. Sorry to be the downer, but I'm just saying what I see that we need here. And I think we are certainly looking to the future, but we've still got the same problems we had in 2019. And I know that this county has grown and has done a lot of great things, but I think we still need to do some more.
You raise a great point, Councillor Cermak, and that is, I would say to you that I believe the last two, this council and the council before have recognized that, but at the end of the day, it is up to those developers and everything else, and we're working at it as Councillor, or sorry, as Mr. Pratt has mentioned. It just takes a little bit of time to create those incentives, but a lot of lights popped up when you were making your comments, so we're gonna just go around here. So go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. As far as, like you mentioned specifically, like a car wash, and you've had, there's 6 years and things haven't happened, we just took on the Hamlet in January. So to expect us to be able to completely have gone through all of that infrastructure and upgraded it to where it needs to be, et cetera. I don't think that Clearwater County can be left on the hook or blamed for 6 years of that waiting when we just got the Hamlet and need to do the upgrades on that just in January. So that, I just don't want our staff to be looked at like they didn't do enough because we just got them in January.
Councillor Lawyer?
Thank you, and thank you, Reeve Swanson. And I can certainly agree with Councillor Cermak. I might have a different perspective on it. We don't have those things yet. But what we do have, and the changes that have occurred, are the foundational pieces that allow a greater flexibility for those businesses to invest in their time and their money in Clearwater County. So I think having those foundational things such as updated municipal development plan and updated land use bylaw, that removes that red tape that is a barrier. Infrastructure deficits. We're in the process of either have corrected those infrastructure deficits, or if we're looking at the former village, that we would be looking at those infrastructure deficits that have been a barrier to those very things that you're talking about there. We have area structure plans in place now so that for developers that allows a less red tape pathway forward into those kinds of developments. We can offer much more now from the efforts that have been done over the last 6 years. And I know that our community realizes we can do anything here in Clearwater County. We have that ability. We just can't do everything everywhere all at once. And that's where the planning, that's where the budgeting, the sound efficiencies found with a knowledgeable and a vision for the future, and recognizing that there's a strategic deployment of those funds to meet those goals. And I think we will get there. We're just not there. We're just not there yet.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Councillor Cermak, for having the courage to state your view there. And that's kind of where I was going, is about tangible results. We don't do economic development around this table. We don't, except in Nordic, really build. So this really requires a lot of outreach into the community, where the economic developers, the visionaries, are building our community. So that's a challenge the next council is going to have to face, is to look at where we've been and decide what changes we may need to move going forward to capture the opportunities that are around us. Thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
Good morning. Yes, I just wanted to maybe talk about what we're gonna be doing a little bit later in the day, is going over the 2026 capital project list. And of course, you can talk about each of these projects one-off, but really it needs to be considered in the bigger picture and where on the priority list this lands as far as up against the other capital projects that are on the work plan, which there's a specific item to do with the infrastructure within the Hamlet of Caroline, and then seeing even the broader picture of the county as a whole later in the day.
Thank you. So motion on the floor by Councillor Meloff that council adopt the economic development strategy as amended. Councillor Cermak?
Aye. I was just going to say that every time I talk to Jerry or his people that are outside, even the town developing officer, they all keep saying that the businesses come here and we don't have anything to supply them, and so they leave and go somewhere else. Is that not true?
Mr. Brett?
Well, the county doesn't own much land to do that, and in the private world, there's not much either. The truth is the inventory is very low for businesses. And so things like the land use bylaw, the updated NDP, activities that the county can take in Caroline, Westerville, they've been undertaking in Nordegg, improve those opportunities significantly.
Okay. All right, so motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. All right, thank you for coming in and sharing that. That was been awesome. Okay, moving on now to item 4.2, which is the 2025 fall resolutions. I believe that falls with Director Hager.
You bet. Thanks, Jerry. All right.
Morning.
So the Strategic Planning Committee and Council would be familiar. A couple times a year we talk about resolutions. We've had a few motions throughout the course of the last 6 months that have been brought up, and we're approaching the deadline for the first one, which is the RMA Fall Convention that's coming up. So this agenda item is to outline some of the previous motions, some of the actions that have happened since those motions, and just to seek further clarity in some instances in terms of which motions council is willing to table at what convention, whether it's fall or next spring, and through what processes. So I'll start with the one that most recently council's talked about at their last, sorry, it wasn't the last meeting, it was in July, regular meeting. There was a motion related to rural crime specific to Nordegg that had come from a delegation of that community wishing enhanced services. I know the service level discussion took place at a meeting when I wasn't in the office. But the motion itself read that council direct administration to write a letter to the RCMP expressing concerns. That's been achieved, and bring back options to the Strategic Planning Committee and draft potential resolution options to the RMA regarding Nordegg rural crime. So I mentioned that letter has been sent to K Division. The options are what were brought forward at the August 26th council meeting in terms of things that could be done, not specific to a resolution, but specific to service level. And so administration is just looking for a little bit more clarity in terms of what would go into a resolution. And I did put at the end of the agenda item what resolution requirements are in order to carry a resolution to the central zone or to RMA. We wouldn't be able to send one specific to Nordegg, of course. Like, it would have to meet the objective of being provincial scope, not just for Clearwater County or Nordegg Hamlet specific. So knowing that the deadline is short, we could turn something around fairly quickly for council, and maybe send it out by email to get some feedback. But before we do that work, wanted to get further direction from this committee to see what components that we're gonna be seeking, and is it an ask of the RCMP, I'm assuming. But yeah, so further clarification would be great, and in terms of how we would make that a resolution that extends beyond Clearwater County.
Okay, maybe we'll take these one by one and then go from there. Okay, Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think a resolution is necessary. I don't necessarily think we need to link it to the RCMP. The province has done a lot of work moving actually away from the RCMP. So I think linking it specifically to the RCMP, whether we feel positively or negatively about that shift, I think we can stay away from that entirely and just focus on enforcement. We pay a good number in order to get enforcement. So I think a resolution outlining just increasing enforcement in rural Alberta to meet the needs of rural Albertans is appropriate, based on the police funding model that we pay into and are now expected to get a double-digit increase to that. For what value? We still have people in Nordegg that need a higher level of enforcement, people well, everywhere. I could just name off everybody. So they either need to give more powers to the CPO system, in which, like, some of our officers already have some enhanced abilities. We have enhanced CPOs. They need to increase their sheriff fleet if they're not willing to direct the RCMP, or they need to increase the RCMP. So, but we need to just give them that we want more enforcement, and then they can determine exactly how they do that, because we don't want to be too prescriptive with how they manage that. But I think us advocating for more enforcement is well overdue, and doing it on a stage is appropriate at this point. So I would absolutely endorse a resolution to that effect.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Not saying we don't need to proceed with a resolution, but for the Nordegg crime wave, is there another option? Pardon me. Do we have space in the public service building in Nordegg for an officer to work out of? Do we have staff housing available in Nordegg? If that's the case, can we invite the provincial sheriffs to station some people there for a period of time to investigate the group that is performing these thefts in Nordegg, and we may get a quicker solution for an immediate problem.
Director Hager?
Thank you, Chair Swanson. To answer the first question, the committee member Ratcliffe mentioned was the space for the RCMP within the Public Services Building in Nordegg. Short answer is yes, there is office space, one office space that could be utilized by the RCMP. They do pop in as they're in the area sometimes. They also do stay in the dorms occasionally, as do the sheriffs, when they're in town for a joint force operation. So they certainly know of that opportunity already. Could we extend that further? Absolutely. Could be office reallocation that could be done as well, perhaps, if they needed more than one space. So certainly I don't think the building for office space is an issue. I think that's existing. They know it's there. The dorms are temporary. They're not intended to be for full-time living accommodations. So something like staff housing is not something that I'm aware of that the county has that would be able to be extended to a partner agency. Certainly on the short term with the dorms in the Public Services Building, but maybe not for a permanent solution. we ourselves have had to do some capital planning process to have our own staff that work out in that area have somewhere to live for the summer seasonal type workforce. Inviting more patrol, more joint force operations, enhanced patrols. I do think even having the delegations of recent, I think those have also contributed to more presence in the area. And I mean, more presence won't equal zero crime. Unfortunately, that, you know, the opportunity is usually what drives those type of things happening. And certainly an enhanced presence would potentially bring down that opportunity, but it wouldn't necessarily eliminate it 100%. There's no 100% solution either. So I have, just in conversations with our local staff sergeant in Rocky Mountain House, I've noticed that it seems to be that they're out and about in that area more frequently, and it might be nature of the call volumes that are out there for sure. But certainly we could include those types of opportunities for office space and temporary dorm for the joint force operations and our continued communication with the RCMP. But they are aware of those being extended already, and that was, you know, the visionary thinking when Council of the Day built that facility to have those office spaces and dorms available for use by any of the public services that are out in the Nordegg area.
Okay. Follow-up?
Not yet.
Okay, Councillor Gibson?
Nordegg isn't just the only place that crime is advancing quickly, and once they solve Nordegg's, it'll just move on to another area. So I think overall the entire county has to have increased police force enhancement, because they know that we're 40 minutes away from Rocky. They time everything, including like pulling the ATM out of the bank, doing whatever they do. They know that the time is there. So I think we need to have increased officers throughout the county. We did get the RCMP float through Caroline at different hours like we requested when we were a village. That lasted for a little while, but then it's kind of eased off. So I really do think that we definitely do, as a county, need more police enhancement.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and I think Councillor Gibson's absolutely right. It's not unique, not a unique problem to Clearwater County. I think it's been said that it's like setting out a smorgasbord and then being frustrated with the police that they can't keep all the flies away. So I think it has to be a multifaceted approach, and I see value in keeping that voice being in the province's ear, that they do have a role to play in this too, as well as our community, individuals, and the county as well. I think we do have a role to play in that. I am hoping, and I see great promise in technology being able to help people maintain the security of their property, to discourage those easy targets, harden your target a bit so that, and many of the strategies that have been successful here are really having a presence, having, pushing that unsavory part of our community further away from the core of our residents. And I think it's important to keep that buzz in the ear of our provincial politicians and our federal politicians as well.
You bet. I echo the sentiments of what's already been said, but also the fact when this was first implemented by the province on counties to be able to, you know, to part of the funding of this police model, funding model. I know that past council had brought forth the point that we already do contribute, credit past councils for, you know, already, you know, doing those staffed positions and everything else and assisting in that way, and we were never given credit for going out of our way, and adding to that service level above and beyond for our residents, assisting the RCMP in those ways. So and I mean, I fully believe then that this council and the past councils have don't want to take away that particular service level that we do offer right now for the Rocky Station. But I do agree that having a conversation with our peers at a conference, putting forth a resolution just to say maybe the opportunity is that RMAs give them the tools to even dive deeper into this and maybe help push, because I know Councillor Cermak and Councillor Gibson participated in the police funding webinar this past summer, and so I know as Councillor Meloff has mentioned, the province has taken a different swing at this, and it's causing some confusion in a lot of ways because it's who's above who, and but at the end of the day, the crime is organized, and so we do want to keep our community safe. Director Hager.
Oh, you bet. I thought Councillor Melhoff was going to go before me,
Yep.
but I just, to add on to the advocacy related to the funding model. And, you know, even these discussions are great for administration because we also carry that message when we sit on focus groups or things related to regulation change. So for the police funding model, it's, I guess, stay tuned. I accounted for a modest increase in budget, but not a doubling of the amount we pay because we haven't heard yet and we're not likely to hear before April of 2026. So, you know, if what we put in budget isn't sufficient to cover that, a budget adjustment might be required when they actually decide. I just wanted to bring the, kind of the dollars to the table for their conversation. It's 1.35 million we've paid for the last couple years of the police funding model. That's based on a user pay system, but it's not 100% funded. That's only at that 30% level of the provincial cost of that service being provided to our municipality based on a formula. It's very complex, and some of the things we may not be accounted for in that formula are things like the 2.5 full-time equivalent administrative positions the county funds for another couple $100,000 a year, adding on to that 1.35 million, as well as the school resource officer program, which those are all service levels council determined that were of councils of past and present. Obviously, we approve budgets every year, have determined to be very important to our community. But those dollars do add up, and there is an expectation of that police funding model increasing. And I know we've heard that, we just don't know how much. So we've put in an expected adjustment, but it could be a larger one depending on what they do. So whatever we're asking in a resolution would likely filter back as well in a cost increase to the local municipalities. I can't see it not being a user pay. And so I think maybe we need to be that clear. You know, we understand this is a user pay system, and we still want it. And so we have to articulate that in the resolution. It would be my recommendation as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just going back to what Councillor Ratcliffe was saying with regards to space in our public services building, I think that we need to look at pursuing that, particularly when the Premier was in Nordegg. Enforcement was brought up several times in that meeting, and in fact, it was suggested that maybe that they needed to look at putting a sheriff in Nordegg by the Premier. That was one of her suggestions. I think we need to send a letter to her and Minister Ellis and Minister Nixon saying, we'd like to take you up on your offer. We've even got a space here that we can work collaboratively with you, the province, and our public services building, and give you a place to work out of so that we are actively actioning this problem. And later in our agenda, we're gonna talk about some other areas in the province. Perhaps it's not just limited to the community of Nordegg. Perhaps we need to make sure that we're building that in to our public services building across the county, because as they build this out, they're going to need spaces for these individuals to work out of. Perhaps we can be part of the solution and solve some of our enforcement issues at the same time. So I would suggest that we can write that letter right away.
I agree with you, Councillor Melhoff, but I also want to make the province aware of what costs it is to our ratepayers to do this as well. So absolutely, we're part of the solution, but it does come at a cost for our ratepayers as well. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I think that really highlights the importance of advocacy on this issue. Clearwater County has always been very proactive, even when there wasn't a funding model. Clearwater County supported additional administrative positions within our local detachment. and also provincial, regional initiatives that brought an awareness to the problems here. That advocacy is extremely important. We advocated along with with other rural municipalities and urban municipalities. I think the urban municipalities were looking for a bit of a cut in their provincial or their policing supports, and instead the province saw fit to bring all rural municipalities in on a greater contribution and financially to these services. So we hope that the advocacy can see that we get value and action on what the community believes is and is a very large problem within all of rural Alberta, within all of Alberta, maybe all of Canada, maybe all of the world. But we can be proactive in supporting and through our advocacy, that really is what drives home action.
Absolutely. And it's also part of the workforce issue that we just previously discussed, and that is trying to attract not only those particular professions to come and live here, but also to maybe inspire youth to go into that profession. So it's a double-edged sword with some of that as well. So, all right. So with that, I guess Director Hickert, would you like a motion to kind of seal this topic first and then to go forward and we'll continue on with the agenda item, or do you want one overall motion?
I don't think there's any harm in doing a motion for each one, because it could be a complex if there's three different things, especially if you decide different matters. So what I heard from this conversation was the council, that the strategic planning committee, of course this isn't council, but we had to meet the deadline. So we'll get you that resolution and have an official endorsement at the next meeting. But the council supports a resolution to the RMA Fall Convention related to enhanced enforcement in rural Alberta, understanding the user pay system, as well, and write a letter to the Premier and Minister Ellis and others related to specifically for accommodating sheriffs within our public services building or any other policing model that would achieve the objective to have more crime fighting ability within those areas. So those are two different things. I think you could put that in one motion for sure if council committee so wishes.
Okay, Councillor Meloff.
I would be happy to make that very motion. I think you outlined it extremely well, and I will make that motion.
Good. Okay. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have a question. Does that motion include specifically offering our facilities to provincial sheriffs in Nordegg?
I think I said it more generally, but that was the intent, would be to offer facilities. And there may be, again, I always harken back to the capital contribution, though the building exists. If they were to use it as a detachment, there might be different levels of security or separations, things that might have to change in the building that I'm not aware of, but that would be a consideration, especially if it became a public serving building. So we would have to generally state that we'd be willing and then have a more detailed discussion if they took us up on it in terms of what it might cost the county to do that. But yeah, I think that was the intent of the motion, was to include in the letter that, as you mentioned when you were in Nordegg, we could already accommodate it with a facility with some tweaks.
Okay, so it would include an invitation to use those facilities, because I think even 2 months of nighttime patrols could solve this problem in Nordegg.
Councillor Gibson?
Great motion.
Sorry. A little confused. Is this motion for a letter to go to the government? This has got nothing to do with resolutions? Am I correct on that?
Councillor Meloff?
This motion is for both. Building a resolution to RMA for enhanced enforcement in rural Alberta, because resolutions to RMA should be based on a provincial requirement, not a Clearwater County need. And further to that, to have our administration write a letter to Premier Smith, Minister Ellis, and include our own MLA, Minister Nixon, outlining some of the ways that we can collaborate on enhanced enforcement within our specific communities.
Okay, thank you. I was a little confused because I didn't want to be specific, nor did I if it's a resolution, so that was.
Yeah, so
It's
one
carried out.
one motion, two topics.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a quick 15-minute break. Welcome back. We just had a quick break. We are in the middle of item 4.2, which is the 2025 fall resolutions. We just finished a motion in regards to crime, and we are now moving specifically the rural crime in Nordic, and now we're going to move on to the fire apparatus replacement. Go ahead. Director Hager.
All right, thank you again. Moving into the next previous motion that we've talked about. The motion previous was council directing administration to engage with the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association to hopefully build a resolution to submit to the FCM or applicable agency to investigate changes to the underwriters and National Fire Protection Association to better reflect apparatus needs of a modern fire service. A little background in terms of what this ask, I believe, was intended for was to, so the Fire Underwriter Survey is a organization that audits municipal fire services to determine what they have for fleet within their stations in terms of responding to fire. And that is what they use to determine insurance premiums for communities or areas of communities. It's a process we went through a couple years ago. It's not an audit that's done every year, but on a rotation. So I believe we were at once every 10 years kind of thing. And then they expect us to update on a regular basis in terms of as apparatus cycle out. So myself and fire administration believed that the intent of this motion was met. Previous chief had spoken with the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association on a board that they sat on to pass along that ask. And so we had kind of deemed that one checked off, but we heard it come back up again in council. So I thought I'd bring this to the committee and have a discussion and see if that's something we wish to proceed with as well. And then just also noted in a previous meeting that fire underwriter survey does have the ability to, there's a form you can fill out to extend apparatus life beyond, you say it's a typical 20-year lifespan for a large engine. That could be extended by an additional 5+ years just through an application process, obviously demonstrating maintenance records, pump testing, all of those things that would ensure that apparatus is still useful for frontline service. And then there's some of the other considerations like apparatus that might still be in a station but that aren't considered the primary pump and water source for. Those can be a secondary or third. So those also can exceed that 20-year lifespan for a large engine, for instance. And even some of the ones that we've had coming out of our fleet because of the delivery times have exceeded a 20-year lifespan. And they kind of just get like an asterisk on their fire underwriter survey audit to say, this is to be replaced and this is the plan kind of thing. So it's without even the exception form, it just says, it's in the process in the queue to be replaced. So I do feel that there is already somewhat of a choice for municipalities to keep equipment beyond that National Fire Protection Association's lifespan, should we choose to do that as part of our capital planning process, which again, we'll be talking about capital in another portion of the meeting. So we feel like that's allowable already. But of course, there are other reasons, and we consult with fleet very closely on why we may not wish to keep an apparatus beyond that lifespan anyway, and those could be anywhere from safety to technology, changes that come about. So over a course of 20 years, functionality, cost of annual maintenance. Some trucks built at certain times have gremlins, as they call them, that consistently take the truck out of service and probably cost more than that replacement cost would be. So again, fire and fleet work very, very closely together. We're very fortunate to have two groups that work on equipment to be able to determine how and when things are replaced and replace them when they're required. And just wanted to seek the committee's direction on whether a formal resolution by Clearwater County to either RMA or the FCM are what's now expected of this process, and as we can certainly accommodate that absolutely. And then I will mention as well, probably because we weren't communicating that we thought this one was checked off. Councillor Melhoff made another motion at the last meeting, council meeting, to have this topic as a potential resolution and discuss it with our regional partners, with Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services at an upcoming ICC meeting for a resolution for the FCM. So I'd started preparing this item before that motion came about, so I kind of just plopped that in at the very end. So I think that's the direction that we wish to go. So I just wanted to get a thumbs up on that, and then if so, administratively, I'll be passing that torch along to whoever fills my shoes for Clearwater County, but certainly that's something we can have the CAOs add to an ICC agenda.
For sure. Thank you for that. Counselor Melham?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm comfortable with it being moved to the ICC. The only downside is then it does miss the resolution deadline if the ICC had decided to do one for the fall RMA and AMs, which is unfortunate. I love what you said in the middle there, that there's reasons not to keep fire apparatus beyond because of safety, technology, functionality, and cost of annual maintenance and repair. My point on this has always been that should always be the reason. It should never be how many years is on the equipment. I just think they should be removing the years of service entirely and have it based on tactical requirements, technology, safety, functionality. It should not be about how old this is. Councillor Lougheed at the last council meeting had mentioned that there's aircraft that have been in operation well beyond 20, 25, 30, 40, 50 years. And they are still flying through the air. And some of our stations are considered uncovered anyway, so their insurance premiums are already at the highest that they can be. So then to also require a municipality to have a 20-year-old frontline engine, even though it's not going to actually impact their insurance premiums because they're considered an uninsurable area or an unprotected area, thank you. It's really detrimental to many, we are very lucky in Clearwater County to be able to have these beautiful apparatus for our firefighters. Not every municipality has the ability to do what we have done. And these resolutions to RMA and the federal government and AM are all supposed to be based on the greater good of the whole area. And Councillor Gibson, could Caroline, if it was a village and not a regional service, and it was simply just the village, could you have had the fire service in which that the village has enjoyed for many, many years?
Standalone? No.
Exactly.
And I think if they don't age out, that means if we no longer need a particular item, it can be sent off to another county or another municipality that can use it, and age does not matter, as long as it's functional and working to its full potential. And I think that is the big thing, because I'm sure there are a lot of fire stations that are really struggling right now with the cost of equipment. And if you can pass off a piece of equipment that you no longer need, then I think it should be able to do that. But right now, you hang on to it till it ages out, and then where does it go?
Mexico.
Yeah.
Like in all honesty, it goes to either the United States or Mexico, or put in a barge to go to a different country. But further to that, we've seen this even within our own municipality. We bought back the aerial, the completely good functioning piece of equipment that was originally the tactical aerial for Station 60, stationed out of Rocky Mountain House, and we bought it, and it is going to be implemented as a second line aerial unit within the community, because it's still perfectly functional. And we had to buy a $2 million piece of equipment in order to replace it. And it was a perfectly functioning unit. So that doesn't mean it's not without other maintenance upgrades and stuff, but my point is that's what should be determining it, not the years.
Did you want to offer a comment at this point, or?
I think, I didn't have a specific comment, but I think the motion from the September 9th of having a resolution included in an upcoming ICC, I'm not sure when the next ICC meeting, it's this Friday, okay, so it didn't make that agenda. So it'll have to be the next one, and I imagine that'll be in October or November, so I'll work with the CAOs to make that happen. Okay, it's on the agenda for this week?
I thought it was tomorrow, okay, so I thought our meeting was tomorrow.
It is on the
sorry,
agenda?
you're right,
Okay.
16th.
I haven't even
had
seen it,
Friday
so-
in my mind, sorry. Yeah, sorry, no.
It may
the
already
meeting
be
is
on the
tomorrow.
agenda, I've been
It's-
told, so
Oh,
I
okay.
think we're checking that box to start that process to determine if we want to do a regional resolution.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Yes, I agree. The determining factor should be capability and condition, and I think we need to keep that message in the forefront until the changes are made.
There you go. And I am looking at the agenda for tomorrow, and it is on the agenda tomorrow for the ICC 5.4. Okay, very good. Okay, so if there's nothing further to this, we can move on then to the next resolution topic.
All right, the next resolution on the list of ones we're wishing to talk with council and the committee about are related to the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, the FRIA grant process. And so the motion was council to direct administration to investigate advocacy options for removing burdensome nature of the FRIA grant and the impact of removing that funding from the government allocations directly into the granting programs. As part of that, investigating advocacy options or taking the administrative, liberty of discussing it when we had opportunity at the last RMA. Myself and the CAO Emmons met with council and the Minister Lowen and some of their ministerial staff and simply said that, you know, for processes for granting the municipality funding in order to do work on public lands would make more sense if it was direct to their department funded. I do understand that they were successful in getting quite a bit of funding in our local forest area this year for some maintenance projects, which is awesome. So maybe they heard us. But the process still exists for us to be able to apply for projects that would cover both public lands and municipal lands. So we think we can go a little bit further and put some advocacy options for the committee to consider. That we could send a letter like we did in the first resolution that we talked about to the minister with stating specifically what we'd like to see changed in the FRIA program. We can do an RMA resolution as part of a process, or we can continue through administration and committee work and working with our partners in the local forest areas to seek those opportunities to kind of support changes that are coming up through the departments. And then just spoiler alert, the next agenda will have another grant application for FRIA. Council has to endorse every single one, so you know money coming in and projects that are planned as part of that Nordeg plan. So it would just be a continuation. Another 200,000 will be coming to the next meeting for an application. So just as an FYI, that's coming. And of those advocacy options, and they're not exhaustive, there's probably many I didn't think of when we threw this agenda item together, just wishing to seek the committee's direction on whether we want a resolution specific to RMA for this fall, for the spring. Good news is there'll be another convention in March if we don't make the deadline for this fall convention. And then we can go forth and do what the committee and council wishes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Milov?
This was me again. Advocacy is such a huge part of our job that I think these are very important. I don't see a reason why we can't do all three. Writing letters, building resolutions, and of course having administration take the opportunities. I don't see a reason why we can't do all three. Just by the sheer nature of you explaining that we have another grant application coming through. It's great, and you guys have been extremely successful at doing that, but the administrative burden on having to continually advocate in all of the paperwork that goes into this grant cycle for stuff that the department themselves, like Wade has built this massive, amazing plan. Why is it such a burden to then apply for the funding in which to accomplish this? So I think that your department will definitely be able to articulate even better some of the ways that some of the red tape can be reduced from that process, and perhaps that's another direction in which to take this. Minister Lowen has always been extremely receptive to trying to make changes where they can, but perhaps the red tape reduction minister needs to be included in some of this process so that he can assist with implementing some of those changes in which to reduce just the red tape that goes with some of these applications forms, so that the money, instead of it going into building applications and filling out paperwork, can be spent on actual forest management.
I am in favor of doing the letter, and I would actually add to that Minister Gublish, because he is going through a process right now trying to do exactly that as far as eliminate red tape for a process that's already been in existence. Nothing's really changes, and would actually speed up that process. As far as an RMA resolution, really this really impacts not the whole county. So I really don't want this to be brought to the floor when it really only impacts our eastern slopes and those to the north. I think it's an opportunity to maybe take it, should we not get any results, maybe it could be, you know, a resolution that comes forth in a year from now, November of 2026 versus right away. I think it's an opportunity for us to just see where we can move the needle with Minister Lowen on this through our maybe one-on-one meetings or through the committee work. So I would support 2 out of the 3. So, Councillor Mello.
No, that's super good comments, and I would actually agree. And perhaps there's an opportunity then where you have the 3 options there, removing the RMA resolution as an option and instead putting engaging with the Eastern Slopes Board that was created, so that you're actually engaging and working as a united unit for that Eastern Slopes Board, who has met only once. I actually don't know where they are sitting, and I'm the one that sits on that. I've tried reaching out to them a couple of times. It'd be great to get some more interaction with them. So perhaps us coming forward with another thing that board can help work through might help reinvigorate that group. So I would actually make the motion that our advocacy options for this particular topic be letter to the various ministers that we've discussed, engaging with the Eastern Slopes Group, and administration through committee work and interaction, take the opportunity as well.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
We're in District 2, so, sorry, is District 2 basically us and north, or where does District 2 go?
We're central. We're central.
We're central district now. Yeah, we go all the way east
special areas.
as well, to special areas, yeah.
Oh, so we're, okay, that is why. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That makes sense then, to do that.
Any other comments on the motion, questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. All right, thank you very much, Director Haggard, and we'll see you in a week. So moving on to Section 5, which is Agriculture and Community Services. Item 5.1 is the warming shelter funding. And welcome. Hello this morning. Good morning, Bettina. Go ahead. Yes, that's short. People have to adjust.
Yes. All right. So, as Councillor Swanson said, this item is regarding to the winter warming shelter funding. And the staff recommendation is that the Strategic Planning Committee directs administration on whether to include funding for the winter warming shelter in the 2026 budget. To provide some background, in November of 2024, the Town of Rocky Mountain House released an expression of interest for the warming shelter within the town during the winter months. The Emergency Winter Warming Shelter Working Committee responded to the expression of interest, and the process moved forward, resulting funds from the province, the town, and county to assist with operations of the warming shelter. During the January 14th, 2025 regular council meeting, council received a delegation from the Emergency Winter Warming Shelter Working Committee. The following motion was made on January 28th, 2025, approving $17,000 for the warming shelter. Motion by Councillor Jennifer Melhoff that council support the Clearwater Housing Foundation request and fund the warming center in a one-time amount of $17,000 from the contingency fund, and that was carried. Attached are the documents providing an update of the warming shelter and how it served the community during the winter months. Some highlights of the documents were 593 total overnight stays, 55 unique individuals. Donated time was 707.5 hours. Staff time was 1,544.75 hours. They were open for 101 nights. The food bank has agreed to have the warming shelter at their location again this season. The estimated budget to operate the warming shelter is $115,300. Last year, the breakdown of funding was the province of Alberta, $20,000, Clearwater County, $17,000, and the town of Rocky Mountain House was $300 per night below 20 degrees Celsius. The committee is currently speaking with the province to come to a funding agreement, but at this time, they are still in the discussion stages.
Great. So this, basically you're looking for a motion to recommend for this item. So open up the floor to comments or questions in regards to this item. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just a couple of comments that, there's a risk of Rocky Mountain House becoming a destination for homeless, because that is something that we hear at FCSS, is that people will actually get relocated from Red Deer to here because the shelters there get rather dangerous at times. I also think this really should be an issue with FCSS. Unfortunately, the regulations for FCSS say that you can't provide accommodation, which I think means we can't pay somebody's rent. That FCSS can't pay somebody's rent, but I think we need clarification on whether that would actually apply to providing, a safe place overnight.
Okay.
Because FCSS also has outreach that can provide more supports to people who would be using these shelters.
Okay. I fear that we're taking on something that the province has the responsibility for, regardless with FCSS. I think this is something that I'm pleased to see that the committee is speaking to the province. I think this is something that is, the Premier has spoken about mental health and different issues. The report is, to me, very speaks loudly to the fact that it's, how they've broken down to the different groups, some of them needing constant, some of them needing just that one night, not multiple nights. We do live in a region that unfortunately can be very harsh, and it's hard to find shelter. So I emphasize, I like the proactive opportunity that maybe the Lord's Food Bank would like to include a shower, because that's where they are anyways. So that would be a development permit with the town of Rocky Mountain House if they so choose to change, develop that as whatever's that. So I would like to see that committee come back to this council, but at the end of the day, this should not be a municipal funding issue. This should be the province funding, in my opinion. But Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm in agreement with you on that. I think the province gave us $20,000, but that isn't covering the costs, and it is a government thing. They need to step up to the plate instead of offloading it onto municipalities. And the thing is, if we pick it up, then they can wash their hands of it, and okay, it's not our thing anymore. So I do strongly think that it needs to go to the province and say, okay, you need to fund this, because it is the residents of Alberta that are suffering. And the other question I have is, okay, Clearwater County put in 17,000, but the town of Rocky Mountain House only put in 7,200. There's a discrepancy there. that I don't like. So if we were to ever to fund this again, I would say it has to be a 50-50. We do 50-50 on everything else that we do with Rocky Mountain House. This is no different if we choose to fund it. But I do think actually it's a provincial problem, not local.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lai?
Thank you, and just crunching some of the numbers. And this is one of those difficult things where you put a compassionate effort into more of a budgetary-based thing. It is actually quite a costly service. I'm looking at the projected budget, and if it's similar this year as to was last year, it is working out to about $190 per night as a stay, or per individual served over $2,100. So I know that's a significant compassionate gesture for a community. I think we have to also keep that advocacy going with the provincial responsibility in this area for a multifaceted approach. I think the approach last year was certainly a compassionate one. We don't want to see members of our community exposed to the elements. We are in an Arctic climate much of the year, and there is a need for sure. But I think we have to always be cognizant of the public purse as we extend that compassion forward. So I think just having a rationalization of the costs and the responsibilities, I think our region has always been responsive to the needs in the initiatives that we put forward, but there is a greater discussion that goes with having the province step into the areas that they've chosen or they have defined as their responsibility repeatedly, but sometimes stepped back from that and allowed municipalities to fill in those gaps. And so I think we need to push forward on that advocacy as well, and then have a contingency in place to be able to support where the need is not met by the province.
Thank you. I believe that was a good initiative to gather the data to prove this is a need, this is what's happening in our community. So, and this is a great for the committee to bring this to the province to say, listen, we recognize there's a need and that kind of thing. So it's just not hearsay and soft numbers. So I think I would say that last year was kind of a milder winter comparison to what we have. So it could be more escalated costs too in the future. If we have our normal winter, ooh, what does that look like? But anyways, all right. So what does this committee wish to do? Councillor Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with much of what Councillor Lougheed has said. So I think for an action, we need to be prepared to potentially have to do this, but continue our advocacy to hope that the province takes on what they need to do. The reality is, if they don't, I have no intention of being the council that said, no, I'm not supporting the warming shelter. I mean, I do not want to do that, because then that also turns around and burdens your healthcare system, because those individuals then end up in the emergency department or other multitude of services that are available within the community. So I think that we need to absolutely be advocating to the province, and luckily our MLA here locally is responsible for this. So hopefully we can send a letter to him and or request a meeting with him to see if we can help them advocate for funding along with the numbers. Like the Reeve has said, the data, we now have data to support the need here, which is very helpful in advocacy. So I agree, but we do need to be potentially ready that if they do require funding, I know I don't, like I said, I don't want to be the one that says, nope, not willing to help. So I think we need to find a balance there, because that's not a phone call that I want, that somebody froze to death because we chose to do nothing.
So is there an opportunity, yes, maybe a letter going to Minister Nixon and, what is Minister LaGrange now? So it's Minister of Health, Preventative Services. Yeah, I see it. Maybe that's an opportunity to bring that forward at that. And to say, here, we support the committee with their findings, and hopefully you will find the funding necessary to assist our community and in that emergency shelter. Yeah,
Just for some clarification, that the province, they are hoping for $70,000 from the province this year. And they are also extending the season as to how long it's open. Last year, they started kind of mid-January, where this year they're hoping to open it earlier. Just thought I'd add that.
perfect. Okay. Counselor Northcott?
I was just wondering if there was any information in here that's identifying any common root causes that's putting these people in need of having to utilize the warming shelter. Are there any preventative efforts in place that are preventing more people from having to utilize these kind of services in the future? And rehabilitation efforts for these people if they are in need of these type of facilities, you know, as it's indicated here that, you know, some persons may have behavioral challenges or psychological complexities. So a one-night stay or a two-night stay or whatever it may be in a warming shelter, how are they rehabilitated so that they're not in continual need of these kind of facilities? You know, is there any information on that, or?
I don't have information here today to provide in that regard. They did offer to come and do a presentation to council again, so we could request them to come in as a delegation, and we could go that route, and they could maybe provide more background and be able to answer those more specific questions if that was something we wanted.
I'm always curious about the people, what happened in those individuals' lives that put them in that position? It's awful, absolutely. But I always wonder if there's a common theme that's, you know, they had a life, I'm sure some, you know, and now they're in this position, and it's absolutely terrible, yes.
Counselor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I'm wondering if I've missed something here. Their last year's expenses to operate this were $41,000. What's the gap between that and the projected $115,000 for this winter?
You mean just why is there such a big difference?
Yes.
As I'd mentioned, they are.
It's longer.
Yeah, it's longer is the biggest thing. And I believe to bridge the gap for the funding for the staff as well, for the staffing, because they're planning to open possibly Thanksgiving and kind of kick it off with a Thanksgiving meal and then start from there. So that would be, I guess, almost double there for the time frame that they're open. But as for other specifics, I don't have those here as to,
Yes.
you know.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Question in regards to the administrative cost is 8%. So is that, who's the administrator? Is that the committee itself, or is that other partnerships that they've formed that?
So they are a committee of the Housing Foundation. So I'm not 100% clear on that.
Okay, I've seen other administrative costs. I know it varies, so it just, what that all entails, it would be, for me, more clarity. Are they handling the day-to-day finances? Are they, you know, what's all entailed in that administrative cost? Counselor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. I think that the type of questions we're asking, I think, proves that the delegation is definitely warranted, to have them come in and explain some of these issues and to outline some of the stuff they're seeing, to answer some of Councillor Northcott's questions. I also think that the province has done a great job in bringing in the Compassionate Interventions Act, but we won't see any of the fruits of that for a little while because that just started in May. So I'm really hopeful that that will help with a lot of this, but it's going to take some time. the ship does not turn overnight or on a dime, so, but I think a delegation is definitely warranted.
Councillor Gibson.
I just noticed that the resolution that was made by Councillor Melhoff was a one-time funding of 17,000 for the shelter now. I can't remember back that far, age is creeping in. Did we then think that it would be able to be self-funded or provincially funded after that? Councillor Melhoff, I can't remember for sure how that discussion went.
Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I think it's just we didn't want to tie future councils to that funding indefinitely. So putting in the one time and then they could come back and give us the data, the information, how the first year has gone, et cetera. So, but I could be mistaken, but that would be my understanding. And that would be my philosophy when I made the motion. They can come back with all of the information.
Okay, so staff recommendation is to, that the committee directs administration to include the funding of the warming shelter in the 2026 budget, or what we can add or change that recommendation. So I'll be looking for a motion as to what to direct the conversation or to see what we'd like to see for the 2026 budget, or the next council for what the next budget would be. Councillor Melhoff.
I think our motion should be that the strategic planning committee requests administration to reach out to the group and have them come in for a delegation in order to determine, answer all of the questions in which council has had. I'd be happy to make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Melhoff has made the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Gibson?
Is there a way that we can have possibly a contingency amount set aside in case we have to fund it? Or shouldn't say, no, I apologize. Not in case we have to fund it, but if we choose to fund it, if there are no other people coming forward to assist the funding.
Councillor Melhoff?
Budgets are normally passed in December. I think there's ample time to add it in. There's a little bit of a runway here. I think that there's ample time. But I think it's important that we get all of our questions answered as much as we can before we add it in. But I think there's enough time that it can be added.
Councillor Lai?
I certainly see the value of having this group approach council. My question is, should that be this council? Because we're not really being able to carry that information that we would be shared with. I think the only thing we can really say for definite now is if you want to include a budget line within there for the proposed 2026 budget, that allows that future council to go into that budget deliberation with that as an important background information for them to make that decision as they move forward too. So I appreciate and will support the delegation coming at a later date.
Councillor Mello?
I agree. And I think that's actually gonna resonate throughout most of today's conversations when we're looking at budget planning for the next several years, that we need to be very cognizant of the fact that and there's a new council coming through the door. So I do think that that it'd be appropriate that it be the next council so they have all of that information in which to make an appropriate decision with.
Okay. Councillor Gibson brought up a good question at the beginning, as she didn't understand the discrepancy between the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County's funding options in this. And so it was basically a lump sum versus a per night stay. So that's what ended up. So I would maybe offer if the shelter opens Thanksgiving, there may be added nights, and the town of Rocky Mountain House could level up at some point in time if there's more people that do use the warming shelter before January. So with something like that. So I guess the direction and through the motion is to bring in a delegation for further council questions and comments and go from there. Anyone else have any other comments or questions on that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Counselor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. In the meantime, should we still be exercising our pens and having a letter drafted to the minister in which to state that we support this initiative and hope that their ministry sees the value that this is bringing to our community and will fund this as it is within their portfolio to do so, and a provincial requirement, not municipal. I still think that we should be doing that, and I would make the motion that that happen as well.
Maybe a letter of support in that end? Sure. All right. Any other comments or questions on that motion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor. Okay. Yep.
I think we should emphasize within that Clearwater County provides a strong regional participation in programs that sometimes are defined as more urban-based problems, and we're very supportive of a rural-based solution that helps our regional municipal partners as well.
Very good. Thank you. All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried for the letter. Awesome. Thanks for coming in. All right. So now moving on to section 6, which is Public Works. Item 6.1, Hamlet of Caroline Infrastructure and Capital Projects Review. Good morning, Director Hansen.
Yes, well, good morning, everyone. Looking forward to a very thorough discussion, starting off with Caroline. But as Ms. Saran there indicated, we will be going through the entire capital budget as we're trying to set the stage for our 2026 budget. This is more of an in-depth discussion. I know the commitment that we did make was that we were going to provide you a more of an in-depth discussion about Caroline specifically, but it definitely has to be weighed and measured considering all the other capital projects, and it is a very aggressive capital program that we'll be presenting for you today, and really looking for what's most important, what could possibly be deferred for a year or two, or possibly removed from the list. But with that, there again, it's very interesting to the discussion that we've had this morning about economic development, and there's so many of our capital projects that we do, you know, right from even our asphalt overlay, you know, taking our roads from 90% up to band-free. That allows the mobility of our industry to go year-round. You know, that's one of those other, the list goes on. You know, the gas pipeline to Nordegg, all these capital projects there, everything has an economic development trigger that's going to assist. It's hard to quantify because it doesn't, you know, the revenue doesn't come in the day after it's done, but we are certainly setting the stage, as well as what we're doing in Caroline. The items that we brought today, you know, it's definitely some economic development potential there. But there was also another expression I believe we said at the last meeting, there was, we gotta make sure the toilet's flushed too. So that's what we'll be discussing here today. So with that, so to assist council in priority setting in preparation for the 2026 budget, staff have summarized the Hamlet of Caroline infrastructure challenges, as well as some other capital projects council has discussed in the previous, in the past. So for the purpose of this review, we have focused on the following projects. So we have our deep utility and surface works infrastructure upgrades. So that's all the collection as well as distribution, surface works, sidewalks within the Hamlet of Caroline. The wastewater treatment facilities, that's, council's well aware of the requirement of that facility need to be upgraded, as well as the plans we have in place there for that. One that we haven't talked a little bit about in a while is the Caroline Public Services Building. The Northeast Water Wastewater Servicing Plan, which we need to support a public services building, as well as the Northeast Highway Commercial Development Plan. That was back in 2015 to 17 when we developed that, there was always, the Northeast Area Structure Plan had a industrial development component as well as a commercial development component. So we've provided some 2025 cost estimates there for the development of those areas there to see where those could fit in the 10-year plan. So staff has taken the liberty of including the deep utility and surface works infrastructure as well as the wastewater treatment facility in the 10-year capital plan. We know that those have to be done. We've received a grant already from the province there, and anywhere from 950 up to 1.2 or whatever, how much of that money's left that we might be able to do for our transition grant. As well as we know that the lagoon needs to be upgraded as well. So we've already taken the liberty of including that in the 10-year capital plan, which we'll be going through in more detail later. The other ones that are a little bit more on the nice to have, the components, they have not been included in the capital plan as of yet, and we'll be looking for council's direction as to where they should go. So a quick summary of what some of the work we have done this year, or a summary of the Hamlet of Caroline, is that it does have a pressurized water system, a sanitary collection system, and stormwater infrastructure. The transportation system is a combination of asphalt and gravel road infrastructure. So we haven't included any surfacing as part of our infrastructure capital plan because we feel that it's so important to get the undergrounds done first, is that the surfacing will be done as the deep utilities are completed. So we have approximately 5,456 water main, which is majority is this AC or asbestos cement pipe, which will be scheduled to be replaced. So really what we're focusing on is the condition of the wastewater system. The water lines will be replaced as the waste system gets replaced, as well as there will be broadband fiber service there added whenever we can when we're doing any of this to ensure that if there's any cost benefit that we can provide there for our broadband servicing, if they don't have it in the ground already by the time we get there. The sanitary collection system, so we have 5,280 meters of gravity sewer, 291 meters of force main, which most of that's been upgraded already, and then trailer park is about 300 meters. Stormwater, it's a mix of some corrugated steel pipe as well as overland drainage, but there's approximately 980 meters of stormwater there that as for an inventory. So in 2024, the Village of Caroline, which I have to commend them again, what the former village, what they did with their infrastructure studies and they invested in getting a good snapshot into what their condition of their infrastructure was. Since the amalgamation, we engaged another engineering firm there, and we purged all the lines, we flushed all the sanitary lines, which certainly didn't go as well as we thought, but some of them were really, really bad. And so it caused a little bit of grief with our residents there, but there were some lessons learned with that as well. And we did CCTV, closed captioning, so did the assessment to find out what the capacity of these wastewater lines are, where's the faults, and that we're able to make a priority list, and then we've dropped them into a 10-year capital plan. It's not, I'm not gonna say it's an aggressive plan, but it's still construction every year in the Hamlet of Caroline. There was approximately about $1 million a year. There again, discussions with council can include, do we need to compress and do more at once? You know, that is an option. We could spread it out. We didn't see anything. There was a catastrophic failure that needed to be addressed other than, like I say, our one or two first priorities that we do want to get after right as early as next year. But like I say, when we're looking at the 10-year capital plan, it is aggressive considering the length that it's been in place. And you say we've had some failures, but not tons. Like I said, we're not in a catastrophic failure capacity right now. But unfortunately, the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Grant only applies to things like the water treatment plant, the raw water lines to feed that treatment plant or to get over to a treatment system. It doesn't include funding for the actual distribution or the collection system. So it also applies to we're hoping to apply for the lagoon. So when we get to that point, when we have the pre-design and we'll apply as soon as we can for that grant in order to upgrade the sewer lagoon, which I pray that we are successful with that, because that is the big ticket item for sure. But unfortunately, all the distribution and collection, it doesn't appear that in the grant criteria that is actually eligible. So a lot of it's going to have to be funded through alternative sources there in order to do those infrastructure upgrades. So I've provided a list of the priorities, 1 through 7, and we'll go through that later in the 10-year capital plan. So as you can see, it was one of the ones that we did apply for with that transition grant was the 49th Street between 51st Ave and the south limit. The estimated cost about $2.6 million over, it's probably a 3-year construction window. So then, so the correlating priorities here are attached with the map as well for review. I'm not gonna go through each one of the projects there, but those are the top priority 7 underground infrastructure projects. So funding, so the 49th Street is estimated at 2.6 over the next 3 years. The county has secured $950,000 through the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. So staff is recommending the council consider increasing the sewer restricted surplus and the core infrastructure restricted surplus. We kind of use those two funding mechanisms there as the funding source when it comes to doing these projects to ensure that we have the funding there annually to make sure that we get these projects complete. So before I move on, is there any questions about the underground infrastructure plan as it's, let's say, briefly summarized?
Presented, for sure. I see some hovering over buttons. Go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, and you've identified that much of the infrastructure has that wonder mineral connected with it. Is there some concern, does the plan include like abandoning in place, or is it an actual removal of that material, those existing composition of asbestos? What is the plan around that?
Yeah, so not 100% familiar with dealing with asbestos cement. We've never had it in any other of our hamlets, or I know there's an industry standard when it deals with that. Our engineering firms that are put together the assessments for us, as well as would be creating the tenders, and the contractors that be doing that work. It's very common in other urban municipalities, so it's nothing unusual or new. And so whatever abatement requirements there are when dealing with this kind of stuff will be adhered to. There again, we're not taking this on ourselves. This would be something that would be tendered, and then the industry practice would be to however it's disposed of, whether it be left in place or disposed of. It's same thing with most asbestos, which our experiences are with buildings. It's not harmful until it's disturbed, and then it depends on the type of asbestos about how it needs to be mitigated and abated in essence. So there again, I look to our industry professionals to come up with the best plan there for how to deal with that stuff.
Thank you, and that's why I asked the question, knowing that asbestos isn't a problem until you start stirring it up, and whether this would include a revamp of the distribution, a complete distribution network, and maybe different routing so that even that wasn't disturbed, and service wasn't disturbed as it was being implemented. You were just sequencing a different route, and I think I get a better understanding of where we could go potentially with this.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. You had mentioned this is over 10 years, so then this community will be experiencing like construction, like fairly intensive construction over the next 10 years. Is there a benefit to speeding that up so that the community has maybe unfortunately more pain, but a way shorter period, and then they can actually have less construction overall? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what might be better for the community itself, because if the construction has to be done either way, maybe it's better to get all of the pain over and done with as short as possible. Will that then have negative impacts 30 years from now, that has to happen again and can't be done in the smaller increments? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what might be best for the community who's gonna have to live through this construction.
Yeah, I think other examples that we've seen, such as Condor, we did it all at once, and it is a huge impact on that community. And it's sometimes really hard to convince people that that the pain is worth mucking through the mud there for a year before we get to the final product, which we're actually very happy with the final product that we have today. But there was certainly a lot of anxiety and apprehension from some of the community members out there, very impassioned about their quality of life and how they couldn't wait to leave. So there's some lessons learned with that as well. I think a little bit more of a bite-sized provides more alternative routes with detours, so you can still have the surface road infrastructure intact, because really once you do once you, if you're too aggressive, in order to get to the undergrounds, all the surface works have to go, all the sidewalks have to go, all the asphalt. So you're working, if you turn the entire area into a construction zone, yes, it'd be done faster, but, I think the quality of life for those residents for those years would be poor. I think bite-sized pieces, is still the best way to go. We can continue to evaluate that every year, to say this is what we've done in this year, you know, and then of course the funding, right? If it's non-grantable, we're having to come to our ratepayers there to fund this, and so how do you want to generate the funding? We have some restricted surplus, you know, there's taxation, of course, but, you know, we have this one little grant so far that's gonna get us started on that first project, but, there's no other grant solution for moving forward.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I have several questions. Without significant investment in the existing wastewater and freshwater systems, what is the capacity of the existing system as far as population goes?
Yeah,
How much growth room is there?
yeah, it's the biggest, bottleneck, of course, is the lagoon. You know, it is basically a non-compliant system that, is unable to support additional growth such as the Northeast Development Area. When it comes to the collection system, if for us to facilitate that growth in that Northeast Development Area, we're already seeing capacity issues on the lines getting down to the force main, or down toward the lagoon. That's where our focus really is that we're starting on that 49th Street, because that is a key component in order for the Northeast area there as the next logical place to develop to come online. So our engineers are basically saying you're basically at capacity and seeing failures and issues of concern when they're talking about 50% capacity already in that one wastewater line, even in dry conditions. So if you actually were to add more, what you're doing, you can create it's certainly a downstream adverse effect to the residents. So we really want to focus on getting that 49th Street done. And then everything else collects towards this 49th Street project. So that's how it's the highest priority in order to, so it's the main feed for all the laterals for the majority of the village, as well as it facilitates the future growth in the Northeast area.
Okay. If there is a failure in the system, would we be able to rather upgrade part of the system? Like, would we be able to respond that quickly, that we could upgrade that part of the system where there is a failure? Like out of the schedule?
Yeah, when we certainly do repairs outside of this. It's not good practice to just go in and replace it as it fails, because it's usually in the middle of the night on a Friday night, and people are out without service, right? So you have vacuum trucks sitting there actually having to collect the waste and then make sure you don't have cross-contamination into your water system. So it's a much better practice to have of course we deal with any failures as they happen, but then to set up a plan to replace and repair sections, because because you're doing the deep utility, you'll be doing the surface works, possibly concrete and sidewalk rehabilitation all at the same time. You don't want to be doing that on a as-need repair basis. It'd be very piecemeal and not very cost-effective.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gibson?
I think, although it's nice to have it all done at once, I think it's best to have it done in sections. We're talking about 48th Avenue. Yeah, it seems to be all on the south, am I correct? Or most of it is?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The majority of the highest priorities are on the south between the 49th Street and the 48th Avenue, I believe, extends east in front of the school and yes. So those are the two identified as the two highest priorities.
Since I live on 49th Street, yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's okay, no, I'd rather have it done in sections, because then the funding is spread out throughout the 10 years. And hopefully nothing major will fail or anything like that, touch wood. But yeah, I think spread out, although the disruption is not what we all want, but it takes a little bit of pain to have a great amount of gain.
Okay. Counselor Cermak.
Yeah, I just want to go back into the recommended, the full replacement of the water distribution system. It says full replacement of the water system distribution system. How much of the village is that taking in? All of it or just the south half?
No, it's, I believe anything that's been upgraded has been replaced with the PVC. So it's not like we have to go back. Actually, that's not right. So 52nd Street, the one up by the Burger Baron, actually only half of that infrastructure was replaced. When we actually cambered that sanitary, there was even some installation problems with that. So anywhere that we're doing the sanitary is we'll be doing the water. It would be unlikely that we would actually just take on a project just to upgrade the water line in anywhere, in any area. And I don't have the specifics on that, but I do know that 52nd Street, there was only one of the deep utilities were replaced, likely due to cost, right? If there's, it's be half of the price there to do that. And then they left it as a gravel surface. I think they did put some SB90 on it. And I know that was in the 10-year plan there to get the surface works on, but there's still some more underground utilities that should be addressed before that ever gets surfaced, unfortunately.
Yeah, because you got 5,456 meters of replacement. That's a lot of meters in that town.
There is.
That needs to be replaced. Are we going to have to put in an extra tax for Caroline to cover all this?
That's a question. It's something that we've not entertained in any of our other hamlets. We haven't done it in Condor, we didn't do it in Lesterville. Nordig's too new to be doing replacements. We're doing the capital costs, but there again, the capital costs aren't being, we try to put a good percentage of that on the lot sales. It's a philosophy that we haven't done a local improvement tax. If that's something that council wants to consider, then yeah.
Yeah, because, right now in Caroline, there is no residential properties for sale, and there's none available for sale. There's lots of business lots for sale, or industrial lots for sale, but we're saying that we can't service them as the lagoon is. So, all of this infrastructure has to go in first. And like you said before, the bottleneck is the lagoon, so that is one of their priorities. These here you've listed are certainly priorities in the village. Where does the lagoon fit in this? Is it number one priority or number two?
The lagoon, just because of the timing of the approval, is still the lagoon is absolutely the highest priority because we are mandated to have that a updated system by starting construction in 2027. So it is the highest priority. The 49th Street, we're successful with the grant for that portion. So we're saying, and that is the worst piece. So that's why it's going to, the design for the lagoon is going to be ongoing, but we want to start construction on 49th Street right away because we have that grant funding as well as the condition of that, and then helping us set ourselves up better for future growth. But it is definitely a long plan, and but 100% the lagoon is the highest priority, which hopefully, there again, I believe if I'm reading it right, when they talk about the Alberta Municipal Wastewater Grant, is that hamlets, I think, are itemized as a population of 75% for populations less than 1,000, which is, I'm really hoping that they're not including the population of Clearwater County, because it isn't the population of Clearwater County that uses that system, it's the hamlet of Caroline. So yes. I'm really hoping that that's how that formula works, is that it's not based off Clearwater County population, it is the hamlet population. So that would be potentially 75% funding.
Yeah. Are you available to give us any information on where that study is at the moment, on what we're looking at to do with the lagoon, or what we're doing with that part of the wastewater system.
Yeah, so we are at the very beginning again. So the village did a lot of work on a lagoon upgrade design that included a irrigation system lift. There was a lift station, there was a large holding cell to the south, which was on Crown land with a leaseholder. This was based off a release effluent criteria that the province had originally issued, so they had a design. This was right at the cusp of the amalgamation when we were made aware of this design that was, because they were going to have their pre-design submitted for July of this year. We have a lot of concerns with the long-range operating costs of what this biomass crop and this, the additional cost of the lift station, the holding cell, the irrigation system that was required, as well as the supplemental water system that had to be created. You actually had to drill additional water wells because you couldn't use effluent for the entire irrigation system. It had to be supplemented with fresh water. So operationally, it just seemed overwhelming there for a population of currently 400 people with a projected growth of 1,500 to whatever it might be. So that's why we went back. As soon as we were amalgamated, we applied to the province, and then we were successful in actually two things. One was getting the pre-design report expected for July 2026, as well as we've got to revisit the effluent discharge criteria. So they were actually, it was made to, I say, a little bit more realistic expectations for what the effluent could be, what the testing requirements would be for that type of system. So we've just selected the engineer over the last couple of weeks. We've had the meeting with our new wastewater engineers. We're doing an information dump of all the information that we've had previously from Caroline, as well as new information that we've gathered through our other testing. So they are just starting on that work now. So we're hoping to have by December a feasibility report to say these are the types of systems. You know, I was actually just looking at some of the applicants that were successful with that Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater System there, and Brooks was one of them. Town Rocky Mountain House was successful with that 2025 grant. But there's wastewater systems in the neighborhood of like $25 million. And so we're hoping for a conventional lagoon system that we can, you know, enhance our existing lagoon, probably add one more cell as well. And then if there's some other tertiary treatment that's required, okay, but we don't want to go into these biomechanical membrane, super expensive systems. We're trying to get a cost-effective solution for that hamlet. But, so that's the long answer to say we've just started the process and we're hoping to see something, you know, when I say December, probably January, we'll see the feasibility, and then we'll know what our options are based off evaluate what we have and what our projected growth would be. So since we are talking about that, one thing that's, we know that's going to have an impact on that is the septic receiving station. So we have one in Nordegg, we have one in Caroline, or in Leslieville. What septic receiving stations do is because of the nature of the waste, it requires additional treatment. So everything right from the receiving station itself that the trucks can go up and cam lock into, so the ability to sample, the ability to grind, the ability to send that off to your system. Now, because of the concentration of that type of waste, your cells automatically have to get bigger. You have to have additional treatment. And all this boils down to is additional cost. So I did want to actually, when we get into that one, which we're talking about right now, is that, you know, is that still important? Because I didn't believe that we've discussed that the southern part of our municipality is under-serviced when it comes to septic receiving. But it should be, there again, grant funded, but there again, just increases the cost.
So you're looking at lots of different ones, because Sundry just put in a new one to the tune of 12 million, I think they said, and apparently it's working great. And we've just spent, the last couple of years at one at Leslieville. Are we looking at two systems sort of like those? Or are we looking at a totally different system? Because it's one that you're talking about going underneath the river and doing it out in a farmland and all of that. That sounds very expensive.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to avoid, is that type of irrigation system. The one in Leslieville, we're having some concerns with that. It's that biofilter, biomechanical, so it's, we're waiting, we haven't got the feasibility study back yet to see what the options are. I'd like to start with a conventional lagoon and then expand from there. Instead of trying to be bleeding edge and this cutting technology, I believe we should start with, the simplest solution first that's going to facilitate the growth that we've projected, and then any enhancements that are required in order to meet our discharge requirements. Leslieville's receiving body was quite a bit smaller than ours, but we do have sensitivity with our receiving body as well, with the Raven as the trout pond. So, but we used Alberta Environment, their criteria we have released, and then we kind of reverse engineer from there to say what would achieve that based on our growth. And again, we're not here to over complicate or over design a system in Caroline. We want to have something that's functional.
And that it'll cover all the lands that we've got out there, plus a new subdivision we need residential land out there. We don't have any for sale. I think there's gonna be 4 lots coming on with a private developer, and that's it.
Yeah, I think there was some numbers that were thrown around about population growth, and that's kind of what you would base your size, your treatment system on, as where you're going to be in the next 20 years, or 50 years. It was 2,500. I think that's pretty conservative to say that, that Caroline's gonna grow, even with the additional use, because it'll be more than just one lot, one person population for in the industrial, commercial area. So there is, that will be accounted for. But again, I think more of a population growth to about 1,500 people is still conservative enough there to make sure that we have a system that would support that.
Thank you for all the information, and it looks like you got a handle on the lagoon system, and looking forward to more information when you get it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have consolidated numbers on how much taking on the village is costing Clearwater County?
No, I think this was just the year to get really said the assessments done. I think, starting maybe next year, we'll actually be able to really get a handle on, and this is, even these 5 components are not all inclusive. Like we haven't talked about walking trails, we haven't talked about recreation, we haven't talked about the replacement strategy for the arena or any other improvements, the seniors housing complex and all that kind of stuff. Like this is a pretty narrow focused, trying to just get ready for 2026 budget. But those items there, I think that would be a much larger infrastructure review that would have to be done. But yeah, well, that is not done yet.
No, sorry, Reeve, if I may. No, I recognize that there's lots of components to that. But is there a way for us to come up with a very high level estimation of what it is costing even just to keep the standard level of service? Obviously, seniors facilities is a higher level of service, replacement of rec centers, but just to keep the needs of that community online, what it's costing Clearwater County, because I think that will help us with grant funding. I think it's appropriate that we meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, especially since he wasn't the minister that was involved in this at the time. It's a new minister, and sit down with him and discuss some of the issues that. And this is not just unique to Clearwater County. There's many municipalities that have taken on villages and they've turned into hamlets that are then facing these large infrastructure deficits that are then burdening the rest of the county's taxpayers. I think it's appropriate that we meet with him and give him a high level overview of it's costing high level $20+ million to just keep the toilets flushing. I think it's appropriate that they are aware, and then they can hopefully help augment some of that with funding, because had we not amalgamated with them, they would have dissolved into Clearwater County. And they would have hopefully, at that point, augmented some of those needs through that dissolution, similar to what happened in Mirror. So I think it's appropriate that we meet with him, because he wasn't minister at the time, and educate him on how this is impacting Clearwater County residents. That's my first thoughts.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. The development, the industrial development, those lots that are on the east side of Caroline, because they're not serviced, have basically been a stranded asset. Where in this, and I don't think we should put in a public services building there until we have those services. In the schedule you're developing, where would that fit? At which year would that be achieved?
Yeah, that's a great question. We'll be talking about that later on in this agenda.
Okay.
And I have not made that determination. That's gonna be the question I ask you. So it's really this team here that needs to discuss, recognizing there again, I say I don't want to take away because there's a large 10-year capital plan that needs to be considered. I've already put in the undergrounds as well as the lagoon in the 10-year capital plan, but exactly what you're talking about, which is the servicing of the northeast area, as well as doing, so that's the industrial, as well as the commercial area, are identified and have some high-level costs for you. And then you get to tell us where in the 10-year capital plan you would like to see that come. There again, unfortunately, that type of development is not fundable through grants. That would be having to find that funding from somewhere else.
Okay.
Yep.
My personal feeling, maybe to partly answer your question, is that this development, these upgrades in Caroline are at least a medium priority. Thank you.
Councillor Lai?
Thank you, and I think Director Hansen probably answered much of my question already, is that the priority or number one priority here is to add some additional capacity to that existing 49th Avenue because it's nearing capacity now. It doesn't really allow for any further additions to development on that line and the laterals that it supports. Is that somewhat correct, at least?
Yeah, no, that's very fair. Some of there again, I'm not entirely familiar with the 49th Street assessment, but when they talk about 2 water main breaks that were reported between 2009 and 2024, that's not a lot, but it's the southern sanitary segment is operating at or above 50% capacity during dry weather, which is the biggest concern. So there again, so the water lines aren't the biggest concern, but certainly the sanitary, and that is everything from the entire Hamlet gets funneled down onto that 49th. So that's where we're starting from the bottom and working our way up so that we can, we'll be in a good position to support additional growth as well as maintain.
Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation on that because I don't want to drive the grader and I don't want to learn about sanitary lines and how they work and everything else because I don't want to be doing that. But I do want to be able to make that decision of, when we have this discussion in a bit in regards to what is imperative to flush those toilets because I think that is our priority at the end of the day. We don't need your complaint line lit up.
That's right.
So, but thank you for bringing that forward. So the recommendation with that, can we go through this section by section? Is that okay for this item?
Well,
Or
honestly,
did you want to do one fell swoop?
I think I'm fine with, because what we'll do is the underground infrastructure is already in the 10-year capital plan.
Right.
And I think when we go over the 10-year capital plan in depth,
Okay.
if there's something that you want to move around there, then that would be really the enforcement or the endorsement, of where you're happy to see what had happened. So I think unless there's other discussions about the wastewater treatment facility upgrades, knowing that we've put in a wild ass, sorry, I did say that. We put in a educated estimate of $6.7 million for this wastewater treatment facility. And that's subject to change. But knowing that there would be funding available for that, we look forward to putting in that application. But if there's any more questions about lagoon upgrades, we can go from there.
Ms. Serna?
Yes, I just want to give council the opportunity to speak a little bit more about that subdivision, the area that with the lots for sale that would need to be serviced, because in the economic development item, it was kind of talked about that that's a priority, and yet in this item, it's not. So I just would like to hear a little more from council as to where they see that on the priority list.
Counselor Gibson.
I would think that that has to be, or the infrastructure on 49th Street has to be done first before they can go out into the industrial lots. Only because unless I'm wrong, you're gonna be still feeding it down through 49th Street. And if that's the case, then 49th Street would be a priority. But can I go back one thing? So basically what we're looking at is digging or having another lagoon. Is that what I take out of what you're saying?
Honestly, the best case scenario would be one more holding cell. One more facultative cell, and then enhance what we have. But again, that's gonna be, we'll have to go through the feasibility study first. That would be likely the most cost-effective solution there was, but again, we have to leave it to our engineering team to come back with what the recommendations are based on the loading, the flow, as well as the release criteria and the sensitivity of the receiving stream. So there's so many components in what determines the type of treatment that you can use. Conventional lagoons being the most economical because they're just time underwater and time under retention and then released seasonally, whereas the higher criteria when it comes to what your release amounts can be would maybe possibly require additional treatment. So there might be additional mechanical treatment. But our first thoughts would be likely another, at least another holding cell in addition to the two that we have.
Yeah, I think the reason why we went the other way was we didn't really want to have another holding cell because we're so close to the Raven River. So that was kind of our other alternative to do that. But yeah, I can see that cost-wise, another holding cell would be more cost-efficient than doing the plan that we originally did under the village. So, but.
Okay.
So as Rick encouraged the conversation in regards to the North Quarter and what we feel for servicing up there, I guess when they were those lots were first developed, they were developed much like Gateway. They each could have their own holding cell, could each have their own well. So truly, someone could buy them and do that right now if they wanted to. They could put or is it encouraged that they tie into municipal services? Or was the discussion back in the day that there'd be enough uptake that if there was a certain percentage of the lots bought, that then municipal tie-ins would then be entertained?
So, yeah, I guess this is after the lagoon section here, we'll jump past the Condor Public Services Building, we'll jump right into that. So this is, we call it the northeast area. It was the structure plan that was created that we applied to the village, have that amendment. So there was the original, originally it was, another developer bought that 112 acres. They had a development plan, they roughed in a road. Clearwater County purchased that 2015, developed it over 2017 with absolutely exactly what you described. It was going to be private services, but in that, actually in the development agreement, we were required to, in the development agreement, if the village were ever to extend municipal services, the owners would be required to tie on. So it was always the desire of the village to actually have that as municipal service. They didn't make it a requirement of Clearwater County for the day. They basically said, yeah, you can do that, but we just wanted caveated that if in the event that municipal services are extended up there. And then they actually did a lot of studies to talk about, if this were to come online, what would be the effects? And of course, we talk about the 49th Street, we talk about the lagoon. And this is, we've heard numerous times is that those were for sale for 10 plus years, and we've not sold a single lot. We successfully rented that area to TC Energy as pipe storage. which we greatly appreciated the revenue for a couple of years. But we've never sold a single lot. I think they were advertised at $233,000, I believe, is what the development cost was, plus there wasn't much profit that was built. And that was, our planning department, say 8 years ago, brought that agenda item. So what we've done now is have created 2 development servicing alternatives or solutions. And especially if we want to put a public services building in that area, it's much more cost effective to tie into and have municipal services, water, wastewater, especially when it's so close. So the gravity feed area on this map that's showing here is estimated approximately $4 million. That would extend from the 49th Ave, extending to the east, and then that would be your deep utilities in for the highway commercial, as well as extend north. That would service all the way up to our current operations yard. So the gravity system, unfortunately, due to the elevation, we need another lift station to the far east. So everything, including, so all the industrial lots as well as all the commercial lots would have to come to a lift station and then be force mained over and dump into this 48th Street. So to get into the existing system. The water system there, we've done, it's not an extensive looping system that was originally, it's been determined that a small looping system there right at 48th Street there would be sufficient in order to have that contact time, and there was really not a concern with that. So the other one, outside of the gravity system, would be to have individual lift stations on each lot. So we can reduce municipal costs by $1 million not having a lift station, but then each individual lot has to have its own lift station that pumps it in and creates, basically makes it into its own force main. A little bit more difficult with high water users such as car washes or other high water usage, but you could reduce your capital cost by about $1 million. So we did, there again, so that $4 million, if that, we believe that in order, if we're going to put the public services building up there, we should put it at a minimum in the deep utilities in there to get ready for that. As well as the 49th Street upgrades, but that could be all, that could all happen concurrently. But it's just capital. It's a lot of money to try to spend in 1 year. So then even in further that, we talked about that if we want to actually sell the highway commercial lots, we need to finish developing that stretch. There was potentially 10 lots available. It was more of it, and so we have our urban or our rural cross-section, road cross-section going to the north, and the east-west portion, which is the highway commercial. We wanted to go with like an urban cross-section similar to the village, and that could be tied all the way over to the main part. But there again, the estimates are provided. How high is that on the priority list for this council? So that'd be our lowest priority, of course. But, we wanted to bring all of Caroline's capital projects and infrastructure needs there kind of all at once. And it might help if we actually go through the 10-year capital plan first and see if there's any money left over, we would like to do this. But I would like to go back and provide a little bit more information about the Caroline Public Services Building.
Sure.
Maybe we'll go right to the concept drawings there. That's the commitment that we made that we would bring this item back. Concept drawings, this should be farther down the agenda. This one's right here. Page 179. So that's your drawings that kind of associate the priorities there. There we go. So the 2025 budget included funding for basically the creation of the concept design for a Caroline Public Services Building. Back in May, we provided a summary for council about, kind of the condition of our existing fire hall, how they have concerns with the access in and out of the main street. We've reached out and had conversations with ambulance. Ambulance is definitely interested in becoming a part of this facility. So we've gone to 100-foot bays, and we've added 5 bays as per the discussion, and then an administrative area in the front. Now, if we go to the Next one, so that's just the rendering from the outside of the building. As you can see, it's very similar to Lesleyville, because we have two really great examples of public services buildings in Condor and Lesleyville. So we've used the same model and type, basically. Go to the next one there. Okay, so in addition, we've talked internally as well about our administration building in Caroline. So if the construction of this Caroline Public Services Building were to happen, would we need to house our current staff in that lot on that highway frontage? We feel that, the building would certainly facilitate, front-end staff and have a public-facing body that could sit there and be responsive to the Village of Caroline and area needs. So we've incorporated a front-end reception. Similar to Condor and Lesleyville, there's 2 offices that have been included for fire. Access to washrooms, the meeting room, the gear rooms, which are just about, with our consultation with our new fire chief there, they had some ideas to improve on some of the Condor and Lesleyville designs for the gear rooms, as well as some storage, and where the wash-up areas there for decontamination of gear would be. A little bit different configuration of the laundry area. Different configuration even on the meeting room, because it was identified that it's hard to isolate the meeting room and to have a private meeting there when it's open to the rest of the building. So we've taken into account a little bit of a different design there on the meeting room. Go to the next. Let's go back there. So you can see the one bay has been earmarked for ambulance. Also, we've incorporated the hose tower to the center of the building, because there was a hose tower that was not included for hose drying. That was not included in Condor or Lesleyville, but we've actually have one in the budget this year for Lesleyville. Enough bays to facilitate all of the Caroline's needs there for fire apparatus, as well as 2 additional bays for future needs for public works, for ag services, et cetera. Because Lesleyville was a 3-bay apparatus or building. Condor is 5, and we did hear loud and clear that we don't want to be undersized there when we're building a building that, to include 5 bays. So we'll go to the next picture. Should be the second floor. This is actually still the main floor in a blowed up version, kind of showing a little bit closer, clearly, what the amenities are on the main floor. This second floor really incorporates mostly the desires of the ambulance. So they required dorms, laundry, lounge area, kitchenette style, offices. We also put in a lift in this building, as it's going to be, given the functionality of how there would be office personnel, public use on the 2 floors, so we didn't actually include a lift. The association room, again, similar to what we have in other buildings, the multipurpose room, gym. But there's a lot of that. So what we did lose was the additional training room that we have in Lesleyville and Condor, and that's now basically taken that area and basically allocated that for the ambulance, because of the type of service and what their needs are in that building. So with that, unfortunately, building construction costs didn't go down. It is, and I was shocked when I seen the estimate. I'm gonna say this is conservative. So based on the building estimate, contingency, furniture, equipment, $9.1 million. $1.2 million is kind of what we have for, if we were to pave the front parking lot, security fencing, the grading, everything that would need to be done in preparation for the building. The best part is that if we, using the lots that we do have currently earmarked, that there's not an incredible amount of grading that would need to be done, but we still have to have that surface prep there for a usable yard space for the service. The total cost, estimated cost is about $10.3 million. So it's a pretty chewy number there in compared. Lesleyville and Condor, between the land purchase and the building construction, is about $4.5 million each. So we've doubled And this building is larger. We went to this one, or 100-foot bays instead of 80. You know, it's 80-foot bays are tight when it comes to the size of apparatus, the size of our plow trucks, and the size of all of our equipment is just getting larger. 80-foot bays get really tight. But unfortunately, with increased square footage, increased cost. So this would be the first time that the council's had an opportunity to kind of look at the concept plans. You know, maybe give some time to digest that, and as we're looking at the 10-year plan, where do we think something this would fit? But I did want to actually touch on the two motions that were made at the last strategic planning meeting. One was that Councilor Northcott, that the committee recommend that Council direct administration to create a restricted surplus account and contribute $500,000 per year for upgrades and construction of emergency services in the Hamlet of Caroline. And the other motion was motion by Councilor Jenny Melham that Strategic Planning Committee recommend that Council direct administration to postpone the solid waste and heated storage in the north portion of the county from the 2026 budget until the needs of the Hamlet of Caroline can be determined. So I just wanted to make sure that those two motions that were made in relation to the last time we discussed this item were brought again to light for discussion.
Thank you. All right. So as indicated, we will be discussing this again in the capital discussion, prioritization, capital projects. Is there any comments or questions for Director Hansen at this time in regards to what has been presented? Councilor Melham?
Has there been any community outreach on any of this yet? Has the community been consulted on any of this at this point?
No, outside of just the public communication that we've had just with you, with the Strategic Planning Committee, and our outreach to our stakeholders directly, we haven't had any community engagement on this project.
I think that is gonna end up being extremely important going forward, or not going forward. I think it's gonna be, I think there's gonna need to be some community involvement to determine what they think, and maybe we got this right, maybe we didn't. Maybe it looks slightly different. So I know that if you're looking at incorporating the current village or Hamlet office as well, then this needs to change again potentially, because I don't necessarily know that there's enough frontage space for the staff that are working out of that office now, right?
No, we've made an account to be a front-end reception in this building. So, and we'd only have the two staff members in the current office. There again, more consultation can be done on does this space meet the needs of those two office personnel? That's what I had to talk about with corporate services, but it has been accounted for as a front-end reception.
Thank you, but in general, like maybe, like we see it as it's unsafe to continually back those apparatuses on a very large, very busy highway, even if they're not going 110 kilometers an hour, it's still a very busy highway. And the alley where they're backing apparatus in the other way is, the sightlines are horrible as well. So I personally see this as extremely important, but I would like to determine if the residents feel that this is as important as we do, because maybe they don't. Maybe the residents don't see this as high of a priority as we do. So I think that will become important as well.
Councilor Lawyer?
Thank you, and as we know, we meet the future with uncertainty. I know your estimates are most likely for current pricing. I'm not trying to ask if you have a crystal ball, but if we use previous experience, we know that comparable buildings have doubled in price in as little as 4 years. We can probably anticipate that similar increases may occur, and that as we're putting money aside for a restricted surplus or a facility type build in the future, we need to bear that in mind, that today it might be not $10 million, and 3 or 4 years when we've got enough restricted surplus to pull a pin on a project like this, it could be perhaps even twice that. So hope that influences the decisions and the discussion.
Counselor Gibson?
I know in discussion, this is a very important thing because everyone in the hamlet knows how difficult it is to get the fire trucks in and out of the building. It's just not made for the size of equipment we have now. So that is the one thing that everybody keeps saying, well, we hope we really get that new fire hall quick. You know, it seems like they'd even like it before all the water and stuff is figured out, but yeah, the sooner the better for the fire hall is what everyone has been saying.
For sure. So you've presented your whole item, correct? Or do you have one more that you'd like to touch?
Yeah, just a
Before-
little
I'm
bit about
just-
yeah,
okay.
but honestly, it's, we've kind of touched on all of the items between the upper and lower part of the Northeast Area Structure Plan. The estimates for the commercial area have been provided in the item. But we don't think we really need to go into too much detail as it is, but I think it just needs to be itemized when we go back and revisit to say, you know what, we want to finish the commercial area when in the 10-year capital plan, or does it even make to the 10-year capital plan?
Right.
So I'm good.
Okay, Counselor Lahi?
And I should just clarify too, in that high-level estimate on the cost of this, that did not include extension of water mains or sanitary collection mains or well, or did it consider some of that?
No, $10 million for the building and $4 million for the gravity servicing system, but that would facilitate the entire area. Now, and unfortunately, I really couldn't recommend that if we're going to extend just to the building, why we wouldn't go and do all the lots, so it wasn't even brought in as a recommendation.
Follow-up?
Part of my question was to establish that we weren't following the same model as the other two hamlets that have had similar stations built, in that there was a provision for a water source within the costing of that building. Is there a provision for that in this cost estimation? Just curious, I guess, more than anything, because we know that was a significant part of additional infrastructure within those two other hamlet builds, whether it was a water reservoir, whether it was some sort of standpipe system, and also connection into existing sewer infrastructure that was available. So just kind of get an idea of where we're at with that price.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, so we were very fortunate in Condor and Lesaville because the sanitary hookups were very close. Caroline, it was right across the road. Lesaville, we had to actually tie into the lift station there across the school field. And we created a water cistern because they're not serviced with any municipal water. We made an account for a 25,000 gallon cistern that would have fire water available and a small domestic water supply inside the building. This does not include that specifically. I think in the conservative nature of the estimate depends, absolutely, your point is clear. That's today's dollars, what it's gonna be from now, but I think there would be enough today and actually to facilitate if we did a water cistern, because on a project this size, it isn't a huge amount. We've done, other than the fire pumps are expensive, and that's why we'd really want the municipal water. You know, we have that, the reliability of the municipal system, the pressure, so we didn't account for it specifically.
Thank you.
Counselor Malone?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want us to see us build a cistern system with fire pumps when we have municipal water. That community has municipal water, would only make sense to utilize the municipal water system that would have to be pulled over to do that, obviously. But at that point, you're then doing that entire area, not just that building. So definitely a lot to consider and a lot to think about, but it would not make sense to me unless you have a different understanding or a different way to explain it to me, to have a massive water cistern when there's a municipal water system. Awesome hydrants with good pressure.
Very good. So completed the explanation of the items, so There's no other questions from the committee. I'm going to call our lunch break and we'll be back in half an hour, 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes. and welcome back. So we just finished our lunch and we are now at item, in section six of the Public Works. We just finished item 6.1 before lunch. Just looking over to administration, there was nothing that we have forgotten in item 6.1, right? We have covered all of it, just double checking. Director Hansen?
Yeah, no, the only thing I wanted to bring to council's attention, summarizing all the 5 items that we covered. This is like an exploded condensed view of the 10-year capital plan. As you can see, all the projects have been kind of outlined and what they would look like with, undergrounds 1 year, and then surface works the following year. As well as kind of the timing, so that, yeah, there would be obviously construction every year, but some of it would be surface works on one portion, and the undergrounds would start on the next, so it would be less disruptive. As well as you can see underneath the wide exploded version of the undergrounds would be the lagoon, which we've kind of put into a 3-year capital plan, which is $200,000. I'm trying to focus in on there for as early as 2026. As well as, splitting the capital construction costs over the next 2 years. And the ones that would need to find a home in the 10-year plan would be the Caroline Public Services Facility, as well as the Caroline Northeast Development. We just want to place that in the 10-year capital plan after, we might want to come back to that after we go through the 10-year plan, whatever. But just wanted to just kind of bring this summary document to your attention.
Okay, thank you. All right. So with that, we'll go to the item that we added to our agenda this morning, which is item 6.2, which is in regards to Councillor Ratcliffe's addition to dust control for Nordic North. So I will let you give the balance of the committee some information, and we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And this is something we've talked about before to some extent, but with the last several weeks of very dry weather, I've been getting more complaints and hearing more residents saying they would pay more for better roads. And as the amount of SB 90 that's out there, as that is breaking down, this is going to become more of an issue. So what I want to present is that we need to tell the residents, give the residents some options and costs so that they can decide if they want a local improvement levy for one of these services, whether it's SB 90 that's maintained on a continuous level, whether it's asphalt, or whether it's calcium, or if they're prepared to live with the dust. And so that would just take some work to provide a range of costs for those different options so that they can be taken to the community, and the residents can decide if they want to, which level of service they want to pay for, if any.
Yeah, I would also add too, it's also the will of this council if we want to have that level of a service out there as well, because I do believe when those acreages or those lots were created, it was not the intent to have that at the beginning, and that's been 17 years, 20 years, so.
And that's why we've always talked about a local improvement levy to cover that additional change of service.
Maybe it's an opportunity in the new year, because I don't see us putting down dust controls being so close to winter, so.
Well, it would take some time to take information to the community and find out what people want.
So
that
there's
it
really not a.
Could be implemented next year.
So really, this isn't an emergent thing that needed to happen tomorrow. This is something to maybe add to a future strap meeting so the administration can bring forth the background of how we want to present to that community.
Well, I think it deserves some action before next year's construction period.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions from council on this? Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. This is definitely something that I've been hearing about too, is dust control just in general with the rest of, like, not directly necessarily other than when we were out in Nordegg, hearing from Nordegg, but many of my residents would like to see the dust control policy reviewed as well. So that might be another avenue. I think that I think we're out of runway here, though. Like, I think that there's, at some point, we're gonna have to shift stuff over to a new council, because I don't know that we have time to review a dust policy before the next cycle. Like, I just don't see that we're necessarily gonna have time. But doing some type of a communication strategy to figure out if all of the residents feel the way that you're saying with regards to the Nordegg North, or not, I think will be important. And I think that with a local improvement tax, I think there's actually a requirement that so many of the residents sign off on that.
Yeah. And that's why we would have to take the information to the community. And it's one thing to say, I'm willing to pay more for a better road, but you need to know what that is.
Yeah, have all the information in order to make a very informed decision on being willing to do that. I think it's worth exploring.
Councillor Lawton.
Thank you, and through the Reeve, I would like to ask Councillor Ratcliffe, the feedback you're getting, is that more adjacent to a residence, or is that on the access roads, or is it a combination of both? Because we know our dust control policy elsewhere really is meant to minimize the dust impacts by a residence or a farm or something like that. And I just wondered if this is more of a community-wide issue or an access road issue, or?
It really is more community-wide. I'm hearing it from, residents along those roads and on the access roads as well. So, and, the access roads are used by, there's 200 and some residents there on the north side that they have two ways in and out. So it's both, and a common solution would be a lower cost to implement than patchwork.
Councillor Gibson.
And
Question I have is, what if only 2/3 of the people want it? And does it cost, or does it call for a different piece of equipment to then maintain that section of road?
That's background that could be.
that is the information that would be needed to present to the community.
Ms. Sarhan?
Typically, in the past, when a community wants dust control, they organize themselves and then come as a group to administration to find out, what it would cost to do that. So like for an example, I think there was a community next to a gas plant, and they organized themselves to say, okay, how many of the neighbors want it, and are we willing to share that cost amongst ourselves? And then once they had a good knowledge of who was willing to pay what, then it was brought to either administration or council to decide if that was something they wanted to go forward with. Administration doesn't typically go out to the community to try to solution something that hasn't been brought to them with the solution in mind.
I believe I had somebody come up to me during about 3 years ago specifically about that in regards to a small cul-de-sac and of residential subdivisions, and that was exactly what I said. Go talk to your neighbors. If you want it, then come and talk to administration, and you'll know what the price is and go from there. So that's the best way forward. So, but anyway, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Yes, there are community groups there that could be asked to disseminate that information and collect it. But first, we need to know what those numbers are.
Councillor Meloff?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished. Apology.
Go ahead.
Wait, thank you, Reeve. Well, we got letters from some businesses in Nordegg. Is there an opportunity for us to respond to those businesses with some of this information? No?
Yes.
What letters?
Were they not forwarded to all of council?
Nope.
It says dear council members on the one I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
It was only forwarded to me?
No, it should have gone to all of council, but I think I only sent that this morning.
Oh, okay. Then that'll, yeah, so.
All right. Counselor Cermak.
Isn't it our policy that we just done not long ago, that we don't do any dust control other than calcium? We don't do the SP90. If you want to do it, you organize it, you get a third party to come in and do it, a third party that is approved by Clearwater County, and I think we have a list of those. You can get their price per meter from them. And paving, you just go to a big paving outfit and ask what they cost per meter to pave out there. Those lots were sold on a gravel base 17 or 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I know that SP was put out there. Clearwater County has sold all of their equipment that used to do the SP90, I believe, because we have got out of that business. I think we have, what? We have no more years left in looking after any, do we? I think it's all done. Our maintenance contract is finished with all our
Director Magnus.
all our residents that has had SP90 put on.
You're correct. This was the last year for any type of warranty work. So after this year, there are no more contracts out that are still under warranty.
Yep.
And if I may, Councillor Radcliffe, if you're wanting a number for a Nordic North subdivision, including Thunder Creek Road up to the end of the campground to SB90, that entire, it's about 10.1 kilometers worth of road within that subdivision, $1 million more or less to SB90 laid down.
Okay. These are our roads, but the issue comes in trying, especially if it's a local improvement levy, of how many years that will be spread over and of how to collect those funds, where the county can simply add that to the property tax if it's organized through the county. Otherwise, the risk to have a community operating this themselves is huge.
Okay.
Anyway.
I guess the way forward then is maybe let the community organize and send an email, or else I'm looking at maybe just make a motion to bring this forward to another strategic planning meeting in the future for the new council to decide.
Yes, it just needs to get started. So I have a motion. I think I've run my 10 minutes. I have a motion that administration be directed to prepare 2 cost ranges on a per lot annual basis, one range for continuously maintained SB90 and the other range for asphalt. And this information to be presented to the North subdivision lot owners for next steps. And yes, it would not be subsidized. The SB90, there's a lot of propane trucks, water trucks, septic trucks on those main routes that could, if it was SB90, break them down fairly quickly because of the weight. So that's why asphalt should be an option.
Okay, any comments or questions on this motion? Councillor Lougheed?
Just so I fully understand your motion, this would be the community managing a contracted service, or the county managing a contracted service, not that the county would be deploying this? Because we do, as a county, still have dust control. We do have a program that allows for a different kind other than the petroleum-based solution. It's a different base. I'm just trying to understand if you would.
Okay. I've been told by people who had the calcium base that it didn't last very long. And on inquiry, they were told that it didn't work that well on the base that those roads have. I think there's a lot of limestone in the road base, and that the calcium doesn't work particularly well on it. So they were faced with multiple applications through the summer. But really, it's up to the landowners to be informed and to make a decision of how they want to have that in their community.
Right, any other comments or questions on Councillor Ratcliffe's motion? Councillor Northcott.
Just as we're in a strategic planning council meeting of the whole, would this motion be just a recommendation to council then? Or is there actually, would this be formal direction as we're only committee of the whole right now? I'm not in a formal council meeting.
It should be a recommendation to council.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? I won't be supporting the motion. This is the last minute. As per any procedure, whenever we have a delegation present any other ideas, I want administration to investigate and bring it back to a future strat meeting. We're going into winter months. Our administration can prepare this over the winter or at a time when it's presented to the community in the spring. So as far as a timeline and everything else, it can come forward again for maybe a further discussion with the new council. So we have a couple of strat plans before, one in December, one in January, another one in April typically. So there's plenty of time. So at that, I'm not supporting a motion as is. I would support the motion if it was just bringing it to a future strat plan meeting for more information. So go ahead, Councillor Lawye.
I will support the motion, but on the basis that this allows a future council to fully debate the merits of the dust control program and how it would apply to Nordegg, and it gives them a bit of a head start on that being an important decision-making process while they're still within budgeting and within learning more about their community and what they are, their vision needs to be to match the needs of the community.
Okay. Councillor Mello?
I was gonna very much echo what you were gonna say, so no reason to repeat it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Okay, so I believe that ends that agenda item. And there's an action tied to that, so we'll move on now to capital projects summary, strategic planning, capital prioritization. So, I'll turn over to Ms. Sarhand.
Good afternoon. So the first item before you is strategic planning capital prioritization, and it really is the big picture overview. Even though there are some documents in there that have some of the details, that's for information, but I'll just walk through the information in the background first, and then we can, the second item is more specific to 2026. So in this item, if there's questions or comments about the long-range plan, then we would talk about them here. And then specific to 2026's work plan would be in the next item. So the following legislation wording has been updated recently. So this is provided for council's information, and this comes from the Municipal Government Act, Section 245. Each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year by January 1st of that calendar year. And the change there was that they added January 1st. The contents of the capital budget. A capital budget must include the estimated amount for the following: the amount needed to acquire, construct, remove, or improve capital property, the anticipated sources and amounts of money to pay the costs referred to in Clause A, and the amount to be transferred from the operating budget. So that 246 slash C is that surplus that councils generate to provide funding for the capital projects, either in that current year or forward-looking fiscal years. And the required plans are in section 283. In this section, capital plan means a plan referred to in subsection 3, and a financial plan means a plan referred to in subsection 2. So subsection 2 is each municipality must prepare a written plan respecting its anticipated financial operations over a period of at least the next 3 financial years. And subsection 3 is each municipality must prepare a written plan respecting its anticipated capital property additions over a period of at least the next 5 financial years. So Clearwater County does exceed the Municipal Government Act in that it provides a 10-year capital plan. Subsection 4, the 3 financial years referred to in subsection 2, and the 5 financial years referred to in subsection 3 do not include the financial year in which the financial plan or capital plan is prepared. So that's the legislation that if there is an interim budget, then a subsequent year is required due to that budget not being passed until January. So it cannot include the year in which it was passed. So council may elect to include more than 3 financial years in a financial plan or more than 5 financial years in a capital plan. And council must annually review and update its financial plan and capital plan. The minister may make regulations respecting financial plans and capital plans, including without limitation regulations respecting the form and contents of financial plans and capital plans, specifying the financial year required to be reflected in the financial plan, and specifying the first financial year required to be reflected in the capital plan. So moving on to the background information. This council has made considerable changes to the 10-year capital plan over the course of your 4-year term, and the direction given here will be passed on to the next council to help make their decisions and put their mark on how they see the priorities for our community. Administration will walk through the summaries and restricted surplus balances with council, and this will be followed by a walkthrough of the specific 2026 capital project list. The capital projects are broken out into different priority levels, those being standard programs and services, non-annualized priorities, and facilities and land development. The projects in each of these categories are placed in the year that they are to be constructed or purchased based on continuing the service level delivery as directed by council. In the previous fiscal year, council decided to direct funding towards the current and subsequent years first, instead of annually funding based on average usage. The dollars that have been put away for future funding, the standard programs and services, would be depleted by the end of 2027. And future generation of surpluses would need to increase to fund anything above the standard programs and services after that fiscal year. So again, that there would need to be some consideration for the motions made for $300,000 being put into the West Country Roads restricted surplus and the $500,000 going into the public services facility for the Hamlet of Caroline. Amortization is a number that shows the usage of the tangible capital assets and program delivery based on historical costs, and in 2024 that number is over $24 million. Each year would see an increase in that number based on the cost of replacing those tangible capital assets, increases plus any additional assets required in increasing service levels. Currently, surpluses being generated to fund tangible capital assets has increased slightly, but has not kept up with the projects that council has added to the plan. In the next several years, even with tax revenue increases, which could be a combination of rate increase and assessment base increases, surpluses are not enough to fund council's project list. This number is sitting around $20 to $21 million of surplus being generated annually, depending on where the operating budget sits. Projects being added to operating budgets also affect this number because operating budgets are funded through tax revenue first, and then the surpluses, of course, are put towards current and future capital requirements. And although operating generally is the annual expense to fulfill the obligations of the service levels, there are project-type dollars spent when an asset isn't owned by Clearwater County. For example, the mine site or the rail trail. Attached is the detail and summary information regarding the capital projects, along with the funding sources for these projects. Now I just have a bit of the long-range outlook. So from the restricted surplus summary, you'll see that the projected balance of restricted surplus in 2027 is $14,853,995 and a deficit in 2028 of just shy of $60 million. The funding required outside of grant funding for the years following the 28 deficit of 59 million is 29 million in 29, 34 in 30, 19, just about 20 million in 31 and 32, 26 million in 33, 19 again in 34 and 35. This is $167,808,570 of funding that would be required over 7 years, plus the $59 million, $60 million deficit in 2028, and could be funded through tax revenue increases or debt. The alternative is to reevaluate the projects. The long-range outlook is for information and should be amended by the newly elected council. So as we move into the, any questions about the summary first before we get into the attachments? Okay, so the next 2 pages is the projects summarized based on the types of project. So you will see it starts off with general road infrastructure, asphalt overlay, base pave. So you will see at the bottom of the second page, 2026 sitting at $93,220,000. And that's total expenditure. So that is not just funded through restricted surplus. Those are funded through grants and other revenue sources. In the next few pages, you will see the breakdown of each project. And I believe there's like 230-ish projects in the next 10 years listed. Again, totaling $93,420,000 in 2026. Funding sources are the next attachment. So you'll see funding source from restricted surplus being $57,257,000 in, oh, sorry, Jenna, just back up to the, just the summary. Oh, 13 of 24. Thank you. Oh, do you need, that's on the item. Right there. So this is restricted surpluses in the annual expenditure category or land development category or facilities category. There's an other category and unidentified. You'll see there's just one project in the unidentified restricted surplus. It's a paving project in the east portion of the county. Again, the next several documents are the detail of which projects fall into each of those categories. The remainder of the funding, so the 93 million less the 57 coming from restricted surplus, is funded mostly through grants. And the reason that there's so many grant dollars being identified in 2026 is the portion of the broadband projects that are being new dollars being applied. So we didn't put any carry forwards in these documents. These are all either additional funds being required or projects that are solely identified in 2026 and future. And then as the years progress, there is less grant funding, but there still always is a small amount or a portion of those funding sources coming from the province in their LGFF funding, the CCBF, which used to be the Federal Tax Gas Fund, and some municipal cost sharing with other municipalities. So then we've broke down the restricted surplus document to 2028. And it just shows the ins and outs in that document for each year. So additions you can see being generated, 18 million, 20 million, 18 million. And if there was more generated, council would identify which restricted surplus or which priorities those would need to be funded to. This is just based on historical. And again, the use is those projects being funded, especially those standard programs and services. That first kind of section is your bridges, your surface roads, vehicles and equipment, fire apparatus, and solid waste cell development. Also gravel road rehab and information technology capital projects. And those are all in the standard programs and services. And you'll see at the end of 2028, those restricted surpluses are at a zero using the current funding model. And that the use, I didn't total the usage in here, but I could get you what those programs are costing in a year and get that number to you, but in year over year, I think it's about $25 million. For those standard programs and services. And then there's the non-annualized priorities. And those are the things that maybe you build them. Bridges are a little different, and even though you're getting a longer life out of them, 75 years, there's enough of them in Clearwater County that if you do a few every year, you're still having an annual cost, so you have to tax ratepayers for that program annually, whereas like sewers, infrastructure, resource road infrastructure, broadband, those things are kind of sporadic. They're not a project that happens every year. So they might be priorities of council, but they don't necessarily have work being done on them annually. And then the final category is the facilities and land development. So the airport, fire facilities, fire training facility, solid waste facilities, and the Nordegg development. And again, then the next few pages are just broke out annually, so they're easier to read. It's the same information, just 1 year per page on those documents. So before we get into the 2026 detail, is there anything that council has questions about or wants to talk about as far as the longer range programs?
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. So I'm a little bit confused. I actually, when I was going through this on the weekend, I actually thought it might have just been an error at the last one when they all have zeros on them, because I didn't know that we had changed like our annual allotments into a lot of these programs. So like those are just gone now. We don't do that anymore. Like we don't do $800,000 annually into the fire apparatus anymore. We don't do the $1.9 million into public works equipment anymore. Like we're not doing those things anymore.
Ms. Sarah?
Council made the decision in September of 2024 to fund the projects that were coming up in the years closest, not wanting to raise taxes to include those annual transfers.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch a meeting or two, I guess, because I thought that we had chosen to distribute funds in a certain way in order to accomplish those things, but not that the annual transfers themselves were removed. So, yeah, I have to go back and watch those again.
I have a question for Public Works in regards to the asphalt overlay. As you've outlined, and this is more on your procedure, if we don't add one more lick of asphalt, is there ever going to be a time where we're not resurfacing something in the future? Like, do we ever get, I'll just say, caught up where there's maybe a 2 to 3, maybe 5-year lag before we have to start resurfacing again? If that makes sense.
Yeah, we went through that lag actually not that long ago, because we were pretty aggressive in 2009. We are actually coming to a head right now, whereas we were really aggressive in 2009, 2000, and then thinking in 2011, we actually doubled up our programs there to try to increase the weight carrying capability of our surface roads. So for the foreseeable future, based on condition and for the next 10 years, we are definitely going to be needing that investment annually.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Question about the roads. Why is West Country roads not the same as all roads? I understand the resource roads, but West Country, like what's the difference between those roads and the roads in the east?
So that goes back to, I believe it is our surfacing major projects policy, where there was, our West Country roads are unique in the fact that they are very costly to reconstruct. So there was actually, from a policy perspective, there was actually an annual contribution of, I believe it was $300,000 per year that was going to be put into a fund that was going to fund West Country specific roads to service a lot of our other industry or tourism more compared to more of our settled region. The settled region, what we do is we deal with those roads specifically with our gravel road rehabilitation program. So that's our focus with that. And then our West Country roads, so they don't get forgotten, we've created a special fund, specifically for them because they're usually more increased costs, more remote, which what increases the cost, and as well as the topography. So there's a few driving factors that really increase the cost. So what we do is we actually put money away in a fund, and then once that fund gets built up, then we go take on a West Country project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this high level? We'll get into the detail afterwards. Ms. Sarhan?
Yeah, I mean, if council decides that they want to reinstate their previous way of allocating their restricted surplus, that's not an issue. They can just make that decision and that can be reinstated, and then there would be increased tax revenue to fund those restricted surpluses at whatever level council chooses to do that.
Seeing no other lights for questions for this item. Just checking here. Was there a motion for this item, Ms. Sarhan? No.
No, I think it's just more
More for information, okay. So maybe just, okay. So there's no other.
Unless there was something that council wanted amended.
Right.
Yeah.
See no other lights. I think then we can, did you have a? Okay. Then we'll just move on then to item 7.2.
Excellent. So we have this item, which is more 2026's work plan. This is to prepare budgets that will be presented to, of course, a new council in December. And so even though this won't be the sitting council, decisions still need to be made and recommendations still need to be brought forward. So the directors are here to kind of walk through their work plans that are coming up on the 10-year capital plan in 2026. And they will speak to each of their projects, I think, Of course, Director Hansen has the majority of them, so we'll start off going through the expenditures by category.
Go ahead whenever you're ready, Director Hansen.
Yeah, if we could get to page, oh, I'm not sure what this
Next
one
one,
is.
or
One
next,
that
like
has the
two
exploded
more.
views of
Right there.
twenty twenty-six? Well, that's 2026. That'll be just fine.
Okay.
So yeah, the majority of the projects are carried in my budget there. I wanted to provide a brief summary of basically anything new that's been added to the 26 capital budget, as well as recommendations for maybe a deferral, I guess, if it would. So one thing right off the bat there, this is the very first item under general road infrastructure is this Township Road 41-3 survey. Quick little background on that. This has been brewing now for a couple of years. Township Road 41-3 is a 3-mile section located in the north part of our county. It was identified again during when we reconstructed Beaver Flats Road. So to quickly summarize, what's happened is we received notification from the Alberta Surveyors Association of a error when it comes to this road. It was basically constructed to a 30-meter right-of-way, but the entire road is pinned to a 20-meter. So all the ditches and the back slopes, fences are located at 30 meters, but the Clearwater County's ownership is a 20-meter road width. So this is a forced road up in the north part of the county. And basically we've received this letter saying that there's a ownership pin concern with this road. And the solution is that actually Clearwater County acquire the land in order to, it's actually all on the north side, to actually bump this 20-meter right-of-way out to a 30-meter right-of-way, acquire the land for this section, and that's as per our rates in policy. But that is equivalent to just over $90,000 worth of land acquisition, and the Surveyors Association is going to look after their end, but it's a housekeeping item that's been in the works for a while, and so they presented, and we're presenting it this year as part of our work plan to get that cleaned up in 2026.
Okay.
So that's the first one.
Okay. Councilor Melhoff?
I want to ask more questions, but I'm not sure that I'm allowed to ask more questions because it involves land and we're in open session. So I'm not really sure how much I'm allowed to ask on this particular topic.
Well, it's just the question, if I make funny face, then don't.
Okay, so Clearwater County hasn't expropriated land ever, so you're going forth and about to expropriate a whole bunch of land?
No, it'd be negotiated. It's negotiated
And
as
if
per
they
our
decide
policy.
not to negotiate and they say, no, Clearwater County cannot acquire this land.
Yeah, well, I think this is the start of the process, so that we have a policy that would determine, and the fortunate part is that the road is constructed to a 30 meter, so so the profile, there would be no benefit for them not to sell, and we've had some communications with the owners there. They'd be paid for land that is actually theirs, but it's not being used by them. Most of the road infrastructure is in this area, so it would be land they never had it used for anyway. But it's always been our philosophy, I guess, that there's multiple roads that are not contained within road plan or road allowance throughout the county, whether it be a sweeping corner that the road allowances are square, but then the traffic's always taken, found its own path or was constructed years ago by the province. And it's been our philosophy that given the opportunity, we'd actually acquire that. And if a landowner refuses to sell, then under the MGA, a road is a road, regardless of whether it's on road plan or contained within road allowance. We would just continue to use it, and hopefully we could come to an amicable solution with the ratepayers. So this is something that's been found, that our road infrastructure is on private property and that we need to clean this up. And if there's some landowners along this 3.5 mile section, which I wouldn't be surprised if we do, that would say no, then at least we've done our part to try to clean this up, and maybe with this, over time, we can negotiate this to have it completely cleaned up.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights?
Okay, so road construction admin, I need a team to do the work, so we're recommending that stays in place for 26. Our gravel road rehabilitation, that's our annual investment into our gravel road infrastructure. We've been providing a new work plan, revised, of course, council members, we allocated $500,000 of that money over to complete some graveling on the Ochis Road. I was just up there, it was a good investment, it looks great. West Country Roads, now, that actually, it's not that it's been added, it's basically, it was pushed down the timeline and now it's come to its time in the timeline. So it really is this committee's decision whether we wanna, if that's one that is a nice to have. You know, we've identified the next 5.7 kilometers of the North Fork Road, from the TC Energy line up to the bridge, still a restricted bridge. That hasn't been scheduled for replacement yet. But if there was going to be a project that you wanted to push down the timeline, that would be one of our recommendations, because that's detailed design in 26 with construction to commence in 27. So that's our recommendation with that. With gravel pits, we're still at an absolute gravel deficit, specifically in the northeast portion of our county. We've hired another engineering firm to get a fresh set of eyes, and they're building us a proposition plan there in that northeast part of the county to try to acquire. So we've put in the $3 million to acquire a gravel pit in 2026. That's only pending source and, again, approval from council that this is something that we're willing to invest in. But we are still, again, we're getting a fresh set of eyes on that northeast portion of the county. And we continue to invest in our gravel resources. But that'll only be exercised if there's a source. And we discussed with council saying that, would council allow a gravel pit in this area? Because that's another critical question that needs to be answered. Asphalt overlay, 2026, Orris Road Central, Caroline North, and Rainbow Ford Road. Those are the three projects that we have on that one. There's some permitting that needs to be done on Caroline South, so we want to take next year to do some more work on some of these watercourse crossings. What we are seeing is some of these culverts are getting to be aged, and there's still a significant permitting process and additional costs there. Some we can do in-house, but sometimes the permitting takes an extra period, a long time. So we want to do Caroline North in 26. Orris Road Central is actually showing some, is one of the highest priorities when it comes to condition-wise. So we want to get it, and as well as just proximity and how Rainbow Ford Road has been on the list for a while there, so we want to get that. And that should line up with the town, provided they haven't changed their capital plan on their portion. And then, of course, 27 would just be we do, preliminary engineering for our asphalt overlay there for the following year, every year. So that's the extra $30,000. Base pave, that's Township Road 42-5A, the $450,000 for our cost contribution for the reconstruction of that very north 400 meters, and $200,000 for the detailed design. So as per the last, was a couple meetings ago, we had direction to include detailed design for that road in the 2026 budget. So it's now in the budget, as well as that $450,000 that we'd committed to as part of our cost contribution. Landfill, PDO, so landfill, some items there. Industrial cells maintenance is still large enough dollar amount to capitalize. Diversion, bulk collection, that was some items that our waste folks identified to be included in the capital. I'll let Murray speak to the IT infrastructure, unless there's anything specific, or I can just try to hit on the ones that we're doing. Cougar Ridge, I think that's our last dry hydrant that we have to upgrade, $450,000. So we bumped that up a little bit there, given the prices that we were seeing in Misty Valley. We get into our vehicle replacement there. That's for fire, obviously. Bridge rehabilitation, I don't have the list in front of me, but that's not carry forwards that we have this year, but that's new projects. So another $6.8 million into our bridge infrastructure. Machinery equipment, there again. Any questions there for Kurt or anything like that? So the wastewater system, the Caroline Lagoon upgrade, so that's $200,000 for our detailed design the start for that project, finishing the pre-design, getting into, provided that Alberta Environment's good, we still go right into detailed design for that project. The 49th Street upgrades is the $625,000, so that would be fully funded through our grant. The Nordegg wastewater treatment plant roper pump replacement. As again, those roper pumps are really expensive up in Nordegg, but they're absolutely critical to our system up there. The water treatment plant, phase 2 upgrade, there again, it's $100,000 for design for next year. That should fall under our Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Grant, because it costs a lot of money.
Councillor Melhoff has a question?
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Mine was a little bit earlier, so sorry that we're now gonna have to go back. Ag capital projects. I know that CPOs and fire have had this like $30,000, if we need capital money, we have it. Ag has that now too? They hadn't historically.
Maybe get Bettina there to.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that historically.
I think the ag capital projects still need a bit of work. There's just some moving of some of the fleet purchases over to fleet that has typically stayed within the ag department, and with changes there, but I'll let Bettina speak to that.
Sorry, just
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all right.
One of my other questions, Reeve, if I may.
Yes.
Is we're taking the time to go through this now, but you're just gonna have to do this in way greater detail in November. Okay, as long as we understand that, yeah, this will all just have to be done again with the new council over way extended, more detailed timeline.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is the best opportunity, though, given that this group has seen these projects develop over the last 4 years. If you're going to set the 10-year capital plan, you're gonna defer something, I'd much rather see this group kick something down there based on how you wanna see this community grow and what stage you'd wanna set for the next council. The next council's gonna do what they're gonna do, but what you're gonna hand them, we can make the adjustments between now and the new council, based on your recommendation. And that way we'd have that saying, no, this is what we discussed with the last council, and this is why this is here.
Yeah, I'll just add that, there still needs to be planning and documents produced and preparation done for those. So this would be this council's way of preparing the new council for what they really want to see happen over the next fiscal year.
Just press your button when you're ready.
Get my program to work here, but as for ag, the actual breakout, the ag general like capital, as Ron had mentioned, we're still kind of working out how we're categorizing things, and we're shifting some things around, like the fleet side is gonna be completely looked after by Public Works now. It's not gonna be individualized kind of by department like it was before. So we're still shuffling some of those things around, but we don't have any major ag capital projects in that sense. It's mainly fleet. There's some recreation and community stuff for campgrounds, some software stuff, and that's kind of what we have forecasted. Like I said, it should be broken out more in here, but it shouldn't be any different than previously.
It would be the fleet. I think there's 2 ag fleet jobs there, and you would see that. I haven't even talked to Scott about this yet, so I don't know if he wants to see it incorporated into the 3 categories that he has below, or if he wants it a separate one. Kirk can maybe speak to that, but I do know there's some duplication in that ag fleet because one was created by the fleet department and one was created by the ag department. So there is still some nuancing that needs to happen there.
Director Magnus?
Yeah, sure, I can assist Ron with this. So upon discussion with our fleet and equipment supervisor, Mr. Scott Bertel, we looked at this over the last couple days, And what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep it as a zone category. As you see there, currently we have construction equipment, general equipment, and then vehicles, light duty, heavy duty. And we're just gonna have an additional category now called ag fleet, or ag fleet / equipment, and that'll remain in there, so it's its own entity as well. But that's our plan, so the next time you see this, that's the direction we're going to go.
Councillor Mahon?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, it just looked like there was just another one of those, you know, like the CPOs and the fire had that 25 to or 30,000. There's the CPOs one is showing there as 25,000. It's like if we need it, and the general capital for CR4S is 35,000. The if we need it capital, and I've never really loved those because they're not actually allocated anything, so they're in a budget and not actually allocated. So I thought now one was popping up for ag, and.
That other ag capital project is a specific project. I'm not remembering what it is off the top of my head. Do you remember, Bettina? That other, the one that's like fourth from the bottom for 30,000? Is that? I know we talked about it. I just can't remember.
It's upgrading the GPS system for the spraying
Yeah,
tractors.
it is a specific project. It's not just in case.
It's not the.
No.
Because honestly, and this CPO one and the fire one, the 25,000 and 35,000, the if we need it capital, like I've never loved that, and I would be totally fine with this going away. Come, ask for what you want, and we can allocate it. Rather than the if you need it budget. I don't like that. So thank you, those for GPSs. Okay.
Okay. Any other further questions? Maybe you want to speak to your items too, Director
Just
Haggard?
getting cozy here to come up to a mic, but thank you, Chair Swanson. And that's a great comment, Committee Member Melhoff. Just wanted to explain the intent of those general capital. And so those are for replacement of things that we haven't put into life cycle replacement, like things that we would run until they no longer work or they break. A gear extractor, which is an industrial washing machine, for instance, we're not gonna replace it every 10 years just because, we're gonna wait till it fails. So those thresholds give us the ability to replace that. Same thing with scales in CPO vehicles, in car, like sometimes there are computer systems, they're tough books that they have to have on the road with them. We don't replace, those would be on more of a life cycle, actually, that's a bad example. Radar, scales, things like that, larger items that have a capital threshold that would have probably 10 years ago been in our operational budget, to be honest, but because of their cost and lifespan, again, undetermined, because we just use them till they break, we have that threshold, and in some cases, we don't use those dollars, so they would go back into surplus to be put into reserves once the year is over, and that would form part of that list that Rhonda brings you in the spring to say, allocate the resources to, and perhaps they go into fire anyways. But yeah, I just wanted to explain, it's not just for new things that we decide we want to have, it's more for replacement of things that aren't on a specific life cycle. And so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions so far? No. I don't believe, did we get through that list? No, you can continue on for the list.
I haven't even got to the fun stuff yet. So last one was the water treatment plant upgrades. There again, we're really hoping that would be eligible for a grant, because that's, you can't see the 27, 28, but that's just detailed design, and that's about $2.8 million for a water treatment plant upgrade. So that's a lot of money. So the access road to the Nordic water wells. So currently it is just about amphibious travel to go from the lift station. There's just a muskeg trail to get down to where the water wells are. And it's been identified by our operations team that they would like to have a permanent access public utility road in order to get down there and access those, because historically we have had to use access mats to get in there. So this was $50,000 to just get it started. That's certainly not the cost to construct the road, but that was the cost to look into that. So that was a request by them. I got, mine's next one's recreation, but we go into, I'd hate to skip over broadband partnership project. So maybe leave that to Marie.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Essentially, there's no change in the anticipated costs here, and keep in mind, this is the total expenditure, not just the county's portion. This will be offset by the grant funding in another area. So each of the existing UBF grants that are partnered between the federal and provincial governments, these are the expenditures for each of those areas, no change from what you would have seen last year. And again, as Ms. Serhan mentioned, as we get closer to the end of the year, if there's carryover of any of the 2025 projected expenditures, that will transfer over to 2026. But again, the funding won't have been spent, so that's still available, so it will offset as well.
All right. See no lights, go on to recreation.
So yeah, it's a little bit different than what I have. Campground capital, I'm going to have to assume that's under Patina's. I know the community features allowance, $200,000. There is no planned project with that money today. That's definitely what we're recommending, that to be either deferred for a future project, but we don't have a project identified. It was in the 10-year capital budget, it was gonna come up in the queue, but we've been really focusing more on infrastructure development than enhancing the community features. I think we're actually in a pretty good position in Nordeg right now with all the community features that we have done in the past, as well as the enhancements we're doing in concert with our development. But certainly that would be one that we would defer. Airport capital, I believe that would be Kurt. Next. So a quick overview of these three projects. So Leslieville Fire Training Center. So this, if council might recall, back in budget 2025, we discussed when there was three components. One was the prop, the flashover prop, which has been installed and is operational. The other was a pumping system there for an enhanced closed pump with an electric or diesel motor there to pressurize the training area as well as load trucks. We're underfunded for that project this year, so that'll be carried forward in next year, slightly over what it was estimated. So that's be something that we would look to defer to 2026. And the fire training center, I don't have the drawings with me today, but alternative to a standalone building, which the cost to run utilities to, power, sewer, water, it's absolutely prohibitive to build another dirty classroom or operational classroom. So the recommendation is actually we've added like a 25 by 25 meeting room onto the existing building. So actually right at the meeting room onto the building could be extended out to the east to facilitate making the existing classroom larger. But we would put another entrance with a more like a not decontamination entrance, but like heavy lockers for removing bunker gear, et cetera, that could be away from the balance, and then they can come in and then use that larger meeting room space. Because that seems to be the deficit that our training folks have, is that the meeting room wasn't designed large enough in Leslieville. In addition to that is the request has been for a hose drying tower in Leslieville. So we anticipate constructing that right off the southwest corner of the building to the west where the bulk fill station is. Basically just having to cut a hole through the wall right from the wash bay right into where this hose drying tower would be. And that's the expenditure that's been identified for those projects. Ag Rec facility, phase 1 and 2. There again, we didn't feel it's our place to remove that from the timeline. It should be input from this group as to whether that should stay in the capital budget. We haven't finalized the project. I know the report and the summary has been updated and presented to council. We haven't had a lot of talk about an Ag Rec facility in a while since that report was done. This is the one that we recommend certainly to defer that, or, you know, if this group has another use for those dollars. But we certainly don't have anything ready to spend that $500,000 in 2026. So at a minimum, defer is our recommendation. The heated storage facility, our heated storage facility needs haven't changed. We still need heated storage for our plow trucks. I think we've discussed that numerous times with this group. It was, of course, there was the strategic planning motion that I don't want to get lost in from the last meeting, is that the waste and the heated storage was to be removed from budget until the Caroline Public Services Building was addressed. So that should be addressed at the committee level again if it need be. It's still in budget today, but if that's to be deferred or removed, that would be the will of this committee. You want me to just keep going, or do you want to?
I had seen a light, oh, now I see light, so I'll stop you. Councilor Mello.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. I thought my motion to defer failed. Like, I made that motion, but for the heated storage, like, I made that motion, but I thought that motion failed. Can we confirm?
Should be in the meeting minutes of this meeting. We can certainly confirm.
Of this meeting? I didn't make that motion in this meeting.
No, it would have been, it should have been the approved meeting minutes, because the last strategic planning committee, I think, was when we last discussed that.
Because I thought, like, because I remember making that motion a couple of times and it failing a couple of times. But that would have been in the spring.
May 12th.
Yeah.
That was the first time that I kind of give you a.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be in the meeting minutes from our last strategic planning meeting.
We've had one since then, since May.
Didn't we have one in June? Yeah, so the last ones we discussed were June. So it would have been the ones in May.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought that I made that motion and I thought it failed.
Okay. We'll certainly
I mean, if
confirm.
it passed, fabulous, but, because I wouldn't have made it if I didn't want it to pass, but I thought it failed, so.
No, we'll certainly look into that. Like I said, yeah. No, that's fine.
I believe it was that Councillor Meloff made yes, it was in regards to the Caroline, you asked to postpone that, but you also made the motion when we were deliberating budget that you wanted it to be postponed 1 year. So that's why it's coming back for. Was it not?
To postpone it was carried May 12th?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Cool, thanks.
Until the needs of the Hamlet and Caroline can be determined, which is different than the motion that was defeated.
Yeah. So it's still technically then on hold until we figure out the needs of Caroline, which are about 10 years old from now.
Well, it was strategic planning. So it was a strategic, because it was strategic planning, that's why I thought it was appropriate. Council didn't take that motion and turn it into a motion, like a real motion, but I felt that that's why it was important to bring it back to be considered, that the strategic planning committee made this motion, a recommendation to council. So if there was any other information that comes up since, that would be attributed to, but there is that disconnect between the strategic planning committee motions and council, right? It's, and what the solution to that is, I don't know. But we're working through it.
Did you have, Rhonda, your light's on, did you have a comment? Oh, okay, all right. So quick question, so we're coming upon winter, and I know with everything that's been going on, what are we doing for heated storage for 2020 this winter? Are we still okay, or what's happening? Question, Councilor, Director Magnus?
So far, it's status quo, meaning the plow trucks will be stored inside the shop, and every day, so every evening, and then they'll be moved out, and then pertaining on the number of events and how long each of the snow events are, our technician crew will spend the first 4 hours or so cleaning up the shop, and then they'll bring in equipment to work on. So nothing different than unless we, like I said, something, this committee and therefore council comes to the decision as to implementing additional heated storage, it will remain status quo. Right now, we'll go with what we've done in the past, as I just described, pull them in and out overnight, and however, once if things should change in regards to additional surfacing with asphalt on any of our roads, you know, which ones they are, that's been in discussion over quite a few times in regards to 42-5A, when that does come up, then we will be hard pressed for heated storage. So something needs to be decided for council at that time on what direction they want to move. But long and short of it, Reeve Swanson, is we will continue to do what we've done in the past. Right now, we do bring all the equipment in and we'll pull them out each day.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lai?
And thank you for conveying that process there. It seems very inefficient for me to say we're going to take mechanical trained people to clean up the floor. Before that space existed, which was, I mean, a good portion of that was intended for that mechanical work, where did we store these plow trucks? Was that when we had some rented shop space to store plow trucks? There was a period of time that I think there was some local space that was rented to store those overnight? Or am I dreaming a different county?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, I don't know that we've actually rented for plow trucks. I know for our solid waste we did. We actually had right next door here. We rented, it's significant, 35,000 I think a year is what our expenses were annually there to rent that space.
Okay, so trying to find that balance between losing valuable mechanical space and, you know, kind of warehousing space for a truck that's gonna the dirt's gonna come off the truck tonight that was dropped there last night, and just, you know, if there's some alternative plan that isn't creation of a $7 million space, maybe that's worth looking at too in a budgeting long-range plan too. So just suggesting options, and I do appreciate a barrier being brought forward and understanding that there is a challenge with our current status quo.
So curious, I'm assuming you looked at rental space, because I mean, as discussed this morning, we have a very low inventory for any rentable housing or that kind of thing, and what's going on. So is there a lot of available warehouse space to be putting our vehicles in?
No, we have looked. I even approached, I know Mr. Challen is looking to divest of all their equipment there. I know they're looking to sell. They weren't interested in renting that space to us. We actually are looking at a piece of property out west there to facilitate some of our broadband. There's a small amount of heat storage in there, but not enough to house a plow truck, mostly secure yard space there, but we are looking at that property right now there to meet our growing needs of our broadband group. There's just not a lot of heated storage space to facilitate plow trucks available to rent.
Would it be fair to call this really a truck barn? Like, literally, this is just for vehicles. This isn't for any other supplies that the county has. Like, this is just really for parking our waste trucks or snow plows. That's what it's for. It's not for anything else.
Yeah, it would be a small component there for parts, materials storage there, and a washroom facility that we'd like to incorporate. And we know that we have to be able to wash the floor to clean there. So we have specifically if it was going to go to the north property, there is no other facilities out there right now. We've been still using porta potties there since 2017 when we've started that, and we've continued to rent them since. So we would like to incorporate, indoor plumbing in there for our drivers and the safety center, of course, and just some general materials just to be able to make sure that they can grease and maintain their vehicles, but certainly not an administrative wing on this building. This is absolutely a truck barn with the bare minimum for just to be able to house staff in there to be able to do their work.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Mine's more of a procedural question. So there's a disconnect between motions that are made at strat planning and action motion, the quote-unquote real motion that happens at council. How long does it take to have a strategic planning motion come back to council to be made into an actionable administrative action item? For example, the motion that I made in May saying to postpone the solid waste and heated facility, how much more work has now gone into the planning, architectural drawings, all of the input pre-work that goes into those facilities, because a motion was never brought back, or an agenda item was not brought back to council to be made into a quote-unquote real motion.
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, I can tell you that we've done no planning on the heated storage or the central solid waste since that motion. We've focused all our energy on Caroline. So I think we are trying to meet the intent of the motion. And it's, I say, to postpone the solid waste and heated storage in the north portion of the county from the 2026 budget until the needs in the hamlet of Caroline can be determined. I hope even today I can outline today what those needs are and basically a timeline, so then and really it'd be up to this group if we want us to remove those two items from the capital plan because we haven't finished Caroline, then we will do that.
Supplementary. Is there a bylaw change or something that needs to happen that can remove the duplication of requiring it to go to strategic planning, be voted on in strategic planning, have an agenda item be rebuilt and re-brought to council to be voted on again? Like, it's administratively burdensome, it's council time burdensome. Is there a bylaw that needs to be changed or a procedure that needs to be, like, what can we do to remove the duplication and the red tape?
COS?
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely, and administratively, that's been discussed. And it is our intent to bring that forward with the new council to really do some serious red tape reduction, and rather than redundant in process. And to answer your previous question, Committee Member Malhaff, that's awkward to say. Administration truly does its best to meet the intent, and it is always our objective to be consistent. So when a recommendation from this committee comes to council, we have to create another agenda, bring it to council to turn it into a motion. To be very blunt, we do our best to use common sense. And as Mr. Hansen stated, the intent of that recommendation was adhered to because it was clear. And we proceeded. Does that loop need to be closed? Absolutely. Was it a huge priority with the size of council's agendas in the past? No, because we were meeting that intent, but that loop does need to be closed. So we were walking that fine line, trying to manage the size of agendas and still deal with a lot of the information Eric shared today. To be very transparent, waiting for the committee to hear whether that meant the intent. Some great information on Caroline came forward today, costs, priorities. Does that meet this intent? Or were you and your fellow councillors, committee members, looking for additional information?
I really appreciate that, and I appreciate that you guys are gonna bring forward some red tape and redundancy reduction going forward, because it truly is more added work for you guys and frustrating to then, did I motion that in strat planning, or was that a council meeting? Like, is that real or not real? Like, so I appreciate that, thank you.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate this process, and I don't want to be critical of strategic planning, this group's work. I think it's a great way to delve into, deepen all of our understanding on the frustrations that affect us all with the status quo. And I think it's a good way to voice how to make things better as we move forward. I think that's all of our goals, to improve our service here, improve our efficiency. And it's great when we get some of those things to erupt out of the discussion, and I think that's valuable. I think I would continue to support that time spent in this kind of discussion. Thank you.
And I will say the last couple years, we have been going through some strategic plan or strategic statutory document changes. And that has ate up a lot of our council time in the past. That hasn't happened before, because I remember we did come out of strat plan and that agenda item did come in the next meeting, but we have public hearings now that we've never had before and things like that. So I'm looking forward to going over that procedural bylaw, or the next council will, sorry, and having that opportunity to cut some of those red tape out, because at the end of the day, we still need these discussions, and I actually like that little bit of time in between, because it's like a cooling off period, getting to have a second look. Did we discuss what we needed to discuss, or did we forget something? And also take an opportunity to talk it over with the community members, because this is live stream, and if they're watching or interested, they can say, oh, did you think about this and that? So great questions. I think that needs to happen, and I'm happy with how things are being brought forward, but yeah, sometimes it depends on the urgency of the item that needs to be put in. So, very good. Anything, are we done our list? Nope, keep going. Oh, sorry, did Councillor Cermak have a question? Sorry.
I do.
Sorry, Pop.
I'd like to voice my opinion that I would not like to see the heated storage or the solid waste ever removed. This is a council that always is planning ahead. If we don't keep planning ahead, we're going to lose money every year. And there will be eventually a lawsuit against us on our solid waste, what we're trying to do out there now. To keep putting it off and hoping that the luck stays with us and nobody gets hurt out there, I'm not willing to gamble that gamble. I think those two things need to be brought forward and get started this year. Both the heated storage and the waste out there. It's too much of a gamble.
All right. Okay, I guess we keep on. Oh, sorry, Daryl. Go ahead, Councillor Light. No?
And again, not wanting to sound like I'm a soapbox, and I think everybody has been very restraintive when getting on a soapbox, but definitely I've seen the need over the discussions we've had for a lot of years for improvements on many aspects, and it's finding and setting those priorities, and that's what the discussions we're having here today really set a good foundation for those kind of discussions, and we hope the beginning of those discussions carries through into the next council, where they can see the basis and the foundation, and administration has some direction to keep working towards that, because it's the direction that we have now and how we've indicated in the past. And I think there's a good fundamentals moving forward here now. We need to give the certainty. I think we've all agreed at different levels that we need to improve the quality of service here. We need to find efficiencies, and we just need to find the best way to do that with the constrictions we have around budget and staying responsive and transparent with our community.
Good to go.
Okay, so quickly, moving on to grading projects, Township Road 39-2. We've had some success with landowner negotiations along that road, but not 100%. We have one critical landowner there that we're still having concerns with, but this year was land acquisition for that road to a future project. So we've been working on this year, but we're anticipating that there will be some additional funds required for next year. Transfer station, there again, that's ties right into our last discussion we just had, the solid waste central site. So that would be detailed design with subsequent construction to follow.
solid waste, Nordeg upgrades, modest amount of upgrades, solid waste transportation, collection, transportation assets, that I believe those are bins there for Reed and his team. So we're coming to the end, Nordeg Development, Nordeg Cemetery, so the contractor should be resuming here again. He was pulled away to a bridge file project there, but they should be back right away, and I hope that we get blessed with more of this nice, beautiful weather so I can finish that work up there in stage 1. So stage 2, I know, I'm pretty sure the Ag Services team there has communicated clearly with council what kind of those are, and we've been working closely with the Ag team there about getting those. We're doing the earthworks this year, and now the cemetery amenities are going to be added to in phase 2. Nordic Trestles, that's additional funds required in addition to the carry forward or into the work outlined in 2025. So there's $400,000 additional there. We haven't gotten back our detailed engineered report, our second opinion. Looks promising, much more promising than the first report. So we should be seeing that any day now. But that would get our third trestle completed there, hopefully in 26.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe has a question?
Yes, the Nordeg Cemetery, is that a project that can be deferred the next stage? I know that I think one family a few years ago bought a large percentage of the remaining lots or plots, which spurred development of another site. I'm just wondering if that has continued, what the trend would be and what risk there would be to defer the Nordeg Cemetery.
Yeah, maybe Bettina, can you want to speak to Whitney's experience up there?
Yes, the intent, well, we hope that this Nordeg Cemetery will continue to be developed because there is very limited plots available for purchase in the Nordeg Cemetery that's currently there. So, yes, it could have effects to families for sure if this doesn't continue on for sure, just because there is limited plots available for purchase currently. So, within the next couple of months to a year, those could be bought up and then families will have to find somewhere different if we don't continue on. Does that answer your question?
I understand the risk. Just how real is it?
I would say it's real. From, working with Whitney, I would say it's a real concern for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gibson?
Says that there are, like you say, not going to be any plots. Have you looked into a columbarium?
That is planned for the current cemetery that's being constructed, but not as like a supplementary to put in to the current cemetery that's there to, get us by kind of thing. Is that what you're asking?
I'm just thinking because of lack of space, if one particular person has bought up a number of the plots, that would be one way that people could still be interred there in a fashion which, and still be there and
Yeah,
take up less space.
That's a good point for sure. I mean, I don't know the space that's available out there to know if we have space to put something like that in the current cemetery, or, what that could look like. But we haven't obviously explored that specific option, in the case that we were completely out of plots and need somewhere to put people.
Do you have more comments? Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, you probably didn't get the benefit of the plan, and that's where it's probably, where the disconnect is there. So it's a mixed use interment up in there in the new cemeteries. There's gonna be a combination of traditional burial, columbarium, as well as scatter garden, I believe. I think those are the uses. But the plan was created, but it was a phased approach, of course. It was, so 2025 is the earthworks, get everything graded, drainage in place, start getting the grass to grow, fences up. And then phase 2 was actually be able to get the concrete works for where the headstones were going to be placed, et cetera, to make it usable. So the risk, I guess, would be that we'd have the earthworks in place, but an unusable cemetery until budget was approved. I guess that would be the risk, is that I don't believe there'd be any of it that would actually be ready for use until we actually went forward with the phase 2 of some description. So that would be the risk.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other lights. Please
Okay.
continue.
So Nordic residential, phase 2 residential subdivision, I think there was just carry forward from, I don't know what that is. For all these things I know, I just don't know what exactly that 50,000 is for, but I have it in my thing here. Resort commercial, high density residential west of Stewart Street. So as discussed, the major project, of course, is the Center Street Road development, and that is the construction of the road tying in the south end of Center Street down to Stewart Street. That's the most costly project. That in turn will get us closer to being development ready for the high density west. Really doesn't do much for the high density east because it's kind of a standalone project, but we have discussed that those were going to be kind of parked until the time the developer actually comes in and provides us the motivation to provide notice to our existing residences. So the other one too is that resort commercial, that's what that was, is we've had some looming interest in resort commercial properties. So we are going to need third-party expert engineering services to evaluate those, what those infrastructure needs are from a stormwater and infrastructure assessments. So we've accounted for that. Hopefully we get to use them. And the Nordic shallow utilities servicing, $1 million. So we've had discussions with our local gas provider to how much is going to cost to run a line from Nordic to the industrial area, and that's approximately what it is. But it certainly doesn't need to be done in 2026. It's really hard to cost recover another $1 million going south because, you know, with their lot pricing there, we are going to likely, hopefully, cost recover the cost for the distribution systems of the gas, the power, and the fiber within the cost of the lots. But that's an additional $1 million just to get to there. So that hasn't been finalized. I haven't seen the quote yet, but when I twisted the arm, that's the number I heard. Of course, we're encouraging our gas provider as well as our broadband folks to work together to see if there can be some efficiency made to extend that line south and give us the most bang for our buck. But we haven't got that number yet either. But I say I would certainly not include that in 2026. I would deal with the internal part of the hamlet and then worry about servicing to the south later.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. When do we expect those new industrial lots to be on the market? Is that this year?
Yes, I'm sure there would be. I'm sure there'd be an item there for pricing. Next meeting.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Can you tell us what the cost will be to get the gas from the rig station now to the rest of the town of Nordic? Do you have figures for that? Because that's another shallow utility, because I don't think we put that in, did we not?
Yeah, so the representative I've been dealing with has been working on the estimate basically from the town site to the industrial area. The infill, I think they want to give it to bring in another service to provide that estimate for them. He said he wasn't prepared to provide us that estimate infill for the balance. It's kind of a mixed mash because we do have some holes to fill, and then you can tie into what we've created historically. But we haven't seen what the infill plan or the funding strategy of who's gonna pay for all of that. And the same with the $1 million, you know, that could be partially funded as well, I'd hope, through a partnership of some description. But no, I don't have an infill for or inside of Nordeg yet. We were focusing on trying to get to south.
Okay, so we got no date or anything when the rest of Nordic will have natural gas to get rid of the propane tanks.
Yeah, we're still hoping that, the last I heard was November for the RMO station, this November. So looking forward to that, and then you know, I know they're looking forward to getting the public services building hooked up, as well as the manufactured home park, because that's the easy ones, and the hotels obviously expressed interest, so I'm sure I'm sure 2026 is gonna be a busy year out there for gas installation.
Thanks.
Okay, looking at the time, we've been at this now for about an hour and a half. I'm wondering if we could just take a 15-minute break and come back and we'll wrap this item up. Let's take a break. Scroll back. All right, welcome back from our short break. So we just finished a discussion in regards to going over the list of capital projects for 2026. And now we're going to bring it back, and there was been some suggestions to possibly do a deferral into subsequent years. And so with that, there's been, I want to say, I think I wrote down 3 or 4. So anyways, we'll open up the floor to suggestions or other questions or comments. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. And I see we left Director Magnus get away. I wanted to go back to the airport. I thought we were kind of going to go through this by directors. And that is past 26, we have $6 or $7 million set aside for the, is that just for the terminal? Or is that for runway work?
Ms. Sarah?
That is inclusive of the terminal and the runway work, and it's not dollars that are set aside. Those are projected expenditures.
Okay, because I think the direction we're heading now for the terminal would be something smaller, more like duplication of the current facilities that would be several million less. And I wondered if we could reduce those numbers in the future at this point.
As soon as we get notification that those projects are being decreased, those numbers will be decreased. And in 2026, I'm not sure what the plan was or what, if the 225 is still required for an expenditure in 2026.
Yeah. Okay, that answers my question.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments, questions? In what just happened? I know at the beginning of the conversation, Director Hansen had suggested possibly the deferral of the West Country Road for a year for the North Fork Road and under, I think that was what, under general road infrastructure. Does anybody have a comment on that? Go ahead, Councillor Milhoff.
Well, I would probably be remiss if I didn't defend the road. It definitely could use the work. It's a very busy road with those oil sites and the different forestry projects going on up there. And it definitely could use the work. And it's always been set up that we fund so much every year, and then once there's funding available, we build it. So we're now at the point where there's funding available to build it. So I certainly would like to see that road continue to be built out. And then they can work on solutions for the very difficult to traverse corner coming down into, and then another immediate corner coming across that bridge, and then another immediate corner when you cross the bridge, and another immediate corner when you crest the hill. Like, it's not an easily navigable area down there. So I'm hoping that in and amongst this, they'll work on that as well, because I know that's the point where we're at. We're getting right up to where that river is, and then they're gonna have to come up with some solutions to that. So hopefully that's kind of all encompassing in some of that work, or at least some brain think tanking while they're building this out, to understand that that's a very difficult spot there where we've had several incidences, if history is accurate. So I would like to defend this West Country Roads continuing.
Okay. Question for you, Director Hansen. We've seen substantial oil and gas activity on our roads this last year. Arbutus Road for Paramount. I know that some of the other north of on Beaver Flat Road, etc. I know there's been projections. Would it be prudent to maybe, when do we do our traffic counts on our gravel roads? We usually do them in the fall, do we not? Or have they already been done this year?
Actually, we start right after the road bans come off, after June, and because they're on each location for a week, it takes us just about all summer right up till October to do all the counts. So we typically invest between $30,000 and $35,000 a year in traffic counts on our monitoring our high volume gravel roads. So those would be just getting completed right now, and then we'll be getting our summary reports shortly.
Okay. Because with the development of what's happening, I'm just thinking that some of these road pressures, the road vehicle counts, could change substantially from what they've been in the past. And added pressures in some of these, I'll just say the list of roads can definitely, some that were at the bottom rise to the top and push down, so. I know it depends on what's happening during the construction year as well, or not too, so.
Yeah, and that's really why, when it comes to, industry use and development and actually damaging our roads, for example, that's the nice part about how our gravel road rehabilitation programs are set up, is that they can respond to these types of anomalies that we see in Clearwater County. Instead of doing a prescribed, these roads are gonna be done in 25, and we put them out to tender and they're contract driven, and then all of a sudden we have roads that blow up over here. So, well, we're already contractually committed to these ones. We don't even have any money left to go fix these ones, whereas we have that flexibility with our day labor programs to go to react to those. Which, we did actually see that when the North Fork Road was a prime example, or not North Fork, sorry. The Ochese Road was a prime example of being able to react and reallocate those funds and day labor that and fix the problem, so.
Right. I'll go to Mr. and I'll go to Councilor. Go ahead, Mr.
I was just gonna go through the restricted surplus for 2026. I just wanted to touch on some of that stuff, so if Councillor Gibson had something to add to this other conversation.
I just wanted to know, are there any residents that live on that North Fork Road? Jen does, okay, well, since there's no one living on that road, is there a possibility that we can possibly get the oil and gas companies to kick in a little bit of funds for that, or is that just something that is not done?
Yeah, usually they only invest when it serves them specifically. The ones that we have had success with is typically the logging companies up on the far end of the North Fork Road. They've actually heavily invested in where they have from Jock Lake all the way back to their Sunpine Mainline Road. They've actually done some significant investment into that portion of road. It's still very much a low standard road. It's not what would we call a county standard by any means, but they invest. As for the next section we're talking about, a lot of them will tell you that's what they pay taxes for. We don't really, and we don't want to pick on one specifically, because if they're, whichever user actually has well sites west of that area that we're working on, we'd want them to contribute. And then once one doesn't and the other one does, then it becomes problematic. We've seen examples of this, of the dust control on the Spate Road prior to it being paved. And, we had one user that was using it significantly, but another one was not, was using it less frequently, but they didn't want to contribute at all, even to a calcium dust control. And which kind of made hard feelings between the two. And they said, well, if I invest this and you run a haul over it, because what they do is they charge road use to each other when they're using their own road infrastructure. That's what they would want, is some recovery if they lost that investment. So we try to push them out of the conversation, and we construct the roads through our funding strategy.
To straighten out.
Yeah, so.
Sorry, to straighten out this North Fork Road or mitigate some of the curves, do we have land available to do it?
Yes, it's surrounded 100% by Crown land. Unfortunately, it's topography, and money can fix anything when it comes to topography. But there's going to have to be some sacrifices made in design, because it'd be cost prohibitive to, we've seen great examples of what we can do with infrastructure and road development there, but there has to be the cost benefit for that. So we absolutely would improve it, but yeah, we wouldn't want to spend $15 million just to improve the access onto one bridge in our West Country. We just have to weigh out the cost benefit of it.
Councillor Mella?
Thank you, Reeve. It's not just me that lives there, so I just wanted to be very clear. That just happens to be where I also reside. But it's residential up to just before kilometer 10, and it's actually pavement until just after kilometer 8. and then it's gravel after that. And then it's oil and gas and forestry predominantly, but there is some recreational and trap lines and outfitting groups out there as well. So just to give you a little bit lay of the land, and I mean, obviously, industry already pays for 92% of the revenue that we at Clearwater County enjoy. So if we are wanting the oil and gas companies and forestry companies to contribute more, we can look at the split between residential and industry that we have for our tax splits. I believe we're at 3.5% or 3.5 to 1 in comparison to 5 to 1 or 10 to 1 or wherever. I want to say we're at 3.5 to 1 if memory is serving for that differential between residential and industrial taxes. But if we wanted to look at a different split, we could do that, but industry already does make up 92% of Clearwater County's tax revenue.
All right, so I'll turn it back to Ms. Serhan. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cermak, last second.
I just need a little bit more clarification on the gravel stores. You're saying that you're looking at a gravel pit in the northeast part of the county? What does it cost for somebody to come in and look for gravel pits for us, roughly? Because I'm sure it's not 3 million. That's what it would be to develop a gravel pit.
Yeah, no,
Or to buy the land that the gravel pit's on.
Yeah, I believe, I haven't seen the proposal from our latest engineering firm there, but it's about $50,000, I believe, for it depends on how much research and what you set out for scope for them. But it's a newer engineering firm that we haven't used before in the area, and so I believe we just had their proposal received. I just not sure exactly what that was, and then what the scope included. But the $3 million would be a potential purchase if a source was found. Or again, council will be very much included in that conversation, because we don't want to buy a piece of property that might not potentially get approved for a gravel pit.
Is it pretty good area to find gravel in, the northeast corner?
Not at all.
Not at all.
That's why.
That's why we're looking.
That's why we're looking there.
Because we have lots of other gravel pits in the
Exactly.
other area, it's quite a haul.
Yeah, and that's what we've had to supplement our northeast from hauling from other pits there, which is increasing our cost per ton. So we need to be more deliberate in trying to find a source in the northeast part of the county.
We just might have to put a local tax on those people in the northeast. Just happens to be there a reason in that area too. That's why I had to get the dig in.
It's my good arm, be careful.
No, I think it's great that we're looking for gravel in different areas so that the hauling doesn't cost us a fortune. Thanks.
Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, and I understand that 3 million would probably be just a ballpark estimate, but would it include things such as the necessary environmental studies to develop a pit, the noise mitigation, sound considerations, screening, and an eventual reclamation of that? Is that included in that initial price, or is that something that would be an ongoing cost? Okay, thank you for that.
Going costs charged out to the jobs as their gravel is used on them.
And how does that work against our gravel? Because we have a significant inventory of gravel to last overall needs, but maybe not strategically placed. How does that work with our accounting for those things we hold in reserve for that purpose?
We maybe have access to quite a lot of gravel, but it hasn't been extracted and crushed to the size that is required, which is most of the cost. So that there is some dollars in a reclamation restricted surplus that is accumulated through use of those past jobs that the gravel goes on. So an additional charge is charged to those jobs, and then that surplus on that inventory usage is put into the restricted surplus for reclamation when that pit is ready to be reclaimed. Is that?
Thank you, and further to that, as we add a resource to our inventory, we know we do have an accounting principle where we talk about an amortization of our resources, our capital assets. How does that reserve, if we have a 100-year reserve, does it fit in a 100-year timeline for amortization, or does it fit in a shorter, or does it not come into play at all until it's used?
Sure, there's no amortization on inventory, so it's just the cost of crushing or having that gravel get to a point that it's usable, and then those costs are then subsequently added to whatever jobs are. So if there's the Ochese Road, for example, the cost of crushing 3/4 inch, however many tons they use, that cost is added to that job. And then the surplus of over and above what's charged to it for the inventory above the crushing cost goes into the reclamation restricted surplus. So there's no amortization on the inventory. It's just costed out at the time of use.
So thank you for that. So other resources that are in the amortization schedule, would an existing county road be in that, a bridge,
Yes.
some form of public infrastructure, water, sewer? What about the inventory we have of undeveloped road allowances? Is that included in that? Yeah, I may get a question around, we have a sizable tangible capital level of tangible capital assets, and from time to time we invest quite a bit to maintain those, and that's where we account for the amortization. I believe that we keep investing in this infrastructure and it kind of dissolves away or wears out or needs to be replaced over a period of time. And just kind of understanding a bit more about that.
Sure. So yes, the infrastructure that's constructed or built is amortized over its life. So it depends on if it's a 20-year life or a 50-year life on the useful life. And then those costs are recognized in the year over that 20-year period or 50-year period. However, land is not amortized. It's not. It's seen as an asset actually that likely appreciates over time, but there's no appreciation for it on the financial statements. It's recognized at a cost and it just stays at that cost.
So a piece of land that purchased and has a potential, it's held in reserve for future needs, is not
Amortized.
depreciating
No.
at this moment because
No.
we're not using it for the purpose that
Yeah.
we see as a future use for that. Yes.
Even if that land is being used, the cost of that land is never being amortized.
Okay.
Only the improvements on the land or the infrastructure that's constructed on that piece of land.
So if that land remained undeveloped for a period of time and then was repurposed to another entity of some kind, we wouldn't have to rationalize any depreciation in that property then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Director Hagan maybe has something to add.
Thank you, and just to add to that, for any of our viewing audience that is interested in knowing what those rates of amortization are, I'd encourage them to go to our website and look at our 2024 financial statements, and that information's in the notes to the financial statements.
Thank you so much.
All right, seeing no other lights on this side, let's.
Just wanted to speak to this 2026 restricted surplus chart for a minute and go over some of the things, point out some of the things. So the total use of the restricted surplus, and again, this is the total expenditure in those categories. We've gone to totally funding our restricted surplus out of our tangible capital assets out of our restricted surplus, with the exception of grant funding, of course. But there's nothing, we used to fund like gravel road rehab and the IT capital out of just out of tax revenue. And it just made it difficult to understand the implications or the bigger picture of what was being generated as a surplus in that year and identified for capital purchases. So that line that's other annually funded programs, that's mostly gravel road rehab and the road construction admin costs. And then the corporate services is our IT capital. And you can see that those are mainly the only dollars that are going in from our surplus that's generated in 2026, with the exception of $256 going into fire apparatus that's needed to cover the purchases for 2026. The rest of the 2026 purchases, which total $19,983,945, is coming out of restricted surpluses that were generated in previous years. And again, back to that comment of that's typically what Clearwater County has been generating in surplus. Actually slightly less than that, in the $18 million range. Just go up to so we can see the bottom totals there, Jenna. So you can see in the bottom of that restricted surplus that needs to be generated in 2026 is $20,199,811 currently, but that does not include the $500,000 if directed by council for the facilities within the hamlet of Caroline. So back up to that non-annualized priorities. So again, these are the priorities that don't happen year over year. We wouldn't necessarily see broadband construction every year, or trails or sewer. So you can see the majority of the surplus that's being generated in 2026 is going into broadband and the Nordegg development through tax revenue. Then there's slight allocations just to cover the costs of those projects that are identified in 2026.
Councillor Lougheed? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That number 24 million, that seems to align very closely with what our amortization number is as well.
24 million will be approximately what the amortization is in 2025. 2026 will be higher. And that does not include any amortization for broadband because it's not, or a small amount of broadband, I believe, has been in service. So there's a small amount of broadband construction, but most of the construction's happened in 2025, and none of the projects will be completed yet until 2026. So though that, we have yet to do some analysis on what the useful life is and how we're going to amortize that, but that number will definitely be getting higher because broadband was not an asset previously. So there's not any amortization that's been happening in that area. So that's an addition to the amortization. So in 2026, it will definitely be higher than $24 million.
Thank you. Director Hagan?
And if I am reading Councillor Lougheed correctly, I think to carry on that conversation, what this is telling me is you take out some of those one-time expenditures like broadband, and the contribution into restricted surplus is significantly lower compared to roughly 24 million or higher in future years of amortization. The county's not putting enough money away today to replace its existing assets at historical value, let alone factoring in inflation. So this presents a significant challenge for this organization.
I'm wondering if this committee would be willing to push off the Ag Rec facility 1 year. We did have a community group pop up over this past year in regards to a Rocky Dome. And maybe that might be something that might be more of a partnership with our municipal partners with in the future. So maybe postpone that by 1 year would allow more community engagement with the new council in that one. So I'm not saying to to remove that restricted surface. I'm just saying, let's just save the $500,000 1 year, and, because we still don't have a place. We haven't had an opportunity to put that, and I'm just thinking with the opportunity that I've had through some other discussions, that may be a, something that we should be considering as well. So anyways, Councilor CEO Emmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as much as it pains me, I do believe we'd be remiss without having a conversation on the admin building. I look at the timelines where we're at and the projected cost, and I don't believe the timelines are realistic. And that may require a conversation as well.
Okay. Because we have, was that for the start of construction for the 7 million for 20?
That's for heated storage.
For heated storage, that's right.
Yes,
That's right.
so
Yeah, thank you.
the administration and operations facility, actually is 2027. Start, I believe, with a 2028 construction. And, of course, the other alternative is, debt funding for any of this, the non-annualized. I would never recommend, debt funding for those, capital assets that are being purchased year over year over year. Your tax revenue should definitely be covering those because you have them again the following year. The types of things that debt funding can be considered for are those things like broadband or facilities that you purchase or construct and then not again for another 50 years, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. All right. Councillor Gibson.
Do we have a location that we'd like to put the administration facility at? I'm just thinking like, isn't that kind of the first thing is like, okay, it's gonna live here? Isn't that first thing you, like, that we should have a location for it? Or no?
CEO Emmons.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. It's been my view, those decisions were made before any of us were in these seats. With the purchase of the North Quarter, the lot gradings there, the salt facility currently exists, all those decisions were made prior to anybody in these seats. The money is spent, our tax dollars are invested there. To me, that's the most logical. After that, I truly believe it gets down to council's vision. There has been conversation that south makes more sense. Perhaps putting it in one of our existing hamlets for growth makes more sense. Those are different visions. If you are talking just dollars and cents, that is initially why the North Quarter was purchased.
And are there facilities, like, is there water, sewer there?
There is not.
Okay.
That was part of that whole plan.
Ms. Sarah?
And again, just further to my comments about the debt funding, as you can see with the increased cost of the public service building estimate in Caroline, you know, building today is the cheapest. So the longer it's put off, the more costly it's going to get.
Sure. Okay. So administration be looking for this committee to either accept things as is or do some, there has been some suggestions on what we could defer or what we could change, and this is our opportunity to do that as administration prepares for the budget.
Keeping in mind, this is the recommendation to the new council that will be sitting for budget deliberations on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of December.
Right. Okay. Councillor Light.
Relating to the administration building and passing along, hopefully passing along something for the next council to understand is there's definitely a need for an administration building. It has been debated back and forth for a number of times, and there are a number of issues. Of course, placement is always going to be a question. This council, previous council, was very welcoming to a transparent process, and I think there will be much community discussion about that. There is definitely a need for that facility. I've seen firsthand the efficiencies that could be achieved with having an entire organization in a much more user-friendly workspace, one where there can be those sometimes intangible benefits of having regular communication with the entire team, the efficiencies that are found with meeting regularly as opposed to things that are only planned events. I think it creates a better work environment. So looking to efficiency, I think the next council will need to look at serious decisions around that and how it fits in their budgeting moving forward. It definitely is the next step to providing a more efficient service to the community, and I think it needs to be looked at seriously.
Councillor Gibson.
I can see it would be nice to have the building in Caroline started, but the trouble is we've got to do all the other infrastructure first before that starts. So there'd be an awful lot of output before there'd be any chance of getting the building even started. So I wouldn't think that it would be able to be started, now this could be me, could be started till 27, 28. Am I correct on that or no?
Director Hansen.
Yeah, we haven't fleshed it out completely, but it's knowing that the building construction takes minimum of a year to construct that. We're less concerned because, as I said, we've identified as of course, the highest priority is Lagoon. That's we've identified that as a project that's going to be upgraded and facilitated within the next 3 years. That 49th Street, we're going to get that fixed over the next 3 years. The one thing about getting all that undergrounds in place, it's not going to be in full service within the next, over the next 2 years to get that constructed. So it's not like all those lots will be sold and that it's adding that additional flow into the existing lagoon, because it takes us the time to construct, and then now we have something sellable, then we would get new developers online, it would take them a year to construct. So even the construction of the building, if it was approved that, yes, run the servicing up into that area and the building construction, we would come back with that recommendation of what that timeline would be, but they could really be done in concert, and the building construction and that underground utility be constructed at the same time. And there would certainly be enough capacity in that existing infrastructure to facilitate one building. Again, it's not even going to be done for a minimum of a year. So,
Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm struggling a little bit because I don't want to necessarily drive the bus for a future council. So I'm struggling a little bit. I unfortunately, because I am team this ag facility, but I agree. I think it at minimum needs to be pushed for a year, if not looked at wholeheartedly, if this is something that the community truly endorses. I don't want to use the word need because I do think it is a need, but just because we need it doesn't mean the community endorses it. So I think that we definitely need to take another look at that. So pushing that for a year, I think would at a minimum would be appropriate. I think the administration building needs to be pushed as far down the line as we can get it right now. We have way too many other priorities, especially with taking on the now Hamlet of Caroline that supersede that. I just do, and I think that the public services building in Caroline is a higher priority than the primary administration building. And I think that there's ways that we can utilize technology. I mean, we're putting in a broadband system. There's ways that we can utilize technology in which to integrate all of our servicing. Is it perfect? Nope. It's sure not perfect. The water cooler conversations aren't necessarily going to happen like the ones that you were just discussing. But I truly think that there's ways that we can work. Our county's the size of Kuwait. it is unrealistic to think that we'd all be under the same roof ever. Like we have public services buildings across the entire county for a reason, because we are massive. So I think that we need to look towards operational ways to become operationally efficient while being distant. And if we work towards the best way to do that, then I believe that our operational administrative facility, the dream of 10 years ago of being all under the one big roof, I think that technology superseded that. And I think that we can find ways to be efficient while being spread out. With Hamlet, with Nordegg, with the Hamlets of Lesaville and Condor, I think that there's ways that we can be efficient that way. There's offices in all of those buildings that are empty, completely empty. There's no reason that we couldn't utilize them and utilize the technology that sits on our computers through our broadband network every single day. So I think that needs to have a solid look at it, and for now needs to be pushed as far down the line as we can get it. And that will open up a lot of our budget constraints. The fire training center taking a pivot from their previous dirty classroom that I was struggling with anyway, because there's 5 bays they can put chairs and tables in. Don't necessarily need a quote unquote dirty classroom. There's dirty bays that they can have as a dirty classroom. I think that the new council can sit down and since this has taken a pivot anyway, and talk to the new fire chief, because it's a new chief also, and perhaps talk to him about the strategic vision that he has for that, considering it's a new fire chief, and see if that's still something that he needs. That could clear up another $1 million there, and he can come to council and defend that. I still stand strong with we can find some other options for the heated storage, and I agree that we need some solutions for the solid waste in the north. Councillor Cermak, or Deputy Reeve Cermak, was very accurate in saying that there's definitely some need for change in that area. I don't think it needs to be what's been presented. So I think we can clear up almost, if $10 to $12 million right there as well. Not to mention the heated storage of $7 million. So I'm finding some dollars here. So, but I struggle with presenting that right now when a new council needs to be able to take a fulsome look at this and make decisions for themselves as well, after hearing from the community in their campaign trail. Those are some of my initial thoughts.
Okay, Councillor, I don't know who was first, but I'll go Councillor Lougheed, then I'll go Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Thank you, Jenny, for bringing forward a lot of things to think about, and certainly to pass along as much information to the incoming council as possible on this. Councils always have to be able to pivot because they're faced with many developing situations, challenges, and not to only be reactive to the problem directly before you, but also to look down the road. And that's why I think the incoming council will need some strong opinions in order to develop their vision. I think there are many needs and developing needs within the municipality. As we know, there's a significant shortfall if we carried through everything that has been formulated as a need and set a priority to it. So I think we can do anything here. We just have to pick which ones are the priority and move forward with that. And it is very easy to take the biggest lump, the biggest projects, and push them down the road a little bit. But if they are truly important, to stay on the scope all the way along the line. And this is something I hesitate to mention, but it is a good point of debate. There are such things as good debt as you move into the future. I think everybody in their personal life at some point in time has taken on a certain level of debt, and that enables them to move towards a goal much more rapidly than saving the money, trying to track with inflation and all those other things that make achieving a goal difficult. We know that prices of buildings keep raising as we move forward, and yet we still deal with the inefficiencies of what we have until it reaches a crisis point. So you make good consideration for whoever makes those decisions in the future to see if it's a moment to achieve their goals and do that through what is readily available to us from long-term sound financial planning around our infrastructure development and our provision of services. We've had that here, and we're faced, I believe, with tremendous opportunity to help the quality of life for our communities move into the future. Really, industry is responding to the actions leading up to this day, and I think perhaps that foresight will carry through and then lead for a more prosperous future for our community if we risk a little bit at a time, but in a controlled way. I think Clearwater County is going to be an entity that moves into the future, and I think it's worth discussing if we are talking about an administrative building, the efficiencies of bringing that more under one roof. In fact, we have strong regional partnerships. There's always been a talk of finding efficiencies within those two levels or two parallel governments. We've even had, we know that something is not on this 10-year plan, but it is a real consideration. We have to participate in providing for a new RCMP structure at some point in time. Is there a way to combine things such as our public services, which share many of the same needs, councils, which share many of the same needs, and find some common administration space that works for everybody? So I think it would be worth a future discussion. Is there efficiencies in combining municipalities at that point? And I think at some point in time, if we follow the trends, we've had an example, a successful example of it here, of an amalgamation process being beneficial. That may be something that happens in the time frame of the next administration building. Worthwhile to see if there's efficiencies that can be found in that too. Just a word of encouragement to the next council.
Councillor Gibson.
I agree with what Councillor Lougheed said. I think it's prudent of us to leave behind information that the new council can take so that they at least have a starting point and know where we were thinking and what the reasonings were, why we decided to lean towards certain things. We're not going to jump on everything and get it done, but I think it's only fair that we leave them with some guidance and say, this is how we felt about this particular thing or that. So I do think that that should be our legacy for that.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I have to say I also agree with the comments from Councillor Lougheed and Councillor Melhaff. For me, the needs of Caroline are fairly high priority or mid-level priority, and I have not run across many people who want significant improvements at the Central Waste site. As a moderately regular user, I've never felt unsafe there, that there was any risk. And the same with the heated storage, that I think there are other options that should be investigated that don't call for such a large investment. But really, these will be decisions that the next council has to make. And we can leave a recommendation, but it would be in their ballpark.
Okay. So there's been some suggestions in regards to pushing a few things off. So pushing off the ag facility for a year, pushing the fire off for a year until conversation with the fire chief. I totally agree. And as far as solutions for the heated storage and the solid waste, and even finding an opportunity to find those efficiencies through our, going forward for our road construction and even in our, the Nordeg plan. I know that you guys will have listened today and will bring forward those suggestions for the new council. Did you want a motion to that effect, Mr. Ham? Okay. All right. Great. So with all that we listed, I don't know, did you want one motion?
I think one motion is fine.
As-
As long as just
Okay.
stating which projects you want pushed or removed.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, who's made the list? I know I made some of it, so, anyway. As per council, it would be a council recommendation to, or it would be a committee recommendation to council too. Go ahead, Director Hansen?
So just in that list there, do you want to include the Caroline Public Services Building? You know, does it get added in within the next 5 years of the capital plan, 3 years of the capital plan, as well as the infrastructure servicing for the area? Like that was another project in itself, that $4 million or the $3 million, whichever, you know, well, even if we just do a servicing plan, the next council can decide whether they want to go with the gravity or with the low pressure, but if it's within the plan, as well as even if the highway commercial surface works, if it even makes the plan right now, but if it's not important to this group, then it can be added to the plan. It'll be discussed with the new council, of course, but just wanted to see if you wanted to put it on the 10-year capital plan or not.
Okay. What is the will of this committee? Go ahead, Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. To answer that question, it really depends, from my perspective, on when we would have the land serviced. And I'm thinking it was around 7 years from the priority list you presented, so if that could be moved up, I can see benefits, but.
Yeah, we didn't have the servicing of the other area, so the original plan was just the settled region upgrades, right? So the 49th Street is what's basically required in order to to facilitate the northeast. So 49th Street's in the plan, hasn't been discussed. Sounds like we're on plan there for at least what we're going to present to council, the next council. You know, if you were to put the public services building, or say put the utility upgrades within the next 3 years and the new public services building within the next 5 years, that would give a window of opportunity to get the servicing up there first. There is a cost recovery component as well for the servicing. If we ran up that line into the north, has the ability to have a cost recovery because we can sell lots that are now serviced. But maybe that's too far out. Maybe this group wants to see it, nope, start your utility plan next year. But unfortunately, then I think it's, where are you gonna get the money from? No. That was just some ideas.
Councilor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I would love to be able to sit here and hash out when that should sit on the plan, but I honestly don't think it's up to us at all. Like, that wasn't part of our 10-year capital plan before at all, so I think it really will be fully up to them of where it's gonna sit on the plan. I think that we just simply have them look at that when they're doing their strategic planning. But you wanted a motion with regards to the stuff, to the other stuff that we went through today. Well, I would motion to remove the administrative building from the 10-year capital plan, defer the fire training center to 2027, the ag rec facility to 2028, heated storage facility to 2027, solid waste to 2027, and that's my motion.
Okay. Would you accept a friendly amendment? I would say to add the Caroline 49th Street to the 2026 as presented in the previous item, because you do not have that on, correct?
No, we did include all of the infill of the 49th Street is in the 10-year capital plan.
Right. Just those 3 years,
Yeah.
just that one item?
Those 3 years were already in the plan, correct?
Yes, but
Okay,
it should
just
be.
making sure.
Can we pull up the 10-year plan here? We've only looked at the 26.
The previous agenda item. 14 of 21. It's in 14 of 21 under the Hamlet 6.1.
The second one, the second one.
There we go. So we'll just go down to Caroline.
I don't see it.
Oh, yeah.
So you have the,
So the
Car-
lagoon and the
the 49th Street
undergrounds,
upgrade, yeah.
the Hamlet
Yeah.
undergrounds are in there.
okay, so they're both in there for 2026 and 2027. Okay. Would you be fair to, okay, it's already started included, so sorry, I don't have to amend your, yeah, sorry, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions on the motion by Councillor Mello? I agree in principle with what you've presented, Councillor Melhoff, or in your motion, but I do believe that the conversation in regards to an administration building needs to be had within the next 10 years, so hopefully the next council will be having that discussion to see what holistically they can do. As Councillor Lougheed has mentioned earlier, there's multiple opportunities to create it as a multi-use building, and whatever that will look like in the future, so. But as we all know, next council can move and jig as they see fit, so this is just a start. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yes, solid waste was not in your motion.
Yes, it was, to move it to
Right
2027.
here for 2027. And right now it's in for 2026.
Detailed design, yes.
26 and built in 2027?
Start construction, yes. Yeah.
Is that what we said last time? Is that what we all voted on?
That's what was approved in budget 2025. Was detailed design in 26, then construction to commence in 27.
Okay.
Councillor Gibson?
I just can't see, what is the design for cost for that, the waste?
For the solid waste?
Yeah. I'd like to pinch every penny, but is that something maybe we should go ahead and do the plan in 2026 for construction in 2027? Just for safety reasons.
Sorry. 26. Go ahead, sorry, I'm
Yeah,
just
no
looking at
problem.
trying to find up here,
No,
sorry.
absolutely.
Councillor Mello.
Thank you. So shifting it a year, I think will give the new council a time to determine if they feel that that is still something that is important within their world, and give the community an opportunity to tell them if they feel that it is something that they feel that they need. I know that my residents are saying that they don't, so pushing it a year would definitely suit my residents. I felt that that was a good compromise because I wanted it removed entirely. So I felt that was a good compromise.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions on the motion? Ms. Sarhan, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry.
We're good? All right, any other comments or questions? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Tie vote, motion's defeated. Okay,
Then, I was hoping we could get them all.
one motion.
One shot, but
Councillor Cermak?
I would certainly vote in favor if it was moved to 2026. The two, waste and heated services.
So. Okay. Counselor Melham, sorry.
Thank you. Well, we can try to do this by breaking them apart then, I guess. Start with first one, let's start with a biggie, removing the administrative building from the 10-year capital plan.
So the removal of, removing the administration building off the 10-year capital plan. Any comments or questions? Right now, it is currently slated for 2028, correct? Yes. Yes. Okay. I will not be supporting the motion. I'm in favor of pushing it down the road a few more years, but I'm not, it's too of an unimportant project to just abandon. It's been identified since 2015 or before that this is an important project, so for administration and for ease of service. So I won't be supporting the motion. Councillor Lahey.
Thank you. I'm certainly in favor of putting it further down the sequence of the important projects we have. Mostly because it's the biggest project I see short of what was the broadband project. It's the biggest project we'll undertake of, probably in our near history of Clearwater County. So sequencing it a bit down the line, I believe still keeps it as a priority. It is a substantial restricted surplus that we've defined as a priority year to year to year. In fact, at one time, there was almost enough restricted surpluses to complete that building. So I think it's important to keep it as a priority. So I probably can't support taking it right off the list. And I know we've gone the extra mile here by looking 10 years into the future. That is truly what transparent government's about, looking at the forward vision and how it fits in the plan. I still would like to see that efficiencies found that we could recognize through an administrative building sometime in the next decade.
Absolutely. And I guess too, by keeping it on the 10-year capital plan, it is a conversation that continues. It's not something that we've dropped and the residents think that project has gone away altogether. It has to stay top of mind as we discuss everything that happens throughout our county. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Yes, there's a couple of things on the horizon or in the air that, to me really point to pushing this down. And one is that I think we can use technology much more than we are. I just did a quick search on the web for video PBX, like a telephone switch, but video. And there are at least half a dozen that can be almost like being there at the water cooler. And we hear from the town more and more whispers of the word amalgamation, which would have a huge impact on locations and direction of administration. So I don't know that I'm really in favor of removing the funding entirely, but certainly of stopping to contribute and keeping it somewhere in the 5 to 10 range. But again, this will be a key question for the next council.
Councillor Cermak.
I would like to keep the administration building in the year 28. I think there's too many efficiencies to be made when you're under one roof to move it down the road anymore. I won't be in favor of the motion.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so the motion is to remove the administration building from the capital plan. I'll call the question. Sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I do have another comment I want to make. I think that we are too big already to have those efficiencies. That any new building is going to have wings for different groups, and there won't be a common coffee pot or a common water cooler. So for me, that argument doesn't carry that much because I think we're past it in size now.
All right. So if there's no other comments or questions, I'll call the question to removing the administration building from the capital plan. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. Okay. I believe there was some other motions that could be brought forth. I'll take one. I'll just say to move the fire training facility to 2027, moving it down 2 years. So that way there can be some more discussion with the new fire chief and other priorities. So I'll make that motion to move that one. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Sorry? 2027. To move it 1 year, just basically move it 1 year. So, all those in favor of moving the fire training center 1 year, 2027? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Anyone else for motions? Okay. Yes, did you, Councillor Gibson, did you want to make that one?
Yeah, make a motion that we push the egg building to 2020, oh dear,
It's 2028.
was it 8?
I believe so, that's what we had.
Okay,
It's currently in 2028.
Oh, sorry.
okay,
Oh, that's right.
So I would recommend though that, you know, whichever year that it starts, that's what you move it to, because there is like a preliminary design stage that's required.
Right.
So when you want the work on that project to commence, that's what the year I would say, you know, unless you have a different idea saying, I want it constructed by 2028, then we better start right now.
No.
In order to get it done, but if you're looking to defer it, it's at least a 2-year planning process for that project, so when you want that to start.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanna confirm that 500,000 that's coming out of restricted surplus in 2026, that was for design of that facility?
Yeah, that would be a site selection, preliminary design. Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be preliminary design.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't 2 projects in there.
Not unless there's another one that's been identified by somebody else tapping into that wasn't.
No, okay.
Was there anything to do with the ice plant or anything coming out of that
No.
reserve? Nothing?
No.
So this should be specific
Just
for that?
specifically for the
Okay.
egg.
Okay, yeah, okay, push the egg building to 2028.
The egg building is already in 2028, so it could be the 20.
Okay.
29.
2029 then, sorry.
Yes.
The dome,
No,
oh, sorry.
no, the egg building, there is an egg field house, egg rec facility.
Yeah.
The arena. No. No, it's the new one. The egg rec facility.
That they want to build here.
There is none, Bruce constructed a new one.
And where's that?
We hadn't chosen, we didn't talk about it. Councillor Lougheed?
I will be supporting to push that back in the timeline, and I'll tell you the reason why. We looked at, a few moments ago, we looked at a idea to identify agriculture as a higher level of importance, to just put some branding around that. And the community said no to that. So I don't know if the community's ready yet to identify themselves more deeply with agriculture here yet. I'd love to have that feedback at a different point, because I've certainly been an advocate for the benefits of ag rec facility. I've had my ear bent many times on that, but I mean, if we have to go by what the public gives us in feedback through discussion, through transparency type things, right now, their indication is that's not a priority. So.
Councillor Mellon?
I don't want to support it, but I will. Because I know the value that that building will bring to this community, and I know how much it is desperately needed. Our 4-H groups have absolutely outgrown the Caroline facility, and it's unfortunate to push this, but for the benefit of all of the other priorities that we have, particularly the needs of the infrastructure in and around Caroline, I will make the tough decision on pushing the ag facility down the line, but I'm not happy about it, but it is probably the right thing to do. And if for some reason a grant can be found or money can be allocated towards that, we can move it back up the timeline. I look forward to the day that that can happen then. But unfortunately, for the other priorities, I think it makes sense to push it until you're saying 2029, correct?
2029.
Yeah, I did find the numbers, and it's 500,000 in 26, 1 million in 27, 20 million in 28. So move each of those 1 year to the further into the future.
Councillor Gibson?
Councillor Milhoff, and yes, the incoming council can always actually just reverse it and put it back to where it is. So it's not, thank heavens, it's not disappearing.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, with the motion on the floor, I'll call the question. All those in favor of moving the egg field house to 2029? That motion's carried. All right. I did believe there was a few more in there. So there was in regards to solid waste and heated storage. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cermak,
I'll make a motion that we leave it the way it is right now.
the rest of them the way they are?
Yep. 2026 and built in 2027, right? Or was it? Was it built in 26?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, the heated storage, we believe with the site work that's there, that there'll be enough time to design the building and construct all in 26. If there's any residual, it'll be more of a carry forward into 27. So, but we do anticipate that the majority of the expenditure would be in 26. A little bit different with the solid waste. We do have a preliminary design, which we presented to council before with the push pit, with the Z wall. That's what this $9 million was indicative of, but there will still have to do some detailed design on that structure and the earthworks, because we need, we'd allocated a new site for that. So detailed design in 2026 and then construction to commence in 27, but that certainly would be a 2-year project.
Yeah. And the heated storage built in 26?
Yep.
Yep. That's the motion.
Okay. So Councillor Cermak's motion, any comments or questions? Councillor Milhoff?
No, it's fine. I've already said my piece on how I feel about those. I was gonna make a different one.
Okay. Any other Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Director Magnus, did I understand you to say that we can continue to manage the way we are now with the heated storage that we have? It's just the time to transfer vehicles in and out.
We can manage it. It's efficient and is a good use of our technicians' time in regards to moving equipment in and out. I don't believe it's a good use of their time, but currently it would remain status quo. As I mentioned earlier, the facilities are there to keep all our units currently inside for the winter season. But it's not the most efficient, definitely. Yes. And we did just earlier.
Yes.
I would just want to make mention while we're on that subject matter, is Mr. Hansen did indicate that no further work was done in regards to the heated storage or the central site. Just to add a caveat to that, our team did put together the work associated with the inefficiencies and efficiencies associated with keeping it currently status quo and then the efficiencies associated with heated storage and how that plays out in regards to mechanics time, costs, etc. So that information was put together, and when the time arises where that needs to be presented to council, that's ready to go.
Okay, as I understand it, if we have a snow event, that our trucks are on the road quite early and would typically be gone by the time the mechanics come in.
Director Magnus?
So let's play out a scenario. A snow event occurs, they're called out, say 3 in the morning. They get to the building, so right now the Skyline building, that's where our 5 trucks would be sitting there. An additional 2 up at the Caroline salt sand storage building. So they would arrive, take their trucks, they would go out to the salt sand facility, load up. They do what they need to do for that day in regards to snow removal on their surface roads. And then what happens is they come back, they park the trucks back in Skyline along with the Caroline salt sand storage facility building there. So overnight, all that muck drops down onto the floors, and in the morning to continue on, if the snow event continues, or even if it doesn't, now they go out to do the cleanup work, continue to plow the roads as needed. So when they leave, all that stuff is laying on the concrete floor, your mud, muck, you name it. And at that time, that's when the technicians step in and they clean all that out. And it takes about 4 hours, and then they are finally able to get going on working on any other equipment. So that's how that works.
So, do we have a machine that we use to clear out those bays?
Yep, they're called squeegees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
you betcha.
So not a skid steer with.
No, they just shovel it out, and yeah, it's basically manual labor. Yeah, it takes to clean that out, hoses, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gibson?
Since you have that breakdown onto what the cost is, are we allowed to have that cost or not?
The cost breakdown for the efficiencies?
Yes.
Director Magnus?
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Gibson, can you repeat that question?
We have the cost efficiencies building to having the gentleman 4 hours every day clearing out stuff.
Yep, all that is broken down, charts, tables, you name it. Yeah, it's just a matter of if council would like to see that information data, that's for the council to decide, this committee, and then therefore council at some future date.
It's hard to make a decision on it now if we don't have those figures, because to me, you're spending 4 hours a day of a mechanic's time, which is costly, every day for 5 days. So to me, it's, right now, I can't vote for it because I don't know that number, and so I will not be supporting this motion. Or sorry, I will be supporting the motion. Okay. Sorry, I forgot which way.
All right, so Councillor Surmet's made the motion to keep the heated storage and solid waste as presented. Doing it the short term, yeah, construction. Councillor Lawye?
I'll just comment, I've supported similar motions in the past. Recognize the importance of finding efficiencies, and with the additional information shared today about some of the challenges you meet operationally with the existing or status quo, I can support this, knowing full well it will be somebody else's true decision when it comes to budget in a number of months' time, and we're just kind of indicating a thought pattern that led us to this point and a recommendation into the future. Whoever comes later will choose their vision and their strategies to meet that. So I just explanation of why I vote the way I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just have one more question of clarification. So are all the mechanics working for 4 hours to clean up these bays in the snow event, or is it one? Right.
Director Magus?
It's the 4. They're going hard at it, to get it cleaned up. Yeah, takes on average about 4 hours to get everything cleaned up. Yeah, utilizing all of our technicians.
All right. So motion's on the floor. I see no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. All right. And were there any other adjustments or movements in the 10-year capital project summary? Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Removing it was defeated. How about we try moving the administrative building down to 2035?
10 years. Okay. So to adjust to move the administration building project to the year 2035. Is the motion, Councillor Gibson?
Question, will this building be all right for that lengthy period of time?
Director Hansen?
So basically, what we do, every time we get a new direction with our admin building, we reassess and we then determine, what our life cycle of major components would be, as well as we supplement with additional buildings as required. That's kind of been, that's exactly what we did in 2018, when the decision was made to move. In 2018 is actually, the decision was made to move it within the 10-year capital plan, so it's moved to 2028. And then shortly after, we actually purchased the Peak building there south of Cal Tire. Because of our needs and just the way that our organization has evolved. So with that 2035, we know that there would be probably some major components that would have to be upgraded here. We have an antique boiler system there that provides the heating in this building. And we definitely be getting that into the capital plan for replacement, especially as it becomes part of a 10-year plan. Physically, will the building last 10 more years? Absolutely, right? But there was other alternatives to, if we were gonna buy this, there was also, that does have some curb appeal to other buyers, and we'd always maintain our buildings to the best of our ability. It was never really a building condition why we needed a new facility. It was a part of our operational efficiency is why we wanted to create a new, more efficient system. So, yes, it will last 10 more years.
Okay, motion on the floor to move the administration building project to year 2035. Councillor Lahi.
So again, although I think it will be a future council that makes the true decision around this, I just want to look forward into the future, looking at an incoming council, if they choose an even greater level of transparency than the last two councils did. The amount of public participation really shows the shortcomings of this facility. There just is not the space for the public to interact with council decisions and give their feedback. We start having to use larger formats in order to accommodate that. So if a future council continues in the path of greater transparency, greater public involvement in many of the decisions of council, this facility is vastly undersized for that kind of interaction. And that's what I see the community finding value in too. So I think we have to make positive steps to be able to accommodate that as it develops over a number of years. 10 years ago, I think that public seldom ever took any real interaction with, but because people are wanting to be more interactive and councils want to be more transparent, you have to be able to accommodate that, and that means having a facility that really is purpose-built for that very thing. And so I think that's why we need to start being proactive in our planning. And I think I just feel 10 years is a little too far out for that, especially when we got strong reserves already built to accommodate a solution that is more appropriate to that kind of interaction. So that's why I'm not going to support pushing it back that level. 10 years is just a little too long.
I'll support the motion. I do expect that the new council will, and the future councils will have that opportunity to move that project as they see fit. So just keeping it on the horizon or on that 10-year plan, I think is the most important at this point in time. So, and having that conversation going forward. So any other questions or comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, so with that, yes, Director Hansen.
The other one was NDP 0 under recreation, community features allowance. There was $200,000, let's say identified for a project in 2026. So we don't have anything identified. We certainly would recommend deferring that for a year.
Okay. Yeah, with the new council coming in, I think it would be great to give them an opportunity to get their seats warmed up and they can get involved with what's been happening. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I would make the motion then that the Nordegg community feature be deferred to 2028.
Was the Nordegg one, or was it just a general?
No, it's under recreation, sorry, maybe it's different on this one. NDP 009. Yeah.
So it is the Nordegg community feature. Okay. Okay, just for clarification. Any other comments? Councillor Melhoff?
I was hoping to say 2027, but I'll support 2028. Actually, mainly because with the construction happening in and around Nordegg, giving some time for that construction to take place so the location and feasibility of a community amenity can be determined. I think that it might end up being into 2028 anyway, particularly because of Center Street construction. So I will support the motion because of that.
Okay.
Good. It's your turn.
What's the motion again?
Is to defer the Nordegg community feature to 2028.
Community future amount.
Yeah.
Of 200,000.
Yes.
Bring it back a year.
2 years. Put it in 2 years. Put it ahead 2 years to 2028. It's in 2026 to push it to 2028.
3 years.
The 200,000. All right. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed. Sorry, I apologize.
Gee, I'd like to thank everybody for helping me with an election platform. I never thought about talking about something as simple as leaving a provision for a community feature in the budget. I think quite often we use those as tools to create and spur economic development, tourism, those things that may seem simple, but they do take people out to an area and see what's new in a community feature, whether it's a piece of art or whether it's something commemorating a heritage moment or just something with the basic history there, can return manyfold those dollars invested in economic development, tourism, investment in things like natural gas lines and the promotion of trying to get an anchor business in that community. I think with the investment we've had in Nordegg over the last number of years, anything that would be a feature I mean, people don't go there to look at a hole in the ground to see a gas line sitting in the bottom of it. It's not real exciting, but we spend that kind of money just to do that on a regular basis. So anyway, my thought is I don't see any reason to take it out of a placeholder to kind of have the next council think, hey, it'd be a good idea if we had a community feature out in Nordegg. And then I think it's a fairly minor part of a multi-million-dollar budget. And I hope we're not going to a question of what we're gonna do with the bottle returns here from the administration. But I think we're getting into the weeds a little bit. If a small item, based on a feature for a community, a promotion of our region, whatever, is getting pushed ahead to meet, and I'm not 100% sure of how the value of the exercise of doing a 10-year budget at this late stage of the game is anyway, but I'll play along.
And perhaps the new council, when they're going over budget in December, will bring it back and put it back into 2026. So there's that opportunity, if they know anything about it. Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, you threw me off with your last comment. But I do hope that the next council can take and find an actual plan then for it, because it just says community feature, not an actuality of what that means. Is that a park? Is that a gazebo? Is that a statue? Is that, you know, I think there's a great reason to go to Nordegg, and they're all naturally made, and they come flying out of the ground. I guess not flying out of the ground, it happened over millions and millions and millions of years, but those beautiful mountains are definitely a feature in which to go to. So, but we do budget adjustments twice a month. So I am sure that if something came forward that needed to be done, a budget adjustment could be made, and an agenda item be built, and whatever this feature is could be done. So, yeah, I think a change can be made if they think of one to build.
All right, CO Emmons.
Thank you, and perhaps for consideration, part of what's contributing to what this committee is talking about is the condensed schedule of developing Nordegg, and if that was stretched out, that would greatly help the line item as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, so a motion on the floor to move the community features to 2028. Any other comments or question? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Any other adjustments that this committee wants to make? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Not an adjustment, but just a recognizing of the work that you guys did adjusting the plan for Nordegg in general. The pivot from going to us being like doing all of the development to more broad, can't even remember, like survey plots rather than individual lot development. It was a fabulous pivot. I really hope that it will bear fruit. And I really, really valued you bringing that to us. It was several months ago at this point, but I don't think that the residents of the county realize how much of an impact that change has affected this budget. Hopefully they do, because I do. So good job.
Okay, is there any other comments or questions? Thank you for the exercise today and reminding us of all the things that we have ahead of us, or what you guys have ahead of you, because it's not us that's doing the work, you guys are, and muchly appreciated. And if there's no other comments or questions, and we've completed our items for today, I will look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you.